सिंपल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल।
ये रंग दे,
ये खुशबू दे,
ये तीखा,
ये कम पड़े।
अच्छा।
क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
देशवासियों और मेरे खास करके नौजवानों और विश्व भर में भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
"206 days into the presidency of Donald Trump, the world now waits for the most anticipated summit meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is importantly the first meeting that has been held between the two sides since the Ukraine-Russia war broke out. And diplomats are calling it historic. Critics are calling the present situation dangerous. The stakes are absolutely ruthless, ladies and gentlemen. Every word, every pause, every unscripted glance between Donald Trump and Putin will be dissected for signs of power play on who's winning, who's losing, power shifting in real time. This is the test of one, American resolve. Secondly, Russia's ambition and the fragile balance of power on the world stage. What does Putin want? Putin wants Trump to formally recognize all the areas that have been annexed. He would want maybe not a formal acceptance of Crimea, but he's more interested in making sure that there is a commitment to demilitarize Ukraine and to never let it enter the NATO. He also wants a commitment on the lifting or easing of US sanctions on Russia. What does Trump want, ladies and gentlemen? Trump wants a very quick ceasefire. Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize for himself as the result of all of this. Trump wants America out of this conflict, which he had promised to do within and before the first 24 hours of his presidency. What does Zelensky want? Zelensky will be against any land swap agreement. He will be looking forward to actually reclaim the lands occupied by Russia. But I personally think he's going to find it very difficult to get this because he really doesn't have much of cards with him. Ukraine is likely to not abandon its demand for NATO, and he will in fact insist on Ukraine being brought into the alliance, but I don't think he'll get Donald Trump's help in that. What are the likely scenarios? Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, at least 6 scenarios which can happen. Scenario number 1 today is that Trump gets a time-bound ceasefire. This is the most likely scenario, a time-bound, say 30, 40, 60-day ceasefire, so that the further discussions can happen without, fire being exchanged on both sides, which Russia has not agreed to so far. This will require for Trump to carry a commitment from Zelensky on all forms of compliance and a rollback of troops to create some kind of a green zone. And he can even pitch a fund. He will give some kind of an economic incentive to Ukraine to do that. Likely scenario number 1. Likely scenario 2 is that a more tame scenario, that nothing much is achieved, but Trump and Putin agree to another meeting. Even if that happens, even if that is agreed, in a neutral setting perhaps, and if that setting involves Ukraine on the table, it can actually lead to some kind of a resolution. It will be seen very well. Conservatively, Putin can push for a meeting to happen in Moscow. He can even ask for a meeting in Crimea as a show of strength. Trump is unlikely to agree to Crimea. If he moves to Moscow, then it's complete recalibration on the global stage. So whatever is happening today is going to have a ripple effect. Likely scenario 3, Putin and Trump fail to reach any agreement. And in that case, Putin will muscle flex and a full-scale attempted invasion of Ukraine will be imminent. This will aggravate the situation. And Russia will be tempted to aggravate the situation by moving further into Ukrainian territory. Likely scenario number 4, viewers, and we have to watch out for everything. That's pictures of Putin arriving. Likely scenario number 4 is that Putin convinces Trump for a land swap deal. This is going to be what Putin wants. But can there be an in-principle agreement on land swap in the meeting here? I'm not sure about it. It's really highly unlikely, in my view, that a land swap deal materializes in the first meeting because it requires a lot of detail, and Europe and Ukraine will have to be involved in that. So it's unlikely. Likely scenario number 5, Trump agrees to no NATO membership for Ukraine. If this happens, this is a major concession given by Trump. In turn, Trump could agree. He could say, I'm not going to let them enter NATO. This will render European politics very weak. A membership ban on Ukraine by Donald Trump of NATO effectively legitimizes Russia's seizure of Ukraine, as it would mean that the US had agreed to its error of judgment on furthering NATO eastwards, which caused the Russian advances in Ukraine. But you see, Donald Trump is no fan of what Joe Biden has done. So for him personally, he might end up agreeing on something like this, which will be a big victory for Vladimir Putin. And last likely scenario, number 6, viewers, is that Trump and Putin will agree for a ceasefire on a condition that there will be elections in Ukraine. The ceasefire can be brokered on the condition that Ukraine holds nationwide elections under international supervision, including some element of Russian scrutiny. This move will be framed as a step forward towards a political settlement, but key territorial disputes will remain unresolved and subject to future talks. Now, we will know the result of a meeting in a few hours. We are reporting from Anchorage, Alaska. We're bringing you minute-to-minute coverage. I believe that when meetings like this happen, there is already 80% of the job done. I do not think that beyond 3 or 4 uncertain elements and the element of a personal, discussion between Trump and Putin, that they would go into the meeting without considerable work already having been done on both sides. The most likely scenario, in my views, is scenario number 1 and scenario number 2. I'd like to play out the graphics again. A combination of scenario 1 and 2 is what I'm predicting. A time-bound ceasefire, followed by an agreement of another meeting. These are the most likely scenarios. Remember, we are live. We are live tonight. We are thrilled to be bringing this news to you from our studios here and as well as from Anchorage, Alaska itself.
In just a few hours, US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin will sit across a table at the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska. While Ukraine will not have a seat at the table, it will be the top agenda item for discussion. The fate of a war that has been ongoing for 3 years, between a noble ambition and an expansionist dream.
We're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
How will you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
While Trump has been nervous about the meeting, already promising severe consequences for Putin if things go downhill.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
The Russian response to Trump's chest thumping is colder than the winds of Alaska.
Мы знаем, что у нас есть аргументы, у нас есть позиция понятная, четкая. Мы будем ее излагать. Здесь уже немало сделано в ходе визитов Стивена Уиткофа. Президент об этом сказал. И Уиткоф выступал от имени президента Трампа. Надеюсь, что мы сегодня, завтра продолжим этот очень полезный разговор.
Meanwhile, Zelensky, who isn't even at the table, has been trying his best to influence the talks since his visit to Berlin 2 days ago.
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Він старається натиснути перед зустрічю на Алясці, на всіх напрямках українського фронту. Росія намагається зобразити, що спроможна окупувати всю Україну. Безумовно, це їх бажання.
Expectations are the highest on the American side, with hopes of a breakthrough in peace talks to broker a deal with Ukraine and provide an off-ramp for the US involvement in the Russian war. In return, Trump aspires for the only arrow he owns, a trade deal. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians have high hopes, riding for a ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian troops, with expectations of more security guarantees and a NATO membership. But most importantly, no recognition of Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory by the US. Russia, on the other hand, has no pressure. Its demands largely remain unchanged. No change of land control, no NATO membership for Ukraine, and recognition of Donbas as Russian territory. Now the countdown begins. As the world watches with bated breath, who will emerge victorious in the Alaska summit? Will Trump triumph? Will Putin prevail? And what happens to Ukraine?
Now, who is going into these talks with the advantage and a disadvantage? Their first meeting was in July 2017 at the G20 summit in Germany. Now, this was just months after Trump entered the White House. Putin has had at that point of time more political experience under his belt. This is going to be perhaps the most important meeting of this century so far, right? Ambassador Deepak Vora, Tatiana Kukareva is joining us from Moscow, and Dr. Lauren Dagas Amos, who is from the Security Studies program at Bar-Ilan University in Israel. Pastor Mark Burns, spiritual advisor to President Trump, understands his mind. Adel Nazarian, geopolitical strategist. Alexander Shajan, Republican political strategist. Thank you very much. Ambassador Vora, we presented certain scenarios out here. What is the most likely scenario in your view?
Thank you very much, sir. Always a pleasure to be on your channel. I'm looking at these wonderful people who are also going to be putting across their viewpoints. Their knowledge is much greater than mine. I begin by wishing 140 crore, 1.4 billion Indians a very happy Independence Day. It's our Independence Day today, and I certainly hope that there'll be some result in Alaska. Now, there are two things very quickly. I'll tell you, you want to know which one of the scenarios is likely to succeed. I believe it'll be a little bit of this, a little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of this in my life, little from here, and they'll come up with some kind of a dish. So, the State Department, professional diplomats like me, do not seem to be involved in making American foreign policy. It's a golf partner of the president, whatever. However he trusts him, it doesn't matter to me. But he has created certain interests. He has created certain events, which I find unusual as a diplomat. Second thing is, Mr. Putin has been very clear. Three things. No NATO, no threat from the Ukrainian military in the future, and land for peace deal. As far as President Trump is concerned, sir, let me put it to you very bluntly and undiplomatic. He couldn't care less about what happens to Ukraine. He wants to get out of there. And basically what he wants is, look, one more peace deal. Now give me the Nobel Prize. Happy birthday, everybody goes home happy. There is universal fatigue with the Ukraine war. Both sides will seek to leverage that. I rest my case.
You are saying he doesn't care about Israel?
About Ukraine.
About Ukraine. Yeah, about Ukraine. He doesn't care about Ukraine.
No, sir. No, sir.
But he keeps talking about Ukraine, Mr. Vora. He says, I'm putting up, sort of increasing tariffs on India because I want to help the people in Ukraine.
Sure. I mean, he'll send a probe to Mars because he wants to help the people in India. Sure, he'll do something like that. No,
going by that logic,
is not something that you and I will buy, sir.
Going by that logic, he's going to catch the low-hanging fruit that Putin is going to offer him. Putin's going to say that I will offer you a global nuclear arms deal. Tatiana is on. Very intelligent move by Putin yesterday. He shifted the goalpost saying, I'm going to offer you a long-standing international nuclear arms deal, which was not even on the table. And You can use that in your lobbying for the peace prize. And all I want is all the land that I have already taken from Ukraine. So in the process, if Trump were to agree to that, he'd be, selling out the people of Ukraine. Will he do that? Because every time you come on my program, Pastor Burns, you keep saying our heart burns. We keep feeling for the people of Ukraine. What Deepak Vora is saying is that you're going to throw the people of Ukraine under the bus.
Well, the president, again, let's just be very clear. Number one, this is not the president's war. He is the current president. He inherited this, but he's doing what he can do with the players that are in hand. This is one of the reasons why, even though I'm a staunch supporter for Ukraine and believe that Ukraine is a sovereign nation, one of the reasons why they're not members of NATO is because they're still, one of the charter rules is you have to have stability within your own nation, and borders need to be secure. Ukraine is still in an active war with Russia. Russia's in an active war with Ukraine over border disputes. So again, the president is not the kingmaker. He simply is made it very clear if Vladimir Putin does not stop the killing, then there's going to be severe punishment that is going to happen, and which is the crippling of the Russian economy. And the president has been trying his best to not take it to that level. But in the end, this is still a conflict between two sovereign nations. And that if the goal is to not pull NATO, which will be issued by Article 5, into a major conflict. But the president already said there's going to be possible land swap, meaning that Ukraine is going to gain territory, Russia is going to gain territory, Ukraine's going to lose territory, Russia is going to lose territory. But obviously, you got to ask yourself, what about the innocent Ukrainian people that are in these territories? And so a lot is left up in the air. But in the end, the president is a deal maker, and he is not going to Alaska to play Putin's games. And contrary to where the media tries to play it out to be, I've spoken to the president many times on this particular matter. The president is not soft on Vladimir Putin. He's very strategic. And so the Russians try to play a strategic game, but the president is there to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to get a deal done. And if Vladimir Putin is coming to try to play games, the president will arm Ukraine to the teeth, even greater, which I've been asking for many months, and security measures in place to make sure that Russia will lose even more. So this is the time for Vladimir Putin to take this serious, get a deal done, and let's have peace, because that's the first and foremost goal here, is that the killing stop, the babies stop getting killed, the bombing stop.
I'm not clear if you're clear.
No, he's not, unfortunately.
I don't think you're clear. Tatiana,
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
I'm just saying I'm not clear if you're clear about what you're saying. You see, you do not want to acknowledge that it is actually Donald Trump who's on a tight deadline, because on 4th of March, he said, I will finish this in a day. It was Donald Trump who wanted this meeting. It was Donald Trump who has caved in the past to Putin's pressure when the two leaders met in Helsinki. It was a disaster for Trump.
You're on this banter, and you have the Trump syndrome that a lot of people have. You're on the Trump syndrome. You keep trying to make this to be like this is Trump's fault. This is not Trump's fault. This is Vladimir Putin and attacking Ukraine's fault, right? The issue is not for Donald Trump to be the kingmaker. We're the United States of America. We are a nation within our own self, with our own problems, with our own issues. The president wants the killings to stop, all right? The killings to stop. Now, if Vladimir Putin don't stop the killings, the president has been walking, and it's politically astute for him to do this, but he's been walking as a mouse when in reality we are an elephant, because he's trying to strategically make it to where no more damage gets done. But right now, this is the end. Vladimir Putin has no more games to play. The president has lost all patience, and he's made it very clear. And I'm speaking firsthand.
No, you see the Pastor, I'll get Tatiana. I'll get Tatiana to respond.
The reality of it is, this is the end for Vladimir Putin, and this is the end for Russia. If they don't come to the table, then this is going to be the beginning of the end.
If they don't come to the table, and you keep saying that we are going to punish Putin. How? Putin got a summit meeting with Trump without a single concession on his part, without a single moment of pause in the war with Ukraine. In fact, the Russian Defense Forces put out a press release on more intensive attacks on Ukraine this morning. Trump could have put another condition of ceasefire on the front line, but he has set no price for the summit. So, Tatiana,
Ukraine.
Pardon me?
So did Ukraine. Ukraine set a massive drone attack on Russian soil. So this is not good for nobody. Russia attacked, Ukraine attacks. President Trump
Ukraine is not in. Ukraine is your proxy. Ukraine is your proxy.
No, the innocent people who are dying on my proxy. My proxy are the innocent. I speak for the innocent dying people. Okay, the death of the mothers and the daughters and the children and the innocent old men. That's who I'm proxying for. So don't confuse who I'm proxying for. Yes, Ukraine deserves to be, and they are a sovereign nation, and they will be a sovereign nation. And the President Trump has made it very clear we're going to back Ukraine in this matter.
I'm not understanding.
And it behoove Russia.
Okay, Pastor, I would like to bring Tatiana for Moscow for a perspective from Moscow on how they look at situation and the scenario and what are the likely scenarios she sees here. Please, Tatiana, what do you think is going to emerge?
I have been listening to the past, and frankly, the one thing I will withdraw from our previous conversation, dear Pastor, yes, you do talk very, very well. And I couldn't possibly talk as you do because I hate to contradict myself in my own statements. Let's start from the very beginning. I appreciate that you, as a person of the church, as a spiritual leader, care for the people dying in Ukraine. I am very, very sorry that you do not or did not care for the people dying in the Donbass before 2022. But I do believe that, unfortunately, you had prior commitments. You couldn't visit the Donbass region. You couldn't see what Kiev was doing to people there. So, that is a very unfortunate misunderstanding. In the meantime, let me just say this. I completely agree with the ambassador. Donald Trump couldn't care less about the people dying in Ukraine. Donald Trump, in this scenario, he could have said, "Oh, look, let's do this. Let's press for a ceasefire or anything else." One more thing that I need for you to understand, dear Pastor. Moscow has not been playing games. That's the one thing that hasn't changed. And I think that you hadn't listened to the report before the debate. However, the journalists actually laid it out quite plainly, the objectives, the goals, everything that the president has said from day one hasn't changed. He's not playing games. There's a very clear understanding of what Moscow has been standing for in this conflict. There needs to be a demilitarization. There needs to be a out-of-bloc status, a neutral status for Ukraine. And yes, obviously, no NATO to begin with, not even to end with, but to begin with. And absolutely no NATO status for Ukraine. Because yes, it is not the war that Donald Trump started. It is the war that he inherited from the previous administration. And no, it is not. And it hasn't been a conflict between two sovereign nations, not from day one, not from 2014, when Joe Biden's administration members were in Kiev stoking this conflict, pouring millions and billions of dollars into this conflict. I mean, yes, of course he wants to stop the conflict. He wants to also stop the drain that money is flowing into and has been flowing into American dollars, American consultants on Ukrainian soil. And we've seen those consultants, some of them actually have already not made it out. And I'm sure you know of those. Hopefully the American media is reporting this. This isn't about the people. It is, again, about the money, and it is about power from Donald Trump's perspective. It has never been about the people. the Democratic administration started a conflict and it poured a lot of gasoline on this conflict for many years. So this meeting, and I do, Arnab, to answer your question, I do believe that the one thing that I would expect out of it is a next meeting. That is, I wouldn't expect for, the miracle that kind of all the media in the world are hoping for to happen. I mean, it is a scenario, but I wouldn't necessarily bet on it.
So the point is, you're going to have to be very careful in dealing with with Vladimir Putin, because he's an unpredictable kind of person, Pastor. Donald Trump, whether we like it or not, is a predictable person because he reveals his mind. Sometimes he reveals more than he should.
I think the president has been very predictable in this conflict.
And now Vladimir Putin is unpredictable. So how do you deal with Vladimir Putin? Suppose he says that this is my red line. Adele, let me get you in on this along with Dr. Lauren, please. Suppose Putin says, my red line is, make it clear that you will not support any future Ukrainian bid to enter NATO. The whole world will say America retreated under Putin's pressure. In those circumstances, do you think Trump will agree to such a condition? Let's hear from the other side, from Israel. Dr. Lauren, what do you think? Will Trump agree to such a red line by Putin?
So just first of all, just want to say Independence Day. Happy Independence Day for India. It's very important.
Thank you.
And from my point of view, I think Trump again is unpredictable. And I just saw the tweet that is published that he had a wonderful talk with the highly respected Putin. I mean, I don't understand what Trump would really want from Putin and where is going with this war. I always thinking about the Sindoor operation, that how Trump react and say that he moderate between India and Pakistan. So I never understand really what is really a option and vision for this NATO and the Indo-Pacific, the other side. I think if Trump will give Putin whatever he wants, it will make NATO very weak, and the Europe will go to World War III. I think Trump just want to go to this way, and I don't think he understand full all the issue, like what is going to be after his meeting with Putin and what is going to give him. And I don't see how Trump gives Putin a lot of red lines. I just see how Trump gives Putin whatever he wants. And it makes Zelensky in a very weakness situation. And it's going to be effect even on the Indo-Pacific, even on India. So we need to be careful what Trump's going to do.
I think the US has already boxed itself in because it's not being able to hurt the Russian economy enough. Adele, from where you are, how do you view the likely scenarios today?
So respectfully, going back to Operation Sindoor and the way that the Trump administration and State Department handled that, I think if anyone was following it, they would see that the United States has strategic economic interests in Pakistan, in addition to intelligence sharing. Of course, the way that it was handled wasn't to the benefit of India, which isn't a direct ally of the U.S., but it is definitely an ally and a friend. And of course, anyone who understood that would see why Trump negotiated the way he did. The U.S. has strategic interests in Pakistan. That said, it did bring an end to the conflict there. I don't think it's comparable to the situation here, though, by any means or standards. Trump, contrary to the doctor respectfully, what she said, Trump is very predictable. I have to go with Arnab on this. Trump says what he does, and he does what he says for the most part. And I think that, if anything, you can kind of compare this to the Nagorno-Karabakh situation, where, of course, internationally, Nagorno-Karabakh is recognized as Azerbaijani territory, and now it officially has become the territory of Azerbaijan. In this sense, however, Crimea isn't recognized internationally by, as Russian territory. I think in this scenario, though, Trump is there to make a deal. Of course, he has a Nobel Peace Prize in place. I mean, if Barack Obama got it, why doesn't Trump? He should also, for what he's done. I think at the end of the day, everyone has to realize that every single world leader is a puppet. I think that some lesser than others, but I think Zelensky is the biggest puppet of all, if you want to talk about it. That said, President Trump is seeking to essentially, what I think is going to happen here is this. I think there's basically three interlocking factors that could potentially realistically hinge on Crimea's future. I think in the short term, there's a most likely trajectory where in the short term, maybe Russia will hold on to it militarily. Crimea is really too fortified for a straight Ukrainian ground assault.
I don't know. One minute. Just pause there. Adele, I do not think Crimea is up for discussion. That is 2014. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Adele, that may be what America may want. I do not think that Vladimir Putin is going to sit across a table and even seek, sort of a certification on Crimea. Tatiana, what do you think? I mean, is Crimea on the table? I mean, does he want recognition for Russian control over Crimea? Tatiana to Adele.
Crimea is not just not on the table. It's not in the same building as the table. Let me put it very, very clearly. It's going to be on the table probably the same time when... I don't know what is the most preposterous thing that could happen. We can ask our vis-a-vis from Israel if they're gonna give up some territories. What can they give up to the Palestinians that would create the same reaction? No, look, Adele, this is very plain and simple.
I think
there is not going to be any discussion over Crimea ever.
I don't think you understand, Natasha. I said I think Russia is going to maintain control over it. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't think you understood. Secondly, I'd like to also point out, I don't think we'd be in this situation if Trump was president in 2020. I don't think the war would have gone on for as long as it had. I don't think that, the situation where America was even involved remotely would have happened. Trump would have put a stop to this a long time ago. I think he and Putin have a much better understanding and relationship. So I think there was a misunderstanding there. I never said that it was up for. I don't think it's going to be revert back. That's what I'm trying to say. I think what's done is done, and I think that if the U.S. hadn't been involved or fomented this the way that it had, I don't think that, to be honest with you, we'd be having this conversation right now because. Honestly, if this had started the way it did, I think Russia would have taken control and things would have advanced.
The difference is, Adele, the difference is I think Trump wants to do business. He wants the Nobel Prize. He does not care about Ukraine. He does not care about whether they join NATO, don't join NATO, whether they go down the drain, whether Russia uses them as a buffer, Europe uses them as a buffer. So he's very easy for Putin to negotiate with. Putin wants territory.
He is, absolutely. Look,
Putin wants territory, he's going to get it.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not up for negotiation. I think that Putin has won this war. I think Russia has won this war.
Alexander, Adele says Putin has already won this war.
I mean, first of all, I wanted to wish my motherland a happy independence.
Thank you.
And like I always said, it's a privilege, and I am proud of my heritage. Well, President Trump, we all know that he's on the way to Alaska. He's on board Air Force One right now. So he had a gaggle that came out. He said, I'm not doing this for my health. I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our own country. But I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. That is what he wants. And that is what he is going to do. Whether Putin thinks that he won or Zelensky thinks he won, I don't know about that. They could think whatever they want. But they should realize that everybody on the show, for Ukraine, whoever, for Russia, we all should agree that the blood and wealth that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their own people. So
Absolutely.
on that aspect, on the US...
Yeah, but Alexander, you're going to have to satisfy Russia. You're going to have to satisfy a very hungry Russia. Or it wants a guarantee from America. It wants a guarantee from America that America will not bluff them about Ukraine. So I go back to this, Pastor C. Pastor,
let me finish it.
Pastor,
Anab, let me finish this. Listen, President Trump is dealing with one of the hardest foreign policy situations, and it looks like he might be successful. Biden, Obama, Bush, you name any of them, they could have never done something like this because this conflict should never have started.
This conflict was started by America, which wanted to use Ukraine to further its interests and to fuel its war machine.
We all agree. All the panelists said that this conflict was started under Biden administration. And if President Trump was in the office, this would not have never happened. Or if it happened for any chance, it would have ended long time ago. There is no doubt about it. And the negotiations started a long time ago, immediately after the United. You always said
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing, whether you agree or not. I'll tell you something. America has already lifted sanctions on Russia, Pastor, even before this meeting has happened, because the US Treasury Department suspended the sanctions on Russian transactions required to organize this upcoming meeting in Alaska. You authorized all the transactions required, which were otherwise prohibited, to allow these talks. So in a way, Pastor, it's a creeping acquisition by Russia.
Yes.
It's a creeping, and let me tell you one thing. Right now, sometime back, Putin paid his respects at a memorial which symbolized cooperation between the USSR and the US during World War II. Yeah. He made a rare appearance at a monument honoring US cooperation during World War II. So Putin is doing all the right things in terms of theatrics, atmospherics, setting the stage. But the hard bargaining when it happens in the room is not theatrics. He's going to walk away, I think, Pastor, with the land he wants. What do you think, Deepak? This is getting very interesting, Deepak. Vora, very interestingly poised.
You're spot on, sir, and you've said it. I couldn't put it better than my colleague from Russia has said. He's won the game already, sir. Everything has been agreed. It's just the documents that have to be signed and many more debates on television about who won and who did what. But the game is over as far as I'm concerned. As far as I see it, Vladimir Putin, who's a former KGB spy master, whatever you say about him, he has won. He's won hands down. And the other gentleman who is going to be sitting opposite gets what he wants. And what does he want? Get out of Ukraine. I don't want to waste any more money on these guys. And I want that wretched Nobel Prize. So happy birthday, everybody.
So ceasefire on Russia's terms?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Status quo, as is, where is basic. I've seen this. I'm 52 years in diplomacy. I'm 74 years young. I've seen this time and again, that it happens, everybody makes a lot of noise, and then suddenly it says, all right, guys, status quo, let's now separate, go back home, have coffee, and then I love you guys.
And he puts the onus after that on Trump to complete the transaction that he wants.
That's right, sir. That's right. Absolutely. This is called gaslighting, and he's a master.
Trump goes back to negotiate with Zelensky, saying, listen, Putin wants this, you better give it to him.
No.
Zelensky doesn't matter.
That did not happen in the past. Did that happen in the past?
The next meeting, tell me one thing. In the next meeting, Zelensky is ornamental. He will be brought in and Trump will bully Zelensky even more. Only he will do it in Putin's presence for Putin.
No. It's not one-sided. This is not Vladimir Putin calling all the shots. This is Trump and Putin negotiating without Zelensky having a seat at the table. I think it's better, to be honest with you, it's more beneficial to end this war, as horrible it looks optics-wise, to have Zelensky not at this table. And I think everyone who is on the side of reality...
But Adele, let me present another scenario. The dollar has tumbled to its lowest in 3 years. It's sliding through April, May, June. And Trump's tariff war, his erratic trade moves, they've rattled the market, they've driven capital outflows, the US economy is facing slowing growth, lots of inflation. You know,
USD to INR was 87 to 87.65 today. You telling me dollar is fumbling?
Yes. I am telling you that the US economy is really slowed down. You have huge inflationary pressures abroad. There is a 10% drop in the greenback.
Doctor, I'm an American. I know the U.S. economy is not as strong as it once was.
Since you are an American, and you say you know the U.S. economy very well, then you would know that the Russian economy expanded by 4.3% last year. UK by 1.1, US by 2.8.
But do you know what, Arnab, if I may say, the US will bounce back.
That's what I'm telling you.
Adele, you can say, I don't believe the Russian propaganda. These are Russian figures. But Russia claims that its economy is outgrowing all the G7 nations, including Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, and US.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I have not visited Russia. I don't know. I haven't been there to see anything myself, so I can't really tell if it's the truth.
Anyway,
it's probably inflated, to be honest with you. I don't think their economy has grown that much, to be honest with you. That said, I think that the removal of sanctions on Russia as a result of this deal and others will certainly probably help Russia gain internationally, economically. I can tell you, I know of Russian expats, oligarchs who have fled the country because they are worried about their net worth being seized and taken over. But that said, I don't think that this is, I think this presents an opportunity for Russia to gain on the international stage economically. I really do. I think that's what we're going to see.
But you see, Adele, Trump really wants the Nobel Peace Prize.
Of course.
And he might undercut Ukraine as part of that aspiration. Now, he wants the Nobel Peace. I'm telling you, I first thought it was a joke. 1 minute, like all of you, I thought that he's joking about it. He's using it as a metaphor just to talk. But of late, I'm surprised when a Pakistani army chief is giving him a nomination and he's accepting it. He wants it. And he really feels that if he can cut through this, he's going to be nominee number 1, the first seat for the Nobel Peace Prize.
It's so comical.
I think that there's definitely...
Okay, you think it's comical? You think it's wanting the Nobel Peace Prize is comical?
For me to listen to all of these commentators talk.
Pastor, I thought it was comical, but it's actually serious.
I'm the only person on the show that has real conversations with the president.
Okay, you're the only one on the show who has real conversations with Trump's over to you.
That knows this man perfectly. And everybody that's talking, you're talking out of assumptions, you're guessing, you're looking at news bits, you're looking at newsreels, and you're coming up with your own conclusions, and it's laughable, right? The president is not predictable that you say he is. And I'm an American too, and our economy is doing better right now. Obviously, we knew we was going to go into a little downside because of these tariffs. But again, President Trump is playing the long game, not the short game, like Obama and Biden. And so the reality of it is, President Trump is not President Biden or Obama. He's playing the long game economically. So we're tired of people using the United States, and you may be one of those, I don't know who you are, but you may be one of those liberals who got Trump syndrome, who believes anything and everything Trump does is wrong. But the reality of it is, we've been used by the world. And if you're an American and loyal to your country, you should want to make sure that Americans come ahead for the long term, not some short-term gain that Obama and Biden and other Democrats have done and using our economy and allowing the global economy to grow. will. So yes, we knew this was going to happen. We predicted this was going to happen, but it's not going to stay this way. It's going to go forever. Now, in regards to Ukraine and Russia, the president is not playing games. President Trump is not playing games. He's not being outmaneuvered by Putin. He's not being outmaneuvered by the Kremlin. He knows exactly
we have
what
live coverage from
and
Alaska
at the end of the day, we have a very big stick called the U.S. economy, and we have a very big stick that the president will use if Putin does not have to play games. The president made it very clear. I'll know Putin within the first 2 minutes. If he's coming to play games, then I'm going to change. I'm going to shift gears. At the end of the day, the killing is going to stop. Peace is going to happen, and it's all going to happen.
A Russian and American can actually agree, and me and Adele
the American people or the Democrats didn't steal the election, this would have never happened. Because they know that Donald Trump is not predictable. He does what he says he's going to do.
Can you
but
guys
you never
remove the
know
pastor
exactly what he's going
respectfully?
to
He
do.
won't stop talking. He's very annoying.
I'd like to promote the fact that from 10
Listen,
o'clock
you're annoying
onwards, we have
too.
live
You sound
coverage
like
from
Karen
Alaska.
with an annoying voice who just talks and have no resolutions. You may be one of those retards who are in Washington, D.C., who like the guy who works for the DOJ who hit the cops with the Subway sandwich and takes off running. That's okay.
I need to make something clear here.
You may be
for the
okay
audience,
with ICE
viewers.
not arresting illegals who are killing people who are here in our nation illegally, and ICE is doing their job, getting them back to the country.
Adele, can I say something to him, please? Adele, just wait. Pull back for a minute, Adele. I know how to control the pastor better than anyone else. Pastor, listen to me. Pastor, listen to me. Pastor, listen. Now, of all the people in the room, I'm the only one who has personal experience of dealing with Pastor Mark Burns. Pastor, listen. Pastor, listen. We feel bad for you. We empathize and feel sorry for you for all the problems you're going through in America, but your problems are not our problems.
I feel sorry for you too.
Yeah, your problems are not our problems.
About President, and I'm very proud
the fact is, in Trump's own words,
today is going to be a big day.
In Trump's own words, as Trump said once famously, Deepak, as Trump said once,
this is going to end good for the Ukrainian people.
And Tatiana, as Trump said once to Zelensky, and look how karma hits back. You don't have the cards right now. You're in trouble. You need to get out of this. So you're looking for an exit route, and you're asking Putin to give you an exit route. Putin's going to give you an exit route if you give him all the land. Simple. It is true.
I really did hit a guy.
He's going to take all the land, 20% of Ukraine. He's going to tell you to make it neutral territory. He's going to tell you to lift sanctions. He's going to tell you to lift sanctions, and you're going to have to agree to that.
Arnab, I have to add something here. President Trump is not, he's a very intelligent man. He is not someone to be pushed around. He makes his own decisions. I want to make that clear. He is not taking direction from Vladimir Putin. I can guarantee that.
Absolutely.
That said, President Trump has inherited a very nasty, ugly situation from the Democratic administration that previously had power. That has to be made clear to everyone here and to your viewers, okay?
I'm not saying he will take directions, but I'm not saying I think he's a very tough man. I think he's a tough negotiator. Lauren,
I know the president.
Dr. Lauren, please, Dr. Lauren.
It's not working to blame Biden every time. Something is not working for you.
State Department invited. Absolutely, I do, and I will continue to. May the God make him recover from his
about what you think the president is thinking.
May I get Tatiana back into the debate?
Dr. Lauren, look, I am here in Moscow, which I would very gladly invite Adele to. It's a beautiful city, and you'll actually understand more about Russian economy once you've visited. That it's actually flourishing. It's one of the most beautiful cities. I was very actually happy to have come back from Israel. Because everything works here in Moscow compared to Tel Aviv. So let me just tell you this.
In Tel Aviv, it's working very
seeing
well.
A Russian person and an American person actually agreeing, and yet you're saying, look, let's not blame Joe Biden. Well, let's maybe hold
you cannot blame him every time something wrong happened in the United States. It's not working. I mean,
it's not about the United States. This is about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden washing money off in Ukraine. I mean, Jesus, I'm still suffering from everything pertaining to Joe Biden and his family. As a journalist, I had to suffer through the contents of his laptop, and it traumatized me for life. What are we talking about? Joe Biden is completely culpable in this conflict, and his son.
What you say?
Now an artist.
What you say basically that Trump is very good for Putin. Okay.
And we're completely missing a very important point. There's a lot of business to be made in these talks, which is what I've been telling you from the very beginning. It is not about the Ukrainian people. It is not about Ukraine. This is about business. I don't believe you've seen this, but there's just, the leader of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, he's also traveling to Alaska. He's also in the negotiations. He's just said it, the dialogue between Russia and the US is aimed at reestablishing bilateral connections, bilateral relationships. There's a lot of money to be made in these relationships. There's a lot to be made to mend the global economy.
I've just been told that there's been a conversation between Donald Trump and the Belarus
Yes, it happened.
President Lukashenko.
About an hour ago,
and Lukashenko has extended an invitation to Donald Trump. So they're already setting the stage for stage 2. Now, Lukashenko, old friend of Vladimir Putin, which means is all set. This is as good, I would say, Deepak and back with Tatiana, this is as good as Trump going to Moscow. So this is already stage 2. So Trump has agreed to go to Belarus. And that means stage 2 will happen very quickly. Maybe within days and weeks.
I think so. Go ahead, Tatiana, if you'd like to talk about that.
So this is moving fast, Deepak, very fast.
Yes.
Tatiana?
That's why I said that the one thing that I would expect out of this negotiation formally, and we cannot confirm or deny, we know that President Trump apparently has accepted the invitation, that was on the news already. However, until he confirms that he's actually traveling to Belarus, we can't confirm that there is a second meeting completely agreed upon. But yes, it would be a very nice kind of continuation because, President Putin didn't travel to Washington. He traveled to Alaska, which, as you remember, used to be Russian and then was sold to the US. So it's a very kind
Why do I get a feeling that Putin has gamed this and Trump is agreeing? Why do I get a feeling, Deepak Vora, that this whole thing has been gamed by Putin as Trump is agreeing to every stage?
Well, yes, because, sir, I wanted to ask our colleague from Moscow, a city which I love, and I've been there several times. What does President Trump want from Russia? Russia is not saying, listen, America, get off the number 1 spot. We want to take it. China is saying that. Why is he angry with Russia? Over Ukraine? Come on, sir. What has America been doing in a number of countries? How many people are they concerned about who are dying? I'm not getting into names. But that's not an argument.
Did they care about the people in Vietnam? Did Pastor Mark Burns care about the people in Afghanistan? Did Pastor Mark Burns care about the people in Sudan? Did Pastor Mark Burns care about the people in Iraq? Don't give me that, Pastor. Don't use people. No, it's not something to laugh at. Don't use people. Don't use people.
You make me so laugh.
Don't use
You're
people.
so comical to me. That's why I love coming to your show. This is like the greatest laugh that I can get when you start targeting me out. Like I have a say in all of this. I just talk to the president and I give him my.
No, you keep talking about
my
conscience.
opinion.
What happened to your conscience, American conscience, in those scenarios when you use nerve gas?
Well, again, the reality
what happened
of it
to your
is
conscience
President
when you
Trump
bombed Hiroshima?
President Trump did not do that in Afghanistan.
Which President Trump
Joe
threatened to do a second
right,
time?
And Obama. This was President Trump was getting us out of Afghanistan. Again, removing.
Come on, I'm talking about America. You try to divide yourself between this party and that.
And so now I do remember us supporting Afghanistan to defeat Russia. I remember that. I remember
you scampered out of Afghanistan with Afghans holding on to the wheels of your bomber planes.
Was attacking another nation like they're trying to do.
You didn't even take
Ukraine,
the interpreters or the people who worked for you. You threw them away.
What's not there, so that
the Taliban could kill them.
Taking what's not theirs. They have a history of going after innocent, weaker people and taking what's not theirs. And so they're doing the same thing to the Ukrainian people. They're trying to do it in Georgia, and we know they're doing it in Moldova. They'll go after the Baltic states next, and and then Article 5 is issued, and now we're in World War III. And that's what President Trump is trying to prevent. So you may call it like President Trump showing a sign of weakness. No, this is politics, sir. This is negotiation, and he's a master negotiator. And I'm sorry, you've never operated at that level, so you're only speaking hearsay. You never met the man. You never had a conversation with the man. You never been in the same room. Matter of fact, nobody on this panel has ever been.
I have actually.
But
I've
you're
been in the
speaking
same
based
room,
off of.
Well, Adele is sitting back. Adele.
You're speaking based off. You're speaking based off of. I'm going to finish my statement, Arnab. You're speaking based off of assumption. Don't keep cutting my microphone down, all right? Because that's.
Who's cutting your microphone? These are all imagined things. Why should I cut your microphone?
Now, so I cannot hear. But the reality of it is, President Trump is not predictable. He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do. Our goal is to make sure that American boys and women are not fighting Russia directly. That's why the NATO conversation is a real deal.
But that's why he won again, Pastor Burns, because people know what they're getting with him. That's why he won.
Right.
Because America wants to know what they're getting, and that's beautiful. And I've been in the same room with President Trump, and his energy is amazing, and he is the leader that America needed. There's no doubt about that. I have to say, though, look, I think the president will respect me for this also, for saying that, look, at the end of the day, whoever is at the table has the power to negotiate. And at the end of the day, what happened you want to talk about Arnab, Afghanistan? Of course, the Taliban shouldn't have had a seat at the table, right? That's what's done is done. But regarding, just to pivot to an earlier topic, the reason why this summit is being held in Alaska at the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson is because it was crucial to U.S. efforts to counter the then Soviet Union during the Cold War. This is all symbolic. This is done strategically for a reason. That's the reason it was held there.
Okay. This is all very much a cliffhanger situation. We are loving this. I'd like to remind our viewers that we have our reporters in Alaska, and we are continuing our analysis. And we are getting the latest pictures as well for the Alaska summit, and we'll be here through the night. Until tomorrow morning, you can get the latest updates on the big meeting here on Republic. So live coverage after a very short commercial break.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा।
Alaska is getting ready for the most important meeting that probably ever happened at this state. There is a lot of anticipation. Many media from around the world came here. It will happen inside of the military base because they want it to be secure. It is a very sensitive meeting. Nick Kolyohin reporting for Republic TV. Russian journalists and Russian delegation already starting to come to Anchorage, Alaska, and there is a feel in the air that Russia and the United States are becoming closer and closer again. Trump wants to make a deal with Putin to conclude the war in Ukraine. Trump understands, as well as Putin, that they can do a lot of business, and it is much better for both superpowers to have a good relationship and to thrive together instead of continue those meaningless wars. Nick Kolyohin, especially for Republic TV from Alaska, the United States of America.
Hello and welcome you. You're watching a special coverage of that historic meeting that's all set to take place between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And this is going to happen in Anchorage in Alaska in a short while from now. Over the next few hours, we're going to take you through an in-depth coverage as to what could be the outcome of this meeting, which is expected to begin around 1 o'clock India time. This meeting, according to the Kremlin, could last for about 6 to 7 hours. That's the projection that has been made by Kremlin. As far as United States of America is concerned, a short while back, en route to Alaska, President Trump says that he is going to strike a deal. I want to begin with that first statement that was made by President Trump with regards to what exactly does he really foresee the outcome of this particular meet. A lot at stake at this point in time as both the world leaders come together. Whether at all this will mark an end to the war that's taking place in Ukraine. With Ukraine not being on the negotiating table, what does that really mean? All that and much more. Republic TV, the only South Asian network to be live from Alaska. In a short while from now, we'll go across to a report on the ground to get you a sense of what's really building up before that historic meet. But first up, this is what the president had to say a short while back.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week, 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile. But over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Well, in fact, joining me on this special coverage is my senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, all eyes on both the world leaders meeting, but at the same time, a wary Europe at this point in time. We've heard already the statements that have been made by the European leaders, particularly hoping that there would be a trilateral meeting following this meeting that takes place in Alaska. A quick recap of what we know so far.
Well, it seems that the advanced parties, the delegations have already reached Anchorage and Alaska, Shawan, and both the presidents are on their way. It takes about, I've checked, about 7.5-hour flight from Washington, D.C. To Anchorage, and for President Putin, from where he has become airborne, it's about 4 hours of flight to Alaska. And so both would be reaching roughly around the same time. And I think they have actually timed it in a manner that President Trump can receive President Putin on U.S. soil in person at the airport. So essentially what we are seeing is really in terms of build-up, both sides have gone the extra mile, so to say, to get the optics right, get the chemistry right, get the momentum going, and of course get the mood in place, so to say, Shawan, because we got those pictures a while back of President Putin visiting a war memorial of World War II in Moscow, Shawan, and I think Putin was sending a message that there was a time in the past when the two nations have collaborated, and maybe this is the time now again to collaborate. So I think the mood has been set, the setting is there, and the two leaders are airborne. They should be arriving in a couple of hours.
Well, in fact, the choice of the venue, a military base where President Trump and Vladimir Putin would be meeting. Why exactly? That's also very interesting, given the point that this was one very place which was with the Russians back in as the USSR. But the reality is also this, that a lot is at stake right now for the American president. The man who had promised that after coming to power, within the next few days, he would have been able to bring an end to the war. But that's not really happened. And now you have President Trump calling Vladimir Putin a smart man. Yeah. And he's saying that I'm here to make a deal.
Sure.
In fact, go ahead.
Trump has been sort of a fanboy for Putin for most of the times.
And in fact, if you see the memes, that's a clear example of where it stands today. A short while back,
I think Zelensky would be so scared tonight.
Absolutely, because here you have President Zelensky, who's had multiple meetings with the European leaders, hoping that he would find a place at the negotiating table. But it seems things are not really panning out the way he had expected. Perhaps it's one of the biggest challenges that President Zelensky faces at this point in time. But let me quickly get a word from our colleague Nick, who's joining us from outside the military base. Nick, all eyes on that meeting that's going to take place. First, I want to begin by asking you the schedule of both the leaders. The breaking news coming in, a confirmation from the Kremlin that President Trump will be receiving President Vladimir Putin, and that too at the airport itself. And President Putin has been quite notorious when it comes to meeting on time. Kremlin actually made it very clear that this time President Putin is going to be right on time for that meeting. Give us a sense of what's really happening there, and perhaps you can show us around what's really the mood like right now on the ground as far as this meeting is concerned.
Yeah, that's right. Here behind me is a runway where the President of the United States and also the President of Russia will land. And it's just about 1 kilometer more or less from here inside of the military base. But we can't cross this blue line that you can see here on the road. The media can stand just here, but inside is a very secured military base, the biggest military base in Alaska in the whole state. And both leaders are expected to land at about 10 a.m., 11 a.m., the local time. If it will be on time, it will be really soon. And the meeting will continue for about more or less 7 hours. This is the program. And in these hours, for at least probably 4 hours, Trump and Putin will be alone in the room, maybe just with translators. They don't want to have even personal staff inside because they want to build a confidence between themselves and maybe to reach a deal without any interruption from people or some other distraction. And there's a lot of security here. People are waiting for this moment. And also you can see here behind me already some protesters coming with the flags of Ukraine. They are going to protest against this meeting. Maybe you can see here behind me, they are the first ones, but many will come later on. They also protested yesterday, but also there will be protests for this meeting that there are many people, indigenous people and other people here that are supporting this meeting and thinking this is a good idea, that Alaska, this land will bring a peace in Ukraine. And you can see already military are standing here behind me, and they are watching everybody, monitoring and keeping this place secure and safe. Many people in Europe, in Ukraine, don't want this meeting to happen. They're afraid that Putin and Trump will conclude the war in Ukraine. They will stop it and maybe even restore a good relationship between both countries. The United States of America and Russia have a lot of history of a good relationship. It's going back to the beginning of the 19th century when Russia helped the United States during the War of Independence, during the war against the British Empire, etc. And after that, the United States helped to Russia during the famine in the beginning of the 20th century. Both superpowers jointly defeated Nazi Germany and their allies in Europe and Japan. After that, in the beginning of the Cold War, the relationship deteriorated, but in the 90s, after the dissolvement of the USSR, the relationship again became good between Yeltsin and Bill Clinton. And after that, it continued to evolve and become better and better until the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And after that, the invasion in 2022. But Trump calls it Biden war, and Trump determined to finish this war because he is saying too much people dying and we must stop it. And maybe today it will be a historical meeting in which this war will end. And maybe
Nick,
even Trump will receive a prize, Nobel Prize for that.
In
yes,
fact,
back to you.
If the messaging that has come in from the White House, Abhishek, is that one way that if at all they are supposed to do any sort of business with Russia, that would only be with some sort of a commitment coming in from Russia with regards to bringing an end to the war. But it seems the Russians are looking at something else. The composition of the delegation itself indicates something else. But before we get into the details of it, some more breaking news now coming in. A short while back, en route to Alaska, where President Trump had a conversation with Putin's very close aide, that is Belarusian President Lukashenko. In fact, in the call that President Trump had, he has now described it as a friendly talk that has happened with the Belarusian president. What's important to point out here is that an invitation has been extended to President Trump for a visit to Minsk. That's also another point coming in. Whether at all they are looking at another neutral location where a follow-up meeting could actually take place. Is that the setting that's really taking place, Abhishek?
Minsk is where it all began. Remember the Minsk Accords of 2015 between Putin and Europe and the West, essentially, again on Ukraine, and now exactly 10 years later, we have the meeting happening in Alaska, but Minsk getting in between. President Trump, while on the way to Anchorage, had that phone call, Shawan, thanking Belarusian president. Okay, another breaking. President Putin has entered the American airspace for the first time in 10 years. A Russian president, and a Russian president happens to be Putin for the last 10 years, entering American airspace, Shawan.
It's a massive diplomatic victory for Kremlin, because if you remember, from 2022, the position that Washington had taken by imposing multiple sanctions on the Russians, and also indicating that there could be no meeting between an American president and President Putin, now seems to have completely collapsed. That entire thing, that the entire order that they were basically trying to create, and there was no possibility of a meeting, that's happening now. The meeting of an American president and Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have the Trump bite again, where he's really setting the agenda. He's sort of trying to escalate, but that's always like typical Trump, kabhi ha, kabhi na, sometimes cool.
I believe there is also more breaking news coming in. President Zelensky has just spoken. I believe that's in Ukrainian, but just a quick recap of what we know so far in terms of the positions that have been taken. President Zelensky, in fact, has also spoken to some of the European leaders, extremely worried as to what exactly is going to happen in that meeting when you have President Putin, a former KGB officer, actually having a direct meeting with President Trump. In fact, this is what President Trump had to say. This was en route to Alaska, when he was asked on multiple issues, for instance, whether at all there's going to be a business deal or not. Listen in to what President Trump had to say.
How are you? What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, something's going to come of it. I notice he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business?
Will you do business? We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, dead like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean by thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week after.
You're looking at what rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
Is he over there? Isn't he a gentleman?
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, in fact, there's more breaking news now coming in terms of what does the White House really expect. Niranjan is also joining us on this broadcast. The breaking news now coming in. In fact, if at all the talks fail, you have President Trump, Niranjan, now indicating that he's simply going to walk out. Yeah. So whether at all, Abhishek, if the meeting lasts for an hour, it seems that things are moving. If it does not, it's a clear indication that the talks have completely failed.
Well, going by Trump's own quote, it's 2 minutes, not 1 hour even. He said, I will go in and in 2 minutes I will know whether I can do business with the guy.
Interesting diplomacy right now. In fact, Nick is also going to join us from outside the military base where the meeting is going to take place. Nick, you have President Trump now making it very clear. Within 2 minutes, if he actually does not get what he wants, he's going to walk out. A walkout means nothing really working out. What's the indication that you have really got from the Americans? Because you've been there for the last 24 hours. You've spoken to a few people. Give us a sense of, while you have been interacting with others, what's the sense? Are they really hopeful that something could happen? Or are they as pessimistic as the Europeans are right now?
There is a lot of optimism in the air, and people thinking that maybe this time, actually, both leaders of the superpowers will conclude the war in Ukraine and they will restore a better relationship. And this is the sense that I got from both countries. And you can see that there are also not just military experts, but also economical experts that are coming with both delegations, because they want to speak about business as well, about a lot of opportunities that are coming along with a better relationship, and not just about war. But you can see that there are some protesters here that are against this meeting, that they don't want a peace on the terms of Putin and Trump. They just want Russia to retreat back to its territory, or for Ukraine to continue to fight until it will win the war, as they can see it. The people of Alaska themselves, many of them have a heritage of Russia, because it used to be a Russian America until the middle of the 19th century. In the middle of the 19th century, it was sold to the United States just for $7.2 million. In the beginning, the United States thought it was a bad deal. But after that, in the end of the 19th century, the gold rush area started. And then the United States understood that they made a great deal. After that, they also found here oil and other resources. And now this is the way also to the Arctic. Alaska making the United States Arctic nation. And in the Arctic, there are many trillions of dollars. By the estimation of Russia, almost $20 trillion are under the ocean, the Northern Ocean in the Arctic. And maybe this is part of the deal, will be to think how they can cooperate in reaching those rare minerals. This is a big trouble for the United States because of rivalry with China. And maybe this is something also that they will speak about today.
Yeah, okay. In fact, Abhishek, interestingly, Nick, before actually landing in Alaska, was in Moscow. So it will be interesting to also get a sense of, what is it the Russians have had to say. He's been interacting from both sides. So we've got a, interesting panel also, Niranjan.
Yeah.
Nick, I'll request you to stay on, because we have a panel of guests who are also joining us on this broadcast. I would also want to get a quick word from you with regards to your interactions with the Russians.
They expect this war to end because they think they have a lot of opportunity with the United States. Also, the Russian people, they are living under sanctions for 3.5 years, and it's really bad to the Russians because they can't use all the Western things that they used before. The SWIFT is not working, so they can't transfer money, and also all the services, the social media, all the other Western services, like even Office of Microsoft, all of that is not working in Russia. And now also the WhatsApp will stop to work soon. And this is why Putin understands the Russian people want their life as it was before. They were part of the Western world, and they want to be there again. They don't want to have a trouble to go to Europe with those visas that are not issued almost anymore to them. And there is a lot of frustration in the Russian public because of this war, because it makes their life really hard. And I think all of that, making Putin and his team understand that now they need to find a deal with Trump. They need to do some concession because it is better for Russia now to stop the war. They have much more to win if they will stop the war. And if the war will continue, it will not be good to neither party.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Should we go across to our panelists who are joining us? Let's introduce them. Volodymyr Solovian. He has a PhD in philosophy, Ukraine Crisis Media Center, joining us live from Ukraine. So we have a Ukrainian perspective on the show as well. Anand Ahuja, who's a Republican co-founder, Indian Americans for Trump, live from New York. Charles Kopchan will be joining us in a short while from now. David Kay is also joining us live this evening. I'd like to start with Volodymyr. Volodymyr, I'm getting in some more news now, and this is the Russian media and also the US media, both reporting on this as we speak, that Trump's special envoy for Ukraine, whose name is Keith Kellogg, who looks at everything US and Ukraine, will not be at the US-Russia summit. A senior US official has explained to the US media and also to Russian media that Trump's special envoy, Kellogg, is perceived by the Russian side as being sympathetic to Ukraine, adding that could have made his presence counterproductive in the meeting. So clearly it appears that Russia is getting its way in how this meeting is designed in Alaska. Volodymyr, if you'd like to start with that question.
This meeting between Trump and Putin is not only about the war in Ukraine. More or less it is about reestablishing of economic ties, and I think that Russians will try to pick up Trump's interest in Russia with proposals to make investments in Alaska, to sell him rare earth materials. If you know, China imposed restrictions on shipments of rare earth to the United States, while America is still dependent on that. And I think Russians will try to play this card with Trump. And also there are many other undercovered topics which may be discussed, and Putin will try to bluff on the topic of relations with China. I think he will propose Trump restrictions, common restrictions on letting China access to Arctic, to the North Sea route. And I think this is how Russians will try to attract Trump and to dissolve his attention to the to his peace initiatives regarding ending war in Ukraine. So at this stage, I think that the main goal for both sides, and especially for the President of the United States, is to make a pressure on Putin and make him to go to the real negotiations. But obviously, such negotiations cannot be solved and cannot be done and finalized without Ukraine, because United States do not have enough leverages to make Ukraine withdraw from our territories, which Ukrainian army control. And I think that Washington clearly understand this stand, and at this point, United States do not obtain enough possibilities, even if such a desire will arise, to make a pressure on Ukraine, because we are not so dependent on United States. Ukrainian army is still capable to deter Russia, even without shipments of armory from United States.
Yeah. I'd like to go across to David Kay and Anand Ahuja as well, but just want to play out a report, Shravan, if we can take our viewers through that. The build-up to this summit in Alaska, the different statements that have come out from Putin and Donald Trump as a build-up to the summit. They're finally meeting tonight with high expectations on both sides. Here's what they have said in the build-up to this meeting.
Trade tensions, verbal volleys, and a diplomatic flashpoint have all led to one moment. The upcoming high-stakes meet between US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. On the eve of the Alaska summit, Donald Trump called his upcoming meeting with Putin big and very important.
We're going to see what happens with our meeting. We have a big meeting, and it's going to be, I think, very important for Russia, and it's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives.
Trump revealed a second, larger round of talks could soon follow, bringing Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the table, possibly with European leaders.
I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great. You know, I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult.
When asked if incentives for peace risked rewarding aggression, Trump dismissed the notion, blaming all sides for a war he insists would never have happened under him.
Oh, I don't think it's a reward. I think that what we have is a situation that should never have started, should have never started. It didn't start under me, and for 4 years it wasn't even discussed. And I could see it was going to happen after I left. I could see what was happening. Everything that we did was wrong. Everything that was done was wrong. Everybody's to blame. Putin's to blame. They're all to blame. This is a war that would have never happened.
On whether Putin holds the upper hand at the table, Trump warned that he would not allow any move to seize all of Ukraine.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
The Alaska meet, President Trump says, is only an opening act.
Tomorrow, all I want to do is set the table for the next meeting, which should happen shortly. I'd like to see it happen very quickly, very shortly after this meeting. And I'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, like we tend to find out, whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting. And if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future.
Meanwhile, in Anchorage, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov downplayed predictions. Listen in to what he had to say.
Мы никогда не загадываем ничего наперед. Мы знаем, что у нас есть аргументы, у нас есть позиция понятная, четкая. Мы будем ее излагать. Здесь уже немало сделано в ходе визитов Стивена Уиткофа. Президент об этом сказал. И Уиткоф выступал от имени президента Трампа. Надеюсь, что мы сегодня, завтра.
On the other hand, in Moscow, President Putin credited the Trump administration for what he called energetic and sincere efforts to end the war.
Рассказать о том, на каком этапе мы находимся с американской администрацией сегодняшней, которая, как всем хорошо известно, предпринимает, на мой взгляд, достаточно энергичные и искренние усилия для того, чтобы прекратить боевые действия, прекратить кризис и выйти на договоренности, представляющие интерес для всех вовлеченных в этот конфликт сторон.
With the uncertain times looming and a global churn in play, Friday's meeting in Alaska is more than just a photo op. It's a test of will, leverage, and timing. Trump says he can deliver peace. Putin says he's ready to talk. The world will now watch if the words can turn into a ceasefire or if the Russia-Ukraine war will continue to drag on.
Well, in fact, joining us on this broadcast is Anand Ahuja, a Republican co-founder of Indians Americans for Trump, David Kaye, and Charles Kupchan. Charles, many would perhaps make an inference from the delegation, from the composition of the delegation itself, particularly from the Russian side, when you have one of a close aide of President Putin, his policy advisor, part of the business delegation coming in. It seems that for the Russians, it's more about striking a business deal, hoping that things would actually change on that front. So it's not about the ceasefire, it's more about the business deal.
Well, I think that the Russians are hopeful that
if you can get a ceasefire, then they get out of the penalty box when it comes to sanctions. The United States would start trading with Russia again. American oil companies might get involved in Russia. Then Trump says, no, I don't have to impose secondary tariffs on India and China. And so I do think that the Russians are coming into this with a broader frame. It's about business. It's about arms control. It's about the broader relationship between NATO and Russia. But they don't really have a common position on the crux of the matter, which is how to get a ceasefire in Ukraine. And I see two big stumbling blocks that are probably going to blow up this meeting. One is the land swap, where, at least as we understand it, Putin is proposing that the Ukrainians pull back willingly and give the Russians the 30% of Donetsk that they don't yet have. And then the other question is, will the other side of that ceasefire line, in the Ukraine that is left free, will the Russians let it alone? Will Putin say, okay, it's gone for good, they can make their own choices about their future? Putin has given no indication that he's ready to let Ukraine be free, sovereign, independent, and secure. If that's the case, we're not even close to a deal.
David, you've also closely witnessed what's really happening on the ground. With regards to the follow-up meetings, whether at all there's going to be a trilateral or not, there's no clarity on that front. It seems for President Trump, it's more like a face saver. For President Putin, it's already a diplomatic victory, given the fact that you've had President Trump's predecessor who did not want to meet, and the fact that there couldn't have been a better meeting or a better American president for President Putin right now.
I think you described that very well. First of all, holding this meeting in Alaska, which was once part of Russia and was then purchased by the US, is symbolically very troubling because it suggests that borders are fungible. Secondly, if you listen carefully to the clips you've been playing of what Donald, who I've known and covered for almost 40 years, is saying, he is indicating he is aligned with Russia. He not only doesn't have Zelensky here, but he talks about a land swap when the Ukrainian people and their leader have said, no, we're not giving up our territory to the aggressor. Trump has said in the past that Ukraine started this war, which is absolute nonsense, because Donald creates his own reality. He makes things up and he gets his followers to believe they're true, no matter what the facts are. The most disturbing thing about the planned meeting today is that the only people in the room will be Putin and Trump and a translator who may well be Russian, not American. That's not how you do this kind of diplomatic talk. The reason you have lots of people at a long table is because a simple thing like the changing of a verb or the use of a synonym can signal something important. And Donald Trump, frankly, lacks the sophistication to pick up on things like that. And don't ever forget that 6 years ago in Helsinki, he said he trusts Putin at his word, but he doesn't trust American intelligence agencies.
Anand, David has pointed out that there is very little expectations from this particular meeting to take place. But the ramifications of, if at all, the talks fail. Multiple stakeholders, including India for that matter, because you've had President Trump taking the easy route out here, threatening for a second tariff to be brought in. So it's all jumbled up at this point in time because there is no clarity as to whether at all Ukraine is going to accept this. Of course, all indications that are coming in right now with the statement that has been put out by President Zelensky right now, it's a clear indication that it's heading towards a complete disaster.
So first of all, there may not be clarity in the public domain, but I don't think that all of a sudden Putin and Donald Trump, they said that let's go for a picnic and let's meet there in Alaska. Basically, the groundwork has already been done by their respective teams. Normally, when heads of the state, they meet for this kind of a summit, the basic framework is already done. Contracts have already been drawn. It's only a formality when heads of the state, they meet and they basically, they rash out whatever the unresolved issues are. They are just given a fine-tuning. So first of all, I don't think that clarity is not there amongst the delegations. Clarity may not be in the public domain. Secondly, the very fact, the composition, if you see, of the Russian delegate, and as you mentioned, that they are coming here with an intent to have a business deal. That reflects that Russian delegation is very, very much hopeful that they are going to get something positive out of this particular meeting. We have to understand.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has no personal interest. United States at this particular moment, if is intervening basically at the cost of its own profit. The more arms United States provide to Ukraine, the tab is going to be picked up by European Union. So basically, it's in the interest of United States not to have this peace deal and keep on selling its arms to Ukraine and keep getting money from European Union. Things were different before Donald Trump became president, because at that time, we are supplying arms to Ukraine without getting even a single penny from Ukraine. If this deal is derailed, this deal will be derailed because of Zelensky, because Zelensky will never like this deal to go forward. And some European politicians may not like this deal to go through, because war is nothing but a money-making machine for some politicians. And you have to keep in mind, if ceasefire takes place, if there is a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, Zelensky has no option but to conduct election, and he may not be president in the next election. So you have to look into people, they have their own self-interest, and you have to look into what Trump's intentions are. Trump is saying time and again that I cannot see these innocent soldiers being killed, and they are not Americans. All these innocent people, they are being killed, either are Russians or from Ukraine. So I don't understand, with that kind of mentality, if the Russian delegation is coming, and with that kind of mentality, if United States delegation is going to have this meeting, why the hell this deal will not go forward? It may not be outright outcome in the very first meeting, but I personally believe that it's a positive step, and we are going towards a very positive direction.
Yeah, stay with me, sir. We're getting in some more breaking news updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The first breaking news update wanted to tell us what Zelensky has claimed in a statement that was released a few minutes back. Zelensky, in his statement hours before the summit in Alaska between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, has claimed that Russia is striking Ukraine. He has mentioned Sumy, a Russian strike on a central market there. He's mentioned Dnipropetrovsk, strikes on cities and enterprises, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk, claiming deliberate Russian strikes. And he says the war continues. It continues precisely because there is not only no order, but also no signals from Moscow about preparing to end this war. He also says, very interestingly, that on the eve we discussed with Europeans what can really work. Everyone needs an honest end to the war. Ukraine is ready to work as productively as possible to end the war. We hope for a strong position from America. Everything will depend on this. And the Russians heed American strength, precisely strength. Now, there is a follow-up breaking to that, because I've also received the full statement of the Russian Defense Ministry, which has specifically, categorically denied these strikes. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that Ukraine's accusation of the Russian armed forces launching a strike on a market and other settlements are a deliberate provocation aimed at forming a negative media background in order to thwart the upcoming Russian-American talks in Alaska, right? Now, this is the breaking news update coming in.
Well, Niranjan, the fact of the matter is that despite all the optics going into ceasefire talks and the summit meeting that's happening in a couple of hours from now, the fact is on the ground, if anything, the battles have intensified. So while the Ukrainians are claiming that the Russians have intensified their war in Zaporizhia, for example, as you mentioned, the Russians are claiming that there have been Ukrainian missile attacks on the Kursk region. So obviously, nothing is changing on the ground till it actually changes on the ground, and that obviously depends on the chemistry that the two leaders are able to strike in the first couple of minutes, as Trump has said.
Yeah, Nick, our correspondent in Alaska, live, and he's going to be live with us through the night. sent us these reports. He was live a few minutes back. We'll get him back in a few minutes. Here's a report that he sent in the build-up to that Trump-Putin summit.
This is the blue line that the reporters are forbidden to cross because here it's too close to the army base where Putin and Trump will meet soon, and here maybe a history will be made, and there is a lot of expectations. Many people believe that both leaders have a good relationship and they will be able here to come to a conclusion of the war in Ukraine, and also maybe they will restore a good relationship between both superpowers, Russia and the United States. They have a lot of economical interests as well, and we can see that in the Russian delegation there are just one military person from the Ministry of Defense, the minister, but you have two economical experts, and it means that Russia more focused than the United States on the economy than on war, and there are a lot of potential deals and potential cooperation in the Arctic region, in a lot of other areas where both countries can cooperate together. The United States wants minerals, they want some rare materials, they also want other resources that Russia has a lot of them, but this is just one thing. There are so many other things that they can explore. Trump and Putin supposed to meet for about 4 hours alone, even maybe without their personal, so it could be a private talk that they can speak openly without any leaks, without any interruptions, and maybe they have enough confidence in each other to reach an agreement that everybody will be satisfied with, and Ukraine and Europe will need to live with that because they will understand this is the only possibility to end the war in Ukraine, the war in Europe, and without United States, NATO and European countries, Ukraine will not be able to maintain and continue this war for a long time. Nicole Yochin, especially reporting for Republic TV, Alaska, the US.
Well, in fact, it's a high-stake meeting. There are multiple stakeholders here, some within that room, some outside the room. So what are the expectations? Let me just quickly take you through the sense that we get from the multiple delegations, the delegation from the United States of America and the delegation coming in from the Russian side. So what is it that they are essentially expecting? What perhaps could be the outcome of this meeting that's happening between both sides? Now, Russian expectation, as far as the land in control right now, Russia certainly hopes that there would be no change, so there is no question of a land swap. This is the main focus here, renewed business ties with the United States of America. Remember, multiple sanctions was imposed by President Biden and, of course, the Western world on Russia to end the war, but remember, that hasn't really happened. Restricted NATO influence. Now, this has been a key concern for the Russians because this is exactly the reason why, or the trigger point for the war to begin, because remember, Ukrainians have been insisting for a NATO membership. In fact, that was seen as one of the key trigger point for this war to begin. Control of the land that has been captured. Remember, at least good 20% of the Ukrainian territory is currently under the Russians, and that is something that they would like to continue. As far as the Ukrainians are concerned, what is it that the best possible option really coming out of this particular meeting? They are hoping for an immediate ceasefire, and the fact that they want Russian troops to withdraw from their territory, more security guarantee to really come in from the Western world if at all Russians really move out. Whether at all there's going to be another war or not, that can only be protected through the security guarantees. Door open for NATO membership. They are certainly hoping that in the future they perhaps do not go through what they are going through right now. No recognition of the Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory. As I pointed out, 20% is now under the control of the Russians. Now, as far as the United States of America is concerned, this man, President Trump, has already made a declaration that was before he was elected to power. At that point in time, he had already said that once he's in power, he's going to end the war, and it's going to happen within 24 hours. That did not happen. Broker a deal for Ukraine. Now that's, again, part of it, what he says is going to be more like a solution for Ukraine. Off-ramp of the US involvement in the war. Remember, President Trump has been arguing that he no longer would like to participate in the war by providing funds as well as weapons to the Ukrainians. More business deals with Russia. Now, there too, just a short while back, he said the deal is not going to happen. No business deal is going to happen if at all there is no assurance given by the Russians. Now, this is what the sense that we have essentially got from the multiple delegations, the Russian side as well as the United States of America. As far as the Ukrainians are concerned, they are certainly looking at it with a lot of pessimism at this point in time, because Abhishek,
and fear.
A lot of fear, because they believe that if these two leaders come together and in the room together, it would essentially mean, perhaps a nail in the coffin right now for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine is on the side, as they say, when President Trump and President Putin are having their luncheon. I think we have to sit on a short break, coming back on the other side, but our overnight conversation continues on this. Niranjan and Shawan, of course, stay with me. Please be right back.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
इंडिया जोना दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद के हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
प्रतिपल जागरूक रहना पड़ता है आत्मनिर्भर होने के लिए। और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आत्मनिर्भरता का नाता सिर्फ आयात और निर्यात, रुपये, पैसे, पाउंड, डॉलर यहां तक सीमित नहीं है। इतना सीमित अर्थ उसका नहीं है। आत्मनिर्भरता का नाता हमारे सामर्थ्य से जुड़ा हुआ है। ज्यादा निर्भर रहता है, उसकी आजादी पर उतना ही बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान,
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया जोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। देशवासियों और मेरे खास करके नौजवानों और विश्व भर में भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत को समझने वाले लोगों को भी कहना चाहूंगा, इसी वर्ष के अंत तक मेड इन इंडिया, भारत की बनी हुई, भारत में बनी हुई, भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी हुई मेड इन इंडिया चिप्स बाजार में आ जाएगी। हमारे देश में 50-60 साल पहले सेमीकंडक्टर को लेकर के फाइलें शुरू हुई। 50-60 साल पहले फैक्ट्री का विचार चालू हुआ। आप मेरे नौजवानों जानकर के हैरान हो जाएंगे, आज सेमीकंडक्टर जो पूरी दुनिया की एक ताकत बन गया है, 50-60 साल पहले वो विचार, वो फाइलें अटक गई, लटक गई, अटक गई। सेमीकंडक्टर के विचार की ही भ्रूण हत्या हो गई। 50-60 साल गवा दी। हमारे बाद कई देश सेमीकंडक्टर में आज महारत हासिल करके दुनिया में अपनी ताकत को प्रस्थापित कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आज हमने उस बोझ से मुक्त होकर के मिशन मोड में सेमीकंडक्टर के काम को आगे बढ़ा है। 6 अलग अलग सेमीकंडक्टर के यूनिट्स जमीन पर उतर रहे हैं। 4 नए यूनिट्स को हमने ऑलरेडी हरी झंडी दिखा दी है, ग्रीन सिग्नल दे दिया है। और देशवासियों और मेरे खास करके नौजवानों और विश्व भर में भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत को समझने वाले लोगों को भी कहना चाहूंगा, इसी वर्ष के अंत तक मेड इन इंडिया, भारत की बनी हुई, भारत में बनी हुई, भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी हुई मेड इन इंडिया चिप्स बाजार में आ जाएगी।
Well, in fact, a rolling coverage of the historic meet between President Trump and President Putin. In fact, over the next few hours, we're going to take you through the live coverage coming in from the military base in Alaska, in Anchorage, where both the leaders are going to meet. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. President Trump has already landed in Alaska just before a short while back. He's already outlined what possibly could be the outcome. If it really works out, then the meeting is going to last for about 5 to 6 hours. Yeah. If it does not, he's already said he's going to really walk out of that particular meeting. So where does it all stack up? Now, as far as President Putin is concerned, Abhishek, you can take that over.
No, Shawan, you were saying that President Putin is famous or rather infamous for getting late. He's already late, so the scheduled time was 00 hours from Magadan, where he had to, from where he had to start. He started about an hour late, and his flight is about 38 minutes late still. Though, of course, he would be landing in about an hour's time from now, an hour and 15 minutes. But that's from the original scheduled time, it's about half an hour late. But also, Shawan, I I really want to, if you and me were covering there from Alaska, from outside that base, and for the journalists and the media team that's there, going by Trump, they don't need to speak to anyone. They just need to keep a close watch on the door. When the door opens, it's over.
It's the easiest
If the door opens early, the talks have failed. If the door opens after 4 hours, maybe some progress has happened.
Just for all our viewers, I think so. As a reporter, one would like to get an inside scoop of what's really happening in the meeting, which would essentially
the scoop is in the door.
Yeah, the scoop
at the door.
So you no longer have to really wait for anything. It's very simple there. If you just, as Abhishek was pointing out, as far as the door is concerned, if it opens as soon as possible, which means the talks have completely failed. Now, that's an interesting time today, Abhishek. In fact, why don't you just also introduce our guests who are joining us on this broadcast and take this forward, because there is a lot at stake at this point in time. Multiple countries who are also now seeing this very closely, Abhishek.
So I can see Professor David K. Johnston continuing with us. We also have Mr. Ahuja continuing with us. We are joined in by Alok Bansal. I can't see him. If you can see him. And then, of course, we have Ms. Anuradha Mitra Chenoy, former chairperson of Russian Studies at JNU. She's live from Delhi. A very good evening to you, ma'am. And if I could begin by asking you, is it not already victory in some sense for President Putin to be traveling to the United States, being received by the American president, effectively cocking a snook at the Europeans?
Yes, the victory reflects the battlefield, because that is where the real victory is evident. And in that, Russia has been gaining at a great speed now, besides the fact that they already had 20% of the 4 provinces which have already become part of the Russian Federation. But in the last few weeks, you can see the collapse of the Ukrainian front line. And I think Trump, though he calls it Biden's war, he would not like to see a defeat in on his turf at this time. And though he had just a week ago said that he was going to put bone-crushing sanctions, he has instead got this summit, which is very important. And yes, it is an important step for Putin indeed. It brings Russia back into a negotiating position, a possible restart of diplomacy, a possible divergence from a new Cold War, an improvement in, or at least some confidence building between Russia and America.
Yeah.
And maybe Europe will be left holding the Ukraine ball.
Yeah, I mean, hold my beer. That seems to be the situation insofar as Europe is concerned in the present circumstance. Alok Bansal, what's in it for India, really? We are also closely watching what's happening in Alaska. We're going to be closely watching. What are going to be possible takeaways for India, Alok Bansal?
From India's point of view, it's interesting what is the outcome and how it will impact on the tariffs, that penalty which has been imposed by President Trump. But on the other hand, one feels that if there is some sort of a breakthrough, there is also a possibility that maybe India might find itself isolated in case Russia also joins the bandwagon, as Japan and EU have joined and fallen by the wayside and have virtually kowtowed to Trump. We may find ourselves also isolated, and that's one issue. And I think that's why one would like to see what are the terms and conditions under which this deal, if at all it comes through. Because it's the fine print which is important, because what is very clear at this point of time is that Russia is gaining territory. I think what Trump is going to bargain for is swapping of territory. That is also given. But in lieu, what is he expecting from Russia apart from ceasefire? If it is status quo ante and ceasefire, you hold whatever you are holding, then I think Russia should be happy. And if it has given additional assurances that NATO will not expand eastwards and other things, and Russia would be included in G7 and all those incentives which many in the media are talking, that may see Russia-US relations improving considerably. And in that scenario, one would have to wait and watch how does Trump react to those 25% penalty which has been imposed on India, whether it is withdrawn or he persists with it. Because based on that, India's future trade relations would matter. And for India, it's a very crucial meeting, I think. So, but how it will impact can only be said once the fine print is out.
Yeah, as our coverage progresses, we would delve a little greater in detail as to what is going to be the impact of the developments in Alaska on India. But coming to Professor David K. Johnston, I'm coming to you, Mr. David, just a bit. I think there is a breaking news development.
Just a quick update coming in right now. A Russian special flight squadron that is set to land in Anchorage in 23 minutes. It's part of the delegations that we are going to see in a short while from now, but this is more sort of a security protocol with the first security squadron actually landing in the next 23 minutes. But as far as President Putin is concerned, if I'm not wrong, Abhishek, he's expected to land around 12:30.
Yeah, maybe a little 10 minutes here and there, but yes. But he's late. He's late.
So around 12:30 India time is what we are expecting President Putin to land there. And also, just to quickly add, it's interesting. You would have President Trump in the runway to really wait and actually welcome President Putin. So he's walking the extra mile right now, Abhishek. President Trump hoping that there will be some sort of a deal. Is it for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the overarching thought behind everything that's going into this meeting so far as Donald Trump is concerned. I want to take this question to David. David, you have written a book on Trump. Who, according to you, would be under more pressure, so to say, of this moment, at this moment, both of this moment and at this moment? Donald Trump or President Putin?
Yeah, Donald Trump is the one who needs some kind of takeaway here. And by the way, I wrote 3 best-selling books on Donald. Trump, famously ran for office saying, I'll settle this war in one day. He's gotten absolutely nowhere. Donald he believes, and I've known him for almost 40 years, he believes he's special. He has these magical powers. He can bend people to his will. If Putin wants into the G7 to make it the G8 again, that's not likely to happen because the other G7 leaders consider him a pariah over what's going on here. And Putin at the moment has no particular reason to give in on anything. What Putin wants is to keep the land he took illegally in violation of a treaty Russia signed promising to never invade Ukraine. And he wants Ukraine to go along with this. And Zelensky has made it very clear that's not going to happen. So Trump will probably try to find something else to do if he can't settle this to say, well, I got this other stuff. But again, the really worrying part of this is these two men are going to meet alone, not with advisors, not with staff, other than one translator, likely to be a Russian rather than American translator.
Why should that be worrying if they are together in a room without anyone else, David?
Because then there's no record, there's no knowledge in the American government, which is only a partial dictatorship right now, of what was done in the name of the American people. You never see a meeting like this, as Trump has had twice before, where it's just him and Putin and a translator. That is not how diplomacy is done. It violates all sorts of norms, and it means that we don't know what Trump gave up, what Trump signaled. We do know that Trump in the past literally gave the most valuable national security secrets we have, called sources and methods. How did we get this and who did we get it from? To Foreign Minister Lavrov and the then Russian ambassador Sergei Kislyak, a trained spy master. So you can't trust what Donald Trump will do. And furthermore, Donald is a terrible negotiator. He always claims he's the world's greatest negotiator. I've negotiated with Donald many, many, many times. I always got everything I wanted because all you have to do is flatter him, figure out how to manipulate him. He's not that hard to manipulate because he doesn't underneath know anything. He has no philosophy. He's a con artist and a bully.
I mean, if you look at the contrast in the personalities, it could not have been starker. And to that extent, perhaps I would find myself to be in agreement with you, David. And in fact, as we speak, we are joined in by Ekaterina Kontrikadze, and she's a Russian journalist with TV Rain and TV Rain channel. She's joining us live from Moscow. Shawan, you want to break this story before we go to her?
Well, in fact, this is what the White House has indicated. In fact, the schedule is out. President Putin and President Trump are set to hold a one-on-one meeting that's going to take place a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. Second, as far as the talks are concerned, simultaneously there would be talks with delegations, which includes 5 officials on each side. After that, a press conference is expected. Both the leaders are expected to address the media there, and thereafter President Trump is scheduled to fly back to Washington. But the caveat here being, Katrina, that President Trump is saying that if it works out, then the meeting is going to last for a while. If it does not, it's going to be done and dusted with the next couple of minutes. But can we really have diplomacy in this manner? Because on the one hand, you have the Ukrainians who have been kept out of the negotiating table. So how can you really come to any sort of a conclusion? Because if the Ukrainians do not agree and they continue in the war, there is no end to this. So why really be so very hopeful from this particular meeting?
Well, thank you for having me. And first of all, I'm not in Moscow. Unfortunately, I'm in Amsterdam, Netherlands, because we were forced to leave Russia because of the war, invasion of Ukraine, and because of the censorship and repressions in Russian Federation. I agree with you that there is not much hope on this stage coming from these negotiations. I've talked to so many experts inside Russia and out of Russia, and all of them are saying that Vladimir Putin's strategy is just to, negotiate, to meet, to talk, to, handshaking process, but nothing happens actually, because he wants to keep on moving on the ground in Ukraine to conquer more and more territories that we can see right now these days in Donbas region in particular. And from another hand, he wants to make deals with Donald Trump, deals which would not actually be connected to Ukraine. Business as usual, as you know, Arctic, for example, is a very interesting topic for both of them. And both men are actually ready, and they both want this deal between two countries, because Donald Trump thinks that Russia is potentially a very good partner for the United States, which is a very strange opinion, considering the steps that Vladimir Putin has taken during these years. But still, but from my point of view, I would honestly tell you, I cannot see how much more time Vladimir Putin can stay in this position of a person who gives nothing to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has made so many statements already. He has said so many words. Remember, Donald Trump, before even he became a president for the second time, he has promised to stop the war, during 24 hours, right? So after that, he has made so many promises, and he wants this Nobel Peace Prize, so badly that I cannot imagine he would go to Alaska, 8 hours of flight, and get nothing from that. So I am expecting at least something coming from these negotiations. It would be a devastating results for Donald Trump and his reputation if he goes back to Washington without any kind of deal or any kind of good, maybe concessions, or at least some kind of concessions coming from the Russian side.
Well, in fact, what's to be really expected, Katrina, I just want you to stay on with us. In fact, these are the live visuals now coming in from the airport in Anchorage in Alaska, where we are given to understand that one of the...
Do we see these B-2 bombers, Shawan?
It does look like, but I'm assuming that since it's the military base there, and one of the reasons that was cited by the Americans was that this was a secured military base, and that is the reason
F-35. These are F-35s.
These are the what we are given to understand, that this is the reason why this was actually selected. So, on your screens right now, it's expected that in a short while from now, one of the Russian security squadron expected to land in a short while from now. That's the red carpet being laid out. It's undoubtedly historic, ladies and gentlemen, because you have both these leaders coming together. And based on this particular meeting, a lot would happen thereafter. In fact, a lot of us here in India would also be looking at this very closely because there would be a direct ramification. Ahead of this meeting, you've already had President Trump threatening India for additional tariffs to be imposed, and that is only because of the Russian oil that we are essentially buying. Now, that is laced with, many would say, that falsehoods. We're going to get to that in a short while from now. But let me first take you through what perhaps could be the possible scenarios. In fact, we're going to take you through those in a short while from now. Katrina, if I can come back to you, and I also believe we have a few more guests who are joining us in a short while from now. Professor David Kay is also joining us. Katrina, with regards to the Russians at this point in time, we have been highlighting the fact that for President Putin, it's already a diplomatic victory. And the fact of the matter is that the Ukrainians are extremely worried because they believe that there is a narrative that is already going to be sold off to President Putin and, I beg your pardon, President Trump. And perhaps it's only going to make the negotiations even more difficult in the days to come.
Well, I would agree with the statement that this is already a diplomatic victory for Vladimir Putin. You remember that this leader, this person, is a war criminal, and he is wanted by the international court. This is the person who is bombing Ukrainian cities and killing Ukrainian civilians every single day, including children. And this is the person who was supposed to be a pariah, who was supposed to be isolated by the international community, at least by the Western countries, Western democracies. But what we are seeing right now is Vladimir Putin going not just to America, but to Alaska, which is so comfortable and so symbolically good for him, because, you know, Alaska used to be a Russian territory. It was sold to the United States of America. It's close to Russian territory, and he doesn't even need to fly over the US. He just crosses the border, right? And he gets there. And there are still Russian churches in Alaska, by the way. There are still some people speaking Russian. So he feels comfortable there, and he feels there as a Russian Tsar, a Russian king, you know, coming back to his historic lands. So for him, it looks very good. And it's also very good for him because he has a one-on-one negotiations with the most influential person in the world. And he doesn't need to speak to Vladimir Zelensky, a person, the leader, the president of the Ukrainian state, which Vladimir Putin is destroying right now, and which Vladimir Putin doesn't recognize as a state at all. So from this point of view, this is a very good position for Vladimir Putin. It means that his purposes, including ignoring Ukraine, right? That the idea that Ukrainian state has to be ignored, that the position of Ukraine has to be ignored by the international community, is actually happening. So right here, he is in a very good mood, I would suppose. And another thing is that Donald Trump should not be the president of the United States who does not understand the situation at all. Like, he looks like that person right now. The couple of days ago, he was speaking about Ukraine, citing ocean territories in Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have any ocean. So he also was talking about the tanks which were stuck in mud in the first days of the war, which is not true as well. He looks like the person who is not very aware of the situation. He doesn't even know where Ukraine is and what Ukraine is about and how many people lives there and so on and so forth. So I am really hoping that today he would show himself as a person who would be maybe a little bit more aware, who would be a little bit more informed about what he's dealing with. So, of course, we can have some hopes that Trump would demonstrate something surprising, that he would become, in a minute, just like that, a different political leader. this is something that Ukrainians are hoping for. And maybe just last thing I wanted to say. Last thing is that yesterday and these days, Donald Trump has been talking to European allies. And I don't know what is actually a result of that, but let's hope that maybe they would deliver, and they have delivered to Donald Trump, some kind of information that would be valuable for these negotiations.
Ekaterina, you are actually echoing what David was saying. He said he would look at this development with some worries that President Trump and President Putin, the kind of personalities they are together in one room, and it sort of can compromise American positions and American foreign policy. Before I go back to Mr. Ahuja and to Ms. Chenoy, we really need to, give our viewers a lowdown on what's the significance of this venue itself, Anchorage in Alaska, a location of immense geopolitical symbolism and strategic significance. The summit holds the potential to alter the current status quo of the global geopolitical order and could have a major impact on the ongoing Ukrainian conflict. In fact, this was once a Russian territory, and there was a Freudian, perhaps a slip of tongue on the part of Trump when he said that he's going to meet President Putin in Russia. Let's look at what it means, this location, Anchorage in Alaska, and then we come back with a ground report because Nick is joining us on the other side.
US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin will meet at a military base in Alaska. The venue for this high-profile meeting is Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, a key US military installation in Alaska. Alaska is the closest point between Russia and the United States. And before becoming the 49th state of the United States, Alaska was under Russian control, dating back to 1725 when Tsar Peter the Great dispatched explorer Vitus Bering to its coast. In 1859, Russia formally offered to sell Alaska to the United States, believing that Washington's presence would counter the influence of its biggest Pacific rival, Great Britain. However, the Americans showed little interest at first, forcing Russia to press harder for the deal. Eventually, the US Senate approved the purchase treaty on April 9, 1867. President Andrew Johnson signed it on May 28th, and the formal transfer of Alaska took place on October 18th of 1867. Alaska played a crucial role during the Cold War, serving as the first line of defense for the United States. Even today, the base remains a vital part of America's northern defense posture. Lately, the Arctic Circle has also emerged as a new geopolitical frontier, as a resource-rich region where multiple nations are vying for strategic presence. Given that both Russia and the US lie in close proximity to the Arctic, holding the summit in Alaska underscores its importance as a strategic center. This summit carries multiple stakes for Russia. It represents an opportunity to consolidate its gains in Ukraine, while for President Trump, it's a chance to reinforce his image as, quote, a decisive dealmaker.
Well, in fact, our reporter on the ground getting us the latest updates, Nick, is going to join us from outside the military base where the meeting is going to take place. Nick, we were told that one of the Russian security squadron has already landed in Anchorage. Any more details you're picking up with regards to President Putin's aircraft? Has it already landed, or is it expected in the next couple of minutes?
Because it is very cloudy right now, we can't see actually the planes. Everybody here are trying to get footage of that, me as well. And now I'm looking at the sky, and you can't see the runway. You can't see actually what is going on. But the plane is expected, as I understand, to land soon. Also of President Trump and of Putin. And you can see here behind me, there is some protests of pro-Ukrainian people that they are calling to cancel this meeting. They don't want it to happen. And there is now a lot of attention to this place. There is a lot of media. They are covering the landing right now. And everybody now is excited to see what will be the consequences of this event, and the military tells me that I can't stand there. I need to go a bit further away because this is the closest place to the military base that the journalists can stay. There is a blue line that we can't cross, and all the eyes now to the base to see what will happen in this historic meeting. Back to you.
Well, in fact, just as far as the schedule is concerned, Nick, could you also walk us through the details that you are picking up in terms of how the meetings are really stacked up? And as far as the delegation meetings are concerned, have the delegations already landed?
Yeah, the delegations are here, part of them, and part of the delegation was also the plane with the journalists that came from Russia. And they are saying that those who didn't book the hotel, they were placed in one big kind of hangar, and there they have a place to stay, like in a military standard, so they are not so happy about that.
Nick, in fact,
yes.
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt you because we have just picked up from the Russian news agency that one aircraft has already landed in Anchorage. It is expected to be that of President Putin. In fact, there is a confirmation now coming in from the Russian news agencies that one aircraft has just landed in. And in fact, there is a confirmation that President Putin has now landed in Anchorage. Now, that happens to be a little earlier than what was expected. In fact, we were given to understand that would have expected to be around 12:30, but it turns out that it's a little earlier. As Nick, you've been pointing out that you're unable to see anything there. But will you be also part of that press conference that's expected to be after the meeting? Is there any protocol that has been laid out?
Actually, I will be at the protests against this meeting and protests for people that support the meeting, some indigenous people. And I think it is more interesting right now to see what is going outside, because the meeting itself, it will be just Putin and Trump with no additional people. And just in the end, there will be a press conference where we can hear and understand a bit from what was inside of the meeting. But of course, most of the things that those both leaders will say to each other will be just between them, and we will never know exactly what they said to each other. The only thing that most important for us to understand, if the peace in Ukraine will come and if they will conclude the war and reach an agreement to restore the relationship between the both superpowers, because this is the most important thing for the whole world, not just for those nations. And as you can see, it's really cloudy here behind me. That's why we can't see the landing of the planes. But as I understand, they landed, and soon the meeting will begin. This is a historical moment. It could be like the Yalta meeting after the Second World War, when United States and USSR, now it's Russia, divided the world between themselves after the war. And maybe now will happen the same after the war. They will again divide the spheres of influence. And maybe this will be the best for all of us. Back to you.
Well, in fact, those are the first images now coming in of President Putin's aircraft now landing in Alaska. In fact, the red carpet has already been rolled out for President Putin. A very, something that everyone will be looking forward to right now is that image of President Putin being greeted by President Trump. It's expected that President Trump would be at the runway itself, is what we're being told. That's what the Kremlin had already indicated. So the first meeting itself takes place where both the leaders would be greeting each other. This is moments after he lands. And thereafter, it's the one-on-one meeting that's going to take place with, of course, the interpreters being present in the room. And thereafter, there would also be simultaneous some delegation meetings that are also going to take place. Anand Ahuja is also joining us on this broadcast. Anand, you've been a little bit more optimistic on the front that if both the world leaders have agreed to meet, then there would be something on the negotiating table. But having said that, the temperament that President Trump has, and President Putin is extremely calculative. For him, it's already a diplomatic victory. The very fact that he's landing on American soil at this point in time, and he's able to keep the Ukrainians off the negotiating table. So it seems that his large part of the battle has already been won by President Putin. A lot is now at stakes for President Trump.
Okay, first of all, I've been hearing a lot by so many panelists that Putin has already won. The first round has already won by Putin. One has to understand in any kind of settlement negotiations, no party is winner, no party is loser. As a trial attorney in United States, I can tell you based on my experience that 90% cases in United States do not go in for trial and they are settled on either on the eve of trial or before that. And in the settlement, the first sentence we write is that the settlement is without admission of liability on any party's part. So nobody is winner or nobody is loser in a settlement. So it's wrong to say that Putin is already won. Secondly, especially in the area of war, one has to understand in war nobody is winner, but in peace everybody is winner. One of the panelists mentioned in your show just now about India. I personally believe that India is also going to gain a lot if this summit is successful. You have to understand India is member of BRICS and India is member of Quad also. India is member of I2U2 also. So India's stakes are actually on both sides. So India is going to be a big gainer if this particular summit is successful. And then we should not forget that this idea of ceasefire and idea of having a peace in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia originally was Prime Minister Modi's idea. That was actually picked up by President Donald Trump when he was a candidate. And I know there's a lot of criticism of President Donald Trump that he said, I will do it within 24 hours. But we are not appreciating, at least he's making an effort. Why don't you appreciate that? Everything I see about Donald Trump is picked up in a wrong way. One of your panelists mentioned that President Donald Trump mentioned that there is no sea between there in Ukraine. In fact, if you see Donald Trump's that statement, Donald Trump said there is a big sea between Russia and United States. Why should we worry? I am worried about people being killed in Ukraine and Russia. Otherwise, what do I care? Russia is not going to attack us because of the big sea. That is his statement. And now you are twisting it that Trump said there is no sea around Ukraine. He has absolutely no knowledge. He has been successful in making deals with NATO. He has been successful in making deals with tariff deals with United Kingdom, tariff deal with Japan, tariff deal with other European countries. One of your panelists said, and in a contradictory statement, first he said that I know Donald Trump for the last 43 years. Donald Trump can give in anything. You just flatter Donald Trump and he will give everything. Then he says Trump is a bully. So I don't understand that. Isn't it a contradictory?
I think if you pander to the ego of a bully, you can get anything. I think there is no contradiction to that.
I personally think that bully will dictate. Bully will not give in anything. So if you see Trump's record,
it's quite interesting.
So you cannot dictate a bully, but you can cajole a bully. I think
that's exactly what President Putin is exactly doing right now. Can you actually imagine? Mr. Ahuja, no matter how much you could actually sugarcoat this, but look here, you have one of the most powerful world leaders. One of the most powerful country, that's the United States of America, and its president now actually going out, all out, rolling out the red carpet there. We are being told Kremlin has actually said this, that you would have President Trump on the runway to greet President Putin. So it's almost like you're going all out to please.
You are missing the point. I'm sorry to interject. But you are missing the point. Isn't it that President Putin is coming all the way from Russia to United States? Donald Trump is going from Washington DC to Alaska.
But Mr. Rahul,
to his
it's a
own
longer
territory.
flight from Washington
Putin is
DC
coming
to
all the way.
Anchorage
Putin is
than
coming
for
all the
President
way.
Putin. You know, President Putin is flying 4 hours. President Trump has flown 7.5 hours, 8 hours.
It's not the question of it's not the number of hours. The question is of the territory, on whose country who is going. If somebody comes to your house or you go to somebody's house, it makes lots of difference.
You ought to admit, Mr. Ahuja, that there is a lot at stake right now for President Trump, more than even for President Putin, because whether at all,
you are missing the whole point. You are missing the whole point. If the ceasefire does not take place, if peace does not take place, United States is going to mint money out of it, because all these arms are going to be sold by United States to Ukraine, for which European Union is to pay. So United States is going to make big money if this peace does not take place. But we are ignoring that. We are ignoring that in the interest of humanity, in the interest of innocent people being killed. Trump has taken this initiative. And I personally believe we should appreciate the person who has taken the initiative, then criticizing it, why he didn't do it within 24 hours.
No, I actually agree. I actually agree that this is for peace, even if the objective is a peace prize. But still, the fact that I'm actually getting a breaking news development, which is that Hillary Clinton has said that if Trump succeeds in getting this peace deal with Putin, then she would nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize.
She's added, there's a caveat to it. Unless he capitulates, and that's the only thing that everyone is worried right now. Will he bow down, or would he actually go an extra mile to please President Putin?
It's almost like a dare. It's like a dare.
That's what Hillary Clinton
Trump
is
would love the
essentially
challenge.
indicating.
Trump would love the challenge. I think in a bit we're going to be joined in by Pavlo Klimkin, and he's the former foreign minister of Ukraine. He's just joining us quickly, in a while.
I don't know whether Nick is still there or not.
We can take a dip into Nick.
Yeah, if Nick is not there, Katrina is also joining. She's still with us. Katrina, you've already heard what Anand Ahuja had to say with regards to, that there are efforts still being made. Let's admit it that since the time the invasion began, this is for the first time you have President Putin coming out of Russia, agreeing to meet an American president. This is still a golden opportunity, hoping that some things would really turn. Whatever may be the ulterior motive or the objective, the reality is this: if at all, both the leaders actually manage to come to some sort of a ceasefire, some agreement, it is still going to be a much better situation for Ukraine right now.
Absolutely. Of course, let's be honest in this situation. Donald Trump is right in one thing. There was no one who could actually manage to be so close to negotiations with Russians and to the deal with Russians. But we also need to be realistic in this situation. When I say that Donald Trump has promised this, that, and then when I say that Donald Trump has made so many mistakes about the situation in Ukraine, I have just one idea that I want to deliver to your audience. This idea is that Donald Trump is not very much aware of what he is negotiating right now. This is what I'm afraid of. Maybe this is not that way. Maybe he knows more, and this is just the way of speaking for the president of the US. But what we see, the signs show that, unfortunately, he is very sympathetic towards Russia and not very much sympathetic towards Ukraine. And it doesn't matter what he feels about Zelensky, matters what he feels about Ukraine, Ukrainian civilians, Ukrainian people who are dying every single day because of Vladimir Putin. So, okay. Everywhere, all the people of goodwill would be happy if it stops and if it bloodbath in Ukraine stops. But it's really important to understand what would be the conditions for this ceasefire if we have a ceasefire, and what would be the guarantees for Ukraine that it doesn't start again in 1 month or in 1 year when Vladimir Putin decides that he wants to repeat this scenario for him. One more thing I wanted to add, and I need to run for my special coverage, I'm sorry, is that when the correspondent of yours was talking from Alaska and saying that it would be new Yalta negotiations, that it would be the, dividing the spheres of interest between Putin and Trump, it may be a good news for us. It's not a good news. I just want to underline, it would be not a good news. This is exactly what Vladimir Putin is doing right now. This is exactly what he wants. He wants to sit down with Donald Trump and maybe Xi Jinping and divide the spheres of influence and divide the world among each other to be these big guys, very strong guys who decide everything for us. This is not the good outcome of that. I don't want this to be a new Yalta. I want this to be a normal negotiation process with involvement of Ukraine interests, with involvement of Europeans, because it is in Europe, actually, this terrible war that is happening. And it would be great for everyone to think about the prospects of the world if people like Vladimir Putin keep on doing what they do. This is something that is absolutely unacceptable.
Ekaterina, I mean, I know you have a strong views, and you said you have to leave also. But just quickly,
unfortunately, I'm sorry.
It's because Europe failed to really have a substantive dialogue. The reason isn't that the reason that Trump has to do what he's doing. I mean, Europe sidelined itself. Europe talked itself out of the negotiation room. With the kind
I'm not defending Europeans. Let me be clear here. Europeans have been demonstrating quite weak positions, unfortunately. But what they actually want is to have a good American leadership. And again, I'm not defending them. They just decided their position is that they cannot act alone without America. And but they have not been efficient. They have not been efficient. Absolutely, I agree totally. And let's see. I mean, if Donald Trump gets to the bottom of this, if he gets the peace in Ukraine, I would vote for this Nobel Peace Prize together with Hillary Clinton, I swear.
Right. Thank you so much, Ekaterina. I mean, I appreciate the candid manner in which you have put across all the viewpoints, the American, the European, and of course your own, in variance from the standard official Moscow view. Thank you so much. Ekaterina, I believe you have to leave, so we are letting you go. Yeah. We are getting these live pictures from inside the room from where the two leaders are likely to address a press conference. Shravan, right? We should say likely because we're not sure whether it will happen.
Anything can happen when it comes to President Trump and President Putin, so one will have to keep all options open. But these images that you see right now on your screens coming in from the very venue where the meeting is going to take place, we are given to understand that a moment after he is welcomed by President Trump, there would be a face-to-face meeting that's going to take place. Delegation level talks are also going to take place, and thereafter around 5:30 India time is what we are expecting both the world leaders to address whether at all their talks have been successful or not, and what perhaps could be the way forward. We'll also try and go across to our guests who are joining us on this broadcast right now. Anand Ahuja is still with us. Anand, just a quick question. I believe the former Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Pavlov, is joining us on this broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. It's undoubtedly a historic meeting, but the Ukrainians are not part of it. And that is the reason why there is a lot of pessimism around this entire meeting as to what perhaps could be the outcome. But having said that, would you still agree that at least there is a beginning? Because all this while, you've had negotiations taking place in Belarus, you've had multiple meetings with the European leaders, none of them have been able to pull President Putin out of Russia. Would you still admit that, yes, it is a beginning?
Well, good evening to everyone. And of course, for us, it's both an important moment, but also an important challenge. And I would love our guys to sit now in Alaska for these negotiations. But I also understand the so-called Trump approach. And it's actually to give Putin a kind of sense that these negotiations is about Russia and US. Basically, the whole idea that Russia is still at the same level with the United States and China is fundamentally over. What I understand from my contacts and from talking to people in DC, in Washington, is that first, they understand far better what is basically driving Russia and especially Vladimir Putin. And it's not about NATO enlargement. It's not all about this narrative. It's about trying to destroy Ukrainian statehood as such and the Ukrainian nation. And secondly, Trump is in far better position now to talk to Putin because of the Russian economy, because of the exhaustion for Russian military forces, because of our actions. And any kind of real decisions which could be taken in this negotiation process can be taken without Ukraine. It's for sure. It's, 100%. But to give these negotiations a kind of push, to give Trump a sense how he can push Vladimir Putin to enter into real negotiations, not kind of made-up negotiations and made-up efforts, but real negotiations, it's something that I expect from this meeting in the North. And what I feel, the Americans are far better prepared than, let's say, 3 or 4 months ago. For us, the whole idea is about 3 words. It's about just and sustainable peace. To reach the real sense of justice would be difficult from the very beginning, but to make a clear accent on sustainability is something we expect from these negotiations.
Mr. Klimkin, Abhishek this side, and the Russian side is very clear that they have to keep the Donetsk and the Luhansk republics and Zaporizhia and Kherson and Crimea, of course. The Americans, President Trump, has said a couple of times that there would be land swap. There will be territorial exchange, and then only peace can come. You think, what's the view in Kiev? You think anyone in Kiev would agree to a land swap?
For me, the whole war is, of course, for us, for Ukrainians, about land, because our land is sacred for us. But this war is not about land. And you can't get any peace, whether it's sustainable or not sustainable. And I would tell you, you can't get any sustainable ceasefire just because of land swaps. And I'll tell you why. Because this war is, like I've said, is for Russia, about destroying Ukraine as such, and about what kind of Ukraine we're gonna have in the future, whether Russia is able to get Ukraine back to a kind of buffer state, what we all fundamentally reject, or Ukraine is part of the West, not in the sense of any sort of threat to anyone, but a real part of the West where we all believe Ukraine belongs. So you can discuss any sort of territorial issues. You can discuss ceasefire. You can discuss monitoring or verification. But the real question in these negotiations is not about land. is about our future. It's about European future, and where Ukraine belongs, and what kind of European security architecture, or better to say, European security model would come out of these negotiations. And my sense is that the US administration understands far better now that it's not about territory. Yes, of course, there are going to be discussions about territory. There are going to be discussions about possible compromises. But the fundamental issue of this war is where Ukraine belongs. So not any sort of other issues. And again, because of land swap, you can't reach any peace, whether it's sustainable or not sustainable one. It's what I can tell you from all my experience. And I did foreign policy and still doing it for 35 years.
But are you completely ruling out land swap? Because in that case, President Trump might say what's there on the table, because he has been talking about land swap as the only way forward. Not just Putin, President Trump also.
It's not about ruling out. It's about all kind of false approach pushed from Moscow saying, look guys, let's try to exchange land for nothing. Let's try to exchange land for our promise of a kind of ceasefire. And it sounds as a joke. And as a diplomat with quite a bit of experience as a politician, I can tell you there is a fundamental principle. Nothing is agreed before everything is agreed. So we can discuss any sort of issues, and we clearly understand that there could be a situation where some of our land could remain occupied by Russia, and we are talking about possible legal and political options, but we never ever accept and recognize the legal nature of this occupation.
Right.
At the same time, we can discuss any sort of other issues, but not sort of prerequisite. Give us your land and we could agree to a sort of ceasefire. It's fundamentally not going to happen.
Right, I understand. Mr. Klimkin, just stay with us for a while. We have to just inform our viewers that President Trump has landed. We can see Air Force One there. Eagle has landed, wheels down, as they say in the, as the Americans say. And we are getting these pictures of President Trump. So, Shaun, you think President Putin's advanced aircraft came in and he would land after this?
It appears because Russia today has just reported a short while back that it was the security protocol, or rather it was the security squadron aircraft that has actually landed. In fact, they have corrected themselves. We had quoted some of the Russian news agencies who've just indicated that these are the final preps that are basically underway. In fact, as we speak right now, you have President Trump, who has landed Air Force One, that is the touchdown taking place, and in the next couple of seconds, I believe you would have the first glimpse of President Trump stepping out of Air Force One.
Shaun, by the time President Trump comes out, I want to take another question to Mr. Klimkin. Mr. Klimkin, your President Volodymyr Zelensky has just released a statement. He has said that this is Russia's war and Russia has to end it. And he has also said, Mr. Klimkin, that a meeting of leaders is needed, at the very least, Ukraine, America and the Russian side. So, is there a suggestion that President Zelensky is now ready to meet President Putin?
We said from the very beginning that only by meeting at the highest level there could be any progress in this war, because in Russia it's only Vladimir Putin who can take key decisions. And the key preference, what also the President Trump kept saying for quite a while, would be to organize a sort of trilateral summit with the President Trump, with the President Zelensky, and with Vladimir Putin participating. And the President Trump actually has mentioned the possibility of this meeting even next week.
Even next week, you mean to say, which means that there is this hope on the ground in Ukraine that maybe the talks between President Trump and President Putin would succeed, and the doors are opening now of Air Force One. Is still some time, I think about 5 more minutes before Trump arrives. But Mr. Klimkin, you're saying that there is, or you're suggesting that there is hope on the ground that this round of talks between President Putin and President Trump would succeed and lead to a second round where President Zelensky can join?
If the President Trump can succeed in pushing Vladimir Putin in accepting real and serious negotiations, if our American partners are there participating in these negotiations, so in a moment in time in the future and in quiet, moment, it could be basically days or weeks, there could be other meetings, because when we have the war on the ground, it's not about delaying decisions. So fundamentally, this meeting today should be about a clear push towards Russia from the position of strength. And if it's the case, I can't rule out any kind of meetings in days or week times.
Right. Mr. Pavlov, with regards to how it all started, the trigger point for this entire war from the Russian side was that whether at all you were seeking a membership of NATO. Thereafter, things really changed, and from the Ukrainian side, there was an attempt that was made to negotiate with Russia. It seems that there is a massive trust deficit because on the one hand, President Putin has indicated that he wants an election to take place in Ukraine. President Zelensky is, of course, not up to it. But the reality is this. Somewhere down the line, some concessions will have to be made from both sides if at all negotiations are to take place. If at all. If at all, as President Zelensky has been indicating, that there should be an end to the war. How far will Ukraine really go?
The narrative about NATO enlargement as a cause of the origin of this war is a joke. Just recall 2014, when Russia occupied Crimea and we had actual neutrality entrenched and written down in our constitution. So it's not about NATO, it's not about NATO enlargement, it's about Russia pretending Ukraine does not exist. And Ukrainians are kind of wrong Russians. All these years of this war proved them wrong. In the sense of possible compromises in any kind of negotiations, there are going to be compromises. I can't predict now what kind of decisions we are going to take during these negotiations. For me, the fundamental point, as I've said, is about the future of Ukraine, is about Russia not able to influence our internal and foreign policy. Because what Russia wants is to limit our sovereignty in 4 fundamental areas: internal politics, defense policy, basically what they call demilitarization, foreign policy, and of course territory. But if you have one case of someone limiting, having limited sovereignty, it's kind of Pandora box open. So for me, what's going on in these negotiations should be a point of concern, a point of real challenge for everyone, because if we start talking about limited sovereignty, we are in a fundamentally different world, not just today, but also tomorrow.
You are saying is very reflective of the sentiment on the ground so far as Kyiv is concerned, Mr. Klimkin, and you are obviously looking at this meeting in Alaska with some trepidation, some concern, and perhaps an element of fear also, because President Trump has traveled to Anchorage, almost a convert to the thought that land swap is something which is needed for getting a ceasefire going. I believe, let you go, Mr. Klimkin, on this note, but tomorrow, of course, after the talks have happened, after that press conference has happened, we would want you back for understanding the Ukrainian side again. But thank you so much for joining us at such a short notice. We much appreciate your views and your coming on air and sharing with us your views and your time. Thank you so much. That was Pavlo Klimkin, former foreign minister of Ukraine. He was foreign minister in 2014, between 2014 and 2019. And we are now focusing on the pictures coming in from Anchorage, where Air Force One of the United States has just landed. Shaman, by the way, the Air Force One of Russia is yet to land. I think those were different pictures. And there is some clarification coming in from Russia today that Russia today itself posted wrong pictures of their Air Force One.
Well, in fact, it turns out it's the security squadron that has actually landed ahead of President Putin. In fact, part of the delegation, the Russian delegation, which is landed in Anchorage. But just a quick recap of what we know so far, and the breaking news now coming in. In fact, we've got some more details with regards to what's expected after both the leaders meet. In fact, there is a business working lunch that is going to take place. It turns out that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as the Special Envoy Witkoff, will be joining President Trump's meeting along with President Putin, and thereafter it will be followed by an expanded bilateral working lunch, which would include President Trump himself, Secretary Marco Rubio, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Chief of Staff.
Shawan, it is said about American cars that they're just big sofa sets on wheels, So this seems like, Peter, this seems like a typical America-sized delegation. I mean, so many people there traveling. Are they just going there because they're concerned that Putin is coming and Putin is being Putin? They need to really, guard Trump from anything, any untoward thing happening, any faux pas happening, any mistake happening. That's why such a large delegation.
Well, the interesting thing about the delegation is that he brought a lot of people who are involved in business development, and he commented that Putin also brought business people. One of the things that we hope positively comes out of this is the beginning of a new working relationship in which they talk about joint interests for economic development. This could be in the Arctic, and the fact that they're meeting in Alaska suggests some of that. It could be the discussion that we've been hearing about the Bering Strait Tunnel, which would mean a high-speed railroad connecting Russia and the United States. But this idea of reshaping the broader relationship is what the real potential of this meeting is. So it's not just Ukraine, although Ukraine is at the heart of it, but it's also about...
Wow. Mr. Kuznik, you are actually suggesting that Ukraine is a side dish. I mean, the main talks are about bringing trade and big trade deals back on the Russia-United States table.
Well, but Putin, Trump has said that that's only going to happen if there's a ceasefire and a resolution of the war. So the two are tightly intertwined. It's not an either or. But from the standpoint of the world, what we need to do is step back off the precipice. We've been very close to war. At one point, the CIA thought that there was a 50-50 chance of nuclear war over Ukraine. When Biden gave permission to use the ATACMS to strike deep inside Russia, that was really madness. So
I mean, is it not very unilateral thinking, Mr. Kuznick? Sorry to be interjecting, but I'm curious. For Trump or for his team to think that President Putin, who's effectively winning on the ground, or gives an impression that he's winning on the ground, would give up his war for Mother Russia, as he claims, for a high-speed rail link with the United States across the Bering Strait?
No, but what's most important is that we reset global relations. One of the things they're talking about, both sides have talked about this, is a new nuclear deal, right? Trump managed to destroy the entire global nuclear architecture while George Bush began it in 2002 with the ABM treaty, and then Trump doubled down on it and tripled down on it while he was president during his first term. But now they both realize how dangerous it'll be once the New START treaty ends in February of 2026. There'll be nothing left. And with all these countries that are talking about joining the nuclear arms club right now, if there's a total breakdown, we could be on the verge of nuclear anarchy. What I'm suggesting is that Ukraine is a crucial issue, and we absolutely do have to settle that, have a peaceful resolution, hopefully some form of win-win for both sides. But we have to go beyond that, given the global crisis that we're facing. And this has the potential to be a major step in that direction. Under the Biden presidency, negotiations, diplomacy was a dirty word. It was off the table. Trump, I despise Trump. I think he's a fascist and a bully. But in terms of this, he's at least making an effort of a sort that we didn't see during the Biden administration. And the fact, as you mentioned, that Russia is winning on the battlefield, that Ukraine is at a serious disadvantage in terms of arms, in terms of manpower, in terms of strategy, in terms of morale. If Russia takes Pokrovsk, then they effectively have the rest of the Donbass, which gives them 2 of the 4 oblasts that they're claiming. And, we're in a position now where maybe the reality is going to get through and we're going to be able to finally come to a peaceful resolution.
To bring in Dr. Sergey, who's joining us on this broadcast. He's the Director of Communications of BRICS Culture Media. Dr. Sergey, I'm not too sure whether Dr. Sergey is not here with us. Maximova, she's a Russian international journalist joining us right now. Maximova, never before have we seen this kind of a meeting taking place between an American president and the Russian president since the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there is a lot of symbolism in the meeting that is taking place. But quantifying what really is going to be the outcome of it is something that everyone is hedging on. How are you really looking at the meeting taking place between both of the leaders? Are you optimistic that there could be some sort of a resolution?
Well, first of all, hello, everybody. Yes, I'm based in Russia. And first of all, I want to say that this is, of course, a major news for all the Russian channels, media. Everybody starts their broadcasts with this news. And now I'm pretty sure that all my colleagues they are on air showing what's going on in Alaska. Secondly, actually, Russian people are also following this news, this meeting, and I want to say that Russian society now is really extremely polarized. As you may know, some people really support the war. We have like a pro-war camp. We call them the patriots, and they share the idea of, Ukraine being a part of Russia, or at least part of the Ukraine, the eastern part, and they in general support the narrative of the government that the special military operation, how they call this in Russia, should go further and should not come to an end right now, because as we all know, it's not the worst time for Russia on the battlefield. They are on offensive. And actually, people from this camp think that Putin should proceed to conquer more lands when the situation allows him to. And as for another parts of Russian society, unfortunately, we don't have credible polls to evaluate how many people support the operation, how many do not support it. But we also have like a liberal camp who think this war was a terrible mistake and should be the Russian forces should be withdrawn from Ukraine because actually it does a very big harm for Russia itself. And we also have a silent majority who are really tired of the war, who don't want it, and who are afraid of talking about it, because as you may know, it's really it's not safe to talk about war in Russia if you do not share the perspective of the government. That's why this is what the people think. But we cannot say, even me, based in Russia, I can't say how many people support the war, how many people don't. It's really not seen, and it's really hard to understand, because if I will be talking about my circle, my inner circle, people mostly do not support it and do not support Putin's decision to launch a full-scale war. And but I see a lot of people around me who do it, who help the military, who go to war, some for money, some because of their ideological ideas. And as for this meeting, of course, everybody follows it, and everybody thinks that something should be in the end, some kind of decisions which help us to stop the war. But nobody expects that it will happen today or tomorrow. We know that Trump is pressing for a ceasefire, but the ceasefire, pro-war camp in Russia is not supporting this idea, because they think they have a chance to conquer more land now when the situation allows them.
Right, and we have more guests, I believe, joining us on this broadcast. Apart from Ekaterina, we have Dr. Sergei Duvranov. He's joining us in a bit. We continue to have Peter Kruznik with us. We also have Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat, joining us, been our ambassador to many countries in the Middle East. Very good evening to you and welcome to the broadcast, Ambassador Dayal. How do you see these developments from where we stand in India? What are going to be our takeaways after 6 hours once the meetings are over?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. I think that despite President Trump's summit meeting with President Putin, ending the Russia-Ukraine war is going to be extremely difficult due to the significant disagreements on key issues and a lack of any sort of understanding between the two sides. Now, neither side, neither Ukraine nor Russia, is willing to compromise on their core demands, making a peace treaty or a peaceful resolution a highly complex challenge. Now, the White House, I may say, is lowering expectations for any breakthrough. And President Trump has himself said that it is going to be a listening session and a feel-out meeting while he has described the planned discussion about the war in Ukraine. Now, let me also say that President Trump has a great desire to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end, but this is linked to his desire to win the Nobel Peace Prize. The Washington Post had commented on July 15 this year that the road to President Donald Trump's highly coveted Nobel Peace Prize might ultimately run through Ukraine. Now, we would all recall that in his inaugural address on January 20 this year, President Trump had said, "My proudest legacy would be that of a peacemaker and a unifier." And that's what I want to be remembered as. Now, he has repeated this claim many times, and he has said that this is the reputation he wants. Now, it is no secret that he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had told reporters on July 31st, it is well past time that President Trump was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But as I said, ending the Russia-Ukraine war is going to be extremely difficult because of the complexity of this war and the deeply entrenched positions of both sides, combined with the potential for shifts in the global political landscape. Now, let me also mention that Ukraine insists on reclaiming all its lost territories, including Crimea, and has said that it will not renounce its intention of becoming a NATO member. On the other hand, Russia says categorically that it is not going to return back any territories and that it is totally opposed to Ukraine joining the NATO. So these fundamental disagreements create a deadlock that makes a negotiated settlement extremely difficult.
Right, and let's take this conversation now. We have a breaking news development, which is that President Zelensky has said that he would want to be on the negotiation table, and that's a significant development. If I could, I can see a couple of more guests. Can I be helped? No, we have Ambassador Dayal, we have Peter Kuznick, and
if we can just also quickly take you through some more breaking news now coming in. Now, in fact, Abhishek, there is more development taking place. So it's no longer going to be a one-on-one meeting. A confirmation now coming in from the White House as well as from the Kremlin that it has now been expanded to be a 3-on-3 discussion. In fact, the White House has already indicated that they have moved on from what was originally discussed, that it's going to be a one-on-one meeting between Donald Trump and Putin. It will now be a 3-on-3 discussion. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff would be joining the US President on the American side. Now, the Kremlin too has confirmed, saying that aides will be joining the first meeting, but they haven't really indicated who exactly from the Russian side will be part of the first meeting. So things are changing right now. Peter Kuznick, what was supposed to be a one-on-one meeting now expanded to 3-on-3 meeting. Are the Americans a little sort of wary at this point in time that if you have President Trump and President Putin in one room with no one else, things could go really the other side, down south?
There's a lot of concern that Putin is going to manipulate Trump. Trump is very transparent. Almost everybody in the world knows exactly how you play Trump in order to get what you want. But so there is concern. There's concern in two directions. One direction is that Trump is going to give in on everything and sell out Ukraine. The other camp is worried that Trump is going to, draw a hard line and blow things up. So Trump is capable of anything. As the Indians have learned over the last few months, Trump at one moment seems like a great friend, and the next moment he's your worst enemy. He's very, very inconsistent and very rash and easily provoked. A couple of things that were said. First, I didn't get everybody's name, but the journalist from Russia suggested that there's a very mixed feeling inside Russia. Now, she knows much better than I do, but I was in Russia recently. I chaired the documentary jury at the Moscow International Film Festival, and everybody I spoke to was tired of the war. Some of them thought it was justified, but everybody I spoke to wanted it to be over. And I've seen some Levada polling that suggests that that's the case. I've also seen the recent polling, the Gallup poll out of Ukraine. in which 69% said they wanted peace, and only 22% said they wanted to see continued fighting. That makes me optimistic on both sides. Still, as the ambassador was saying, the devil is in the details, and it is going to be very difficult to get a solution because the interests are so different. This idea about the Nobel Peace Prize, I guess I'm in a unique position. I nominated the current winners of the Nobel Peace Prize, Nihon and Dankyo, the Japanese atomic bomb survivors, and they invited me to Oslo as part of their delegation. You know, it's going to be very difficult for Trump to win it, no matter what he does on the global stage, if he continues to be so vile on the domestic stage, with his creating a police state, sending the police and the Marines and the National Guard into the streets, his war against the immigrants, his big, beautiful bill that gives tax breaks to billionaires and cuts social programs for poor people. So as much as I would love to see him help resolve this issue, I still don't think he'd ever deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, although he's already been nominated, apparently, by Pakistan. But, as was being said, this is very difficult. Right. But the other reason why I'm optimistic is because of the reality on the battlefield. Yeah. From Ukraine's perspective, if this goes on for another 6 months or a year, they're only going to be in worse position. They're going to only lose more territory, and they're going to lose more people. Yeah. I mean, they don't have a winning hand in this.
I get that. Peter, even if you don't like Trump, you are positive because you are looking forward to the prospect of the war ending, or at least a ceasefire coming in, because you really want the war to end. And that's the sense I get. But we are getting those pictures. The earlier pictures of the movement of the carcade was about the Russian delegation making way. These are the pictures of the Russian delegation making the way for the summit venue from their hotel. Shawan, in fact, because the summit has been organized at such a short notice, and it's a peak tourist season panning out in Anchorage. We are told that it's been very difficult to get hotel rooms booked. And many of the Russian journalists have been complaining about the lack of infrastructure in the United States. So, we are getting these pictures. In fact, there is another picture which is showing the car which would receive President Putin at the Tarmac and will bring him. Lavrov, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov leaving earlier. These are pictures from about 10 minutes back. And he's leaving for the summit venue, apart from other members of the Russian delegation, which includes the defense minister, which includes their finance minister, which includes Dmitry Kirill, the chief of staff of the special envoy for these talks of President Putin. This includes Peskov. This includes who's the spokesperson of Kremlin. And this includes Ushakov, Yuri Ushakov, the chief of staff of President Putin, all these people. So essentially, if you look at it from the Russian side also, it's quite a big delegation. So it's not like the Americans have trooped in with the entire Trump core team coming in. It's the Russian President Putin also traveling with his entire entourage.
Well, in fact, you have one of his closest aide part of the delegation, and the fact that he's also the policy advisor to President Putin. Let's not forget the delegation also comprises of those who are largely seen as the ones who would be pushing for the sanctions to be lifted, because now what's essentially being indicated here, Peter Kuznick and others also who are joining us on this broadcast, I think so I'll take a few more questions coming in. There seems to be a development. These are live visuals now coming in. Is there a confirmation coming in that President Putin has arrived? It does appear. That's a Russian aircraft. It does seem to be
this seems like
the
Putin.
President's aircraft. I'm assuming we'll try and see if we can also get our reporter in Alaska to just give us a quick confirmation of that. It was scheduled to land around 12:30 India time, and you have the aircraft that is landed. So it means that President Putin is extremely serious here. He's not delayed. He's on time. In fact, other world leaders have had to wait for President Putin many a times, but it seems that on that front, at least, President Trump seems to be quite lucky. In fact, that the image that we all are looking forward to right now is the very moment that you would have President Trump actually on the tarmac, literally on the tarmac, and greeting President Putin. In fact, that's going to be that very moment where you have both the leaders coming together, an American president actually inviting a Russian president on American soil, and this, as we have been pointing out, something that has happened after the collapse of Soviet Union. Now, important to point out here, there are multiple reports now coming in. We'll try and take you through some of the details that we know. We do have a confirmation coming in of the 3-on-3 discussion that's going to take place, and it is around 12:30 is India time when we were given to understand that President Trump would be welcoming President Putin. A short while back, the White House has also confirmed that there would be a bit of a change in terms of the engagement that's actually going to take place between both the leaders, which would include at least 3 people on their side, 3 on each side. The Kremlin so far hasn't really revealed as to who, along with President Putin, will be part of that meeting. In all likelihood, Abhishek, do you believe that it could be their foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, being part of that discussion, because he largely has been the face of the negotiations that have always taken place in multiple countries, in multiple delegations that he has been part of. You've largely seen Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, being the face of the talks that have taken place between Russia and the other countries. These are the first images now coming in. We'll try and see if we can get that close look here, and also not forgetting that very moment when you have both the leaders coming together, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and as we speak, and we stay full frame to these pictures, we can also get General Bhatia into this, and he comes in with tremendous military experience, so let's benefit from that. Also, Shawan and Major General Arvind Bhatia, give us a sense from your military vantage. When these talks happen, you think with momentum on his side, President Putin has incentives to make a compromise with Trump, which gives away the military advantage? General Bhatia, sir, if you could unmute your mic, please. Can you unmute? Yeah, I'm getting you now, please. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So 2-3 things are very important. This is firstly an iconic meeting, but Putin being an old KGB hand, Putin being an old hand in dealing with the presidents of the United States. This is the 5th president he's been dealing with. Started in 2000 with, of course, Bill Clinton. 2008, he met George Bush. 2013, he was with Obama. 2017, he was with Trump. Then, of course, 21, he had a kind of a video conferencing with Biden. And now he's back again with Trump for the first time meeting on American soil. So that makes this meeting very important.
General Bhatia, just sorry to interrupt you, because this, I think, so is what everyone wanted to perhaps get their, hands on, and that's the first picture of President Putin. Let's just once again try and go full frame and try and understand the body language of President Putin. Not many could actually gauge what is really in his mind all this while, because he started off by calling this as a special military operation, turned out to be a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, managed to pull this through. Despite the kind of mounting pressure coming in from the Western world, multiple sanctions that were imposed, but it seems that Russia has pulled this off. In fact, it's important to point out here that at least 20% of the Ukrainian territory with Russia at this stage. You have the President of the United States of America, President Trump, who's there, who's going to now receive President Putin as he steps out of the aircraft, that momentous occasion. In fact, from 2022, this is for the first time, if I'm not wrong, Abhishek, for the first time, President Putin is stepping out of the Russian soil for the first time since 2022.
Yes, absolutely, and we are looking at the possibility of President Putin coming out of that aircraft in just about any time now. And in the meantime, can we go back to General Bhatia? Sir, please continue. We had to, cut out because we got the pictures of first pictures of Putin in the aircraft. But coming back to the conversation, I found it very interesting that you mentioned the KGB background of President Putin, because a lot of people believe that Trump in the hands of Putin can be what do you say, melting butter, can be easy to handle, easy to manipulate.
Yeah, that was one of the apprehensions of the European leaders and of course Zelensky, that his having such a vast experience of handling 5 presidents of the United States, Trump could be a kind of a mincemeat in front of him when they discuss Ukraine. But the saving grace, I would say, is the unpredictability factor of Trump, because no one, he himself, I think, doesn't know what he is going to say or do when he meets Putin. So that is maybe a saving grace. But one thing is very sure, that Trump has made it amply clear that if there's a talk of a land swap, if there's a talk of ceasefire, then it has to be the next meeting, which he's already hinted at. And he's also said that meeting is going to be more important when Ukraine is also on the table. Maybe he'll invite some European leaders to come and be next to him. And then Putin, him, Zelensky and the European leaders sit down and talk about how to go about ahead with the ceasefire. But this, I feel, is going to be an icebreaker for the second meeting, which is going to be held shortly. Both the countries have tremendous amount of casualties. Both of them have that war fatigue which has come in. Though Putin is enjoying a kind of 78 to 80% of ratings amongst the Russian public for his performance, for an approval for what he is doing. Also, his party, the Prime Minister's party, they are gaining a lot of ground. They already have an approval rating of about 43%. So what is happening now and what Putin is doing in Ukraine, both have, I would say, the backing of the Russian public. So this meeting is going to be important, not only for Russia and USA, but also for India because of the tariffs, also for the global economy, but also for the defense industry the world over. So very important that we look at what are the takeaways which happen from this meeting.
All right.
Back to you.
All right. In fact, there are too many developments happening. We have seen, and I think this is really the red carpet being rolled out, Shawan, on the ground, in air, with what you are bringing in, that 4 stealth bombers of the United States, 4 F-22s, escorted President Putin's aircraft into the Anchorage airport.
Well, in fact, there is a confirmation now that the moment you've had the Russian jet carrying President Putin entering American airspace, 4 of American stealth bombers had escorted President Putin into the American airspace. We also have that image that we saw a short while back, the backdrop of Alaska that was written. You have about 4 F-22 fighter jets that have been assembled on the tarmac. That's where the red carpet has also been laid out. So you have two sets of images now coming in from Anchorage, the military base, where both the leaders would be meeting in a short while from now. We are waiting for that first image of both the leaders coming together. But in fact, it turns out that the moment you've had the 4 American stealth bombers passing the airspace, there was a deafening sound, and thereafter you've had the Russian jet landing at the Anchorage base. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is undoubtedly watching all of this with a bated breath right now. You would have both the leaders coming together for the first time. In fact, you would have Russian president stepping out of Russia for the first time since 2022, when the military invasion actually began. And so that's quite significant. So for many, it would be at least a beginning that you would have the talks taking place. What perhaps would be the outcome of this entire meeting, something that has been outlined by President Trump en route to Alaska when he's spoken to White House correspondents, and he's essentially indicated that there could be consequences. Now, Abhishek, we don't know what consequences is President Trump really talking about, but I'm just reading about what some of the White House correspondents are essentially indicating, because they are asked this question that if at all the talks fail, then what really happens, and to which President Trump has answered that there could be very serious consequences.
Well, let's take this to Ekaterina. Ekaterina, how is this being seen from Moscow? The grand welcome that President Putin is getting, the manner in which the soft touch is being provided, on all these bomber escorts, and Putin being allowed to carry his Urus, Moscow-registered Urus limousine to Anchorage. Okay, Trump is coming out now. Okay, Ekaterina, I'm just coming back to you. Hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming back to you because we're getting these live pictures of President Trump coming out of Air Force One. I think it's been choreographed to the last minute. President Trump coming out. He will wait at the tarmac. And the Air Force One of Russia has already arrived. By that time, President Putin would be ready to come out. And then they would come and meet, and the welcome would happen there. Eagle has landed. Eagle landed a long time back, wheels down, but it's now that President Trump has come out and President Putin comes out together. So it's choreographed to the minute, Shawan, and on the tarmac, the two leaders are going to meet. President Trump, which means waited for about half an hour inside the aircraft just so that he could receive President Putin at the tarmac, and that seems to be happening now.
Well, in fact, that very moment, absolutely choreographed, where you would have President Trump as well as President Putin on that red carpet right now, where both the leaders come together. What really happens in the next few hours is going to really decide the impact that it's going to have across the globe. So two world leaders coming together, and the impact that is felt in every part of the globe right now, especially given the fact that some unanswered
Look at
questions.
these pictures, Shawan. Both the leaders walking towards each other from their respective aircrafts, the parking, the slotting, the timing, everything. I think they're just walking towards each other. Is that right if I'm reading? Because they're on the same red carpet, I believe, because this can't be different timing. Yes, it seems.
They make the turn right now. They make the turn right now.
Yes, they are looking at each other. Putin is looking down, Trump is looking up.
It seems to be a sort of a rectangular carpet shape that has been put up right now. So you have both the aircrafts that have been lined up. In fact, the area that you would actually get both of the leaders coming together.
Okay, Trump welcoming there with a clap. Trump welcoming Putin with a clap. Has Putin made an eye contact? We can't see the entire picture. What is that? Is he welcoming Putin, or what is he doing?
It's quite indicative of the fact that you would have President.
Yes, the handshake. That's the moment. That's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the claps, and Putin walking towards him, and that handshake. Look at this. And the pull-in. Look at the pull-in. That famous Trump pull-in. He pulls the hands towards himself when he shakes the hand And Putin obliging, Putin not minding it because of the kind of red carpet welcome he's getting, because the kind of, the end of isolation. And I think Ursula von der Leyen and Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron, and what would be happening there, they would be watching it with so much trepidation. Look at the salute there of Trump to his own guard. And President Putin walking along. They're having a conversation. Would they be having a conversation in Yankee English? What would they be talking about, Shava?
I'm quite interested because, whether it all, the meeting that they are...
All right, Natsa, okay. That's a welcome given through their,
at least
for their fighter aircraft.
Twice I've already seen President Trump cozying up a little bit.
And are they going to have their national anthems played? Seems like that.
Looks like you would have the F-22 on both the sides right now that have been lined up.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate
So this is
it's a photo op. Yes, it's a photo op. The questions are being asked. Can we up the sound, please? Up the audio, please.
President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word?
All right, but just a photo op. There were some questions.
So
Putin said, I can't hear it. And he's being given a demo of F-35s or what?
This is the F-22.
This is the F-22
stealth fighters. At least 4 of them are lined up as part of the photo ops. Now you have
and they're driving together. They're driving together. It's not that they are going to be in different cars. So President Putin gets to sit in the beast along with President Trump. Is that right? Right? They're sitting together? Yes, seems like they're sitting together.
It's quite a departure from
protocol.
Generally seen, you wouldn't have had, the president of another country being part of the beast. Now that's quite a departure from the US traditions.
We have had earlier pictures of Prime Minister Modi being taken in the beast by President Obama when Prime Minister Modi was in the United States for the first time.
Circumstances.
Obviously, these are different circumstances.
These are different circumstances, keeping in mind that someone who was almost seen as a pariah all this while now gets a direct entry to the beast. Next would be the White House perhaps, but we don't know what's going to really transpire. But it seems that all efforts have essentially been made to have the icebreaker right now. Both the leaders coming together. President Trump sees this as a great opportunity for him, for himself being projected as a world leader who's brokering peace. And that's exactly why, at least 2 counts that I could see, Abhishek, that you have that famous pull-in, as you pointed out, and also putting his hands around President Putin, giving that warmth in the relationship suddenly.
It's both with Trump. It's warmth, Shavan, and it's domination. So Trump tries to sort of dominate with this kind of body language where he's being both friendly and then controlling at the same time.
And as far as President Putin is concerned, I don't know whether I'm correct or not in this, Abhishek, but he certainly came across as a man who's extremely relaxed right now. He, at least from the body language, the typical President Putin gait, which was, there you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, I haven't seen President Putin smiling so much, Abhishek, at least. All this while all that we saw was inside Kremlin, the only images that came in of President Putin. But this,
all the graces, smiles and claps and hugs and
look at the way he's actually walking on that red carpet. He knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. The very fact that today he has landed on American soil, he's been welcomed by an American president. He's answered to the critics sitting out of Europe who thought that they would have been able to pursue the American agenda for a very long time. But it seems things are rapidly changing. Now, whether at all both the leaders will be able to continue with the camaraderie that we are essentially witnessing right now is something that one is going to wait and watch, because what happens inside the room right now, there is a change. What was earlier decided to be a one-on-one meeting, it seems for a certain reason, it's now been expanded to a 3-on-3 meeting. And then, of course, there is an expanded bilateral meeting that's going to take place with host of delegations, host of other leaders joining in. In fact, there is also a confirmation, Abhishek, coming in as to who exactly would be there from the Russian delegation. As we had predicted, it's the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and Yuri Ushakov, who's also the policy advisor of President Putin, who's going to be part of the 3-on-3 meeting.
I'm curious, Shawan. I'm still thinking of this moment, the presence of mind of Trump of saluting the guard, and the exact spot where Trump walks in and waits, the other side from where Putin walks in, and the friendly banter they have, sort of, breaking the ice, very comfortable, at ease, you rightly notice, and they meet as people are familiar with each other. They meet as friends. They look at the aircraft, which has given them sort of a sortie salute, and then the photo op. The shake hand, they pull it. Look at the pull it. Look at the pull it. That's like, okay, fine, mate. Tapping. Good to see you. And let's have a nice conversation. Let's have some takeaways. What do you think they would have spoken about?
I think so. It's clear that President Trump is the first indication that he's made is of the deal itself, because here you have a business tycoon also. Let's not forget, it's a typical way of what you would have had President Trump essentially trying to woo the others. And the client here is none other than President Putin here. And look at just a moment later, when it seems like President Trump actually says something and President Putin couldn't perhaps really, that's the bow that he bowing down the left-hand side and trying to hear what exactly President Trump has to say. And then, of course, there is a host of questions essentially that are being asked to both the leaders. It seems at that point in time, President Putin indicated to President Trump that he's unable to hear the questions, and that's when both the leaders actually departed. Interestingly, both the leaders left in the same car. So is that also another moment when both the leaders will get a chance?
That seemed like impromptu, because President Putin has flown his own Urus limousine, and we saw the pictures of that car earlier.
Do you think in a case of at least for the Russians, they would be agreeable to this sort of an impromptu, let me take you in my car kind of a situation?
Already happened. So it's already happened, and they have traveled together out of the Tarmac. And I believe they're heading straight for the summit venue. They're not waiting. They're not, going to the hotel and then going to the summit venue. I believe the delegations are already in place.
Let's get to brass tacks.
Let's get to brass tacks. And I think the handshake that happened, Shawan, it was clear indication. Let's get some views also. Open up the floor and get Ekaterina now back in the conversation. Ekaterina, you are looking at the pictures, I'm sure. What's your takeaway from the handshake that took place between the two leaders?
Yes, of course, truly historical pictures, what we are watching right now. And I can only imagine from Moscow how tense the atmosphere there on Alaska, because, we see that both leaders are smiling. Trump is showing that he is controlling everything. He put Putin into his car, and actually they both look very happy. But we must remember that this summit was organized in a very short period of time. It's not usual. And as far as I know, it was very hard to organize everything from the point of security, from the Russian point of security. And we also remember that Putin is under all kinds of sanctions, and the International Criminal Court is wanting for him. So I don't think that they really happy and everything okay. Looks like it's kind of a tense atmosphere there. But of course, it's historical pictures. And as for Moscow, where I'm based right now, I think almost everybody is watching this summit, and actually a lot of people are following this event because it's truly historic. And I also want to remind that Putin is the first Russian leader in the history of modern Russia stepping on Alaska soil. He's the first one to visit the state.
Right. And Peter, how you look at these pictures, the optics, did the two leaders got the chemistry right, the manner in which they shook hands, they met? Trump clapped the walk of Putin from the aircraft to him, at the red carpet. Everything seems like choreographed so well that maybe the mood is set, the momentum is going for some breakthrough in the talks.
You know what I found to be even more significant was that on the plane, Trump called Lukashenko, and he praised Lukashenko, and he talked about how highly respected he is. In the United States, Lukashenko in the media is always considered to be a Putin puppy, really. You know, that Putin runs Lukashenko. When they started the invasion in February of 2022, it was with the support of Belarus. And the fact that Trump would call him and then say all these positive things about him, to me, was almost bizarre, because I think the U.S. has no relationship with Lukashenko except to treat him as a dictator and a thug. So that was an indication to me that something positive might come out of this. The meeting there, when Putin and Trump met, I thought it was very positive, very friendly, very chummy. And we know that Putin is calculating, Putin is smart, Putin is strategic. Trump, on the other hand, depends on his own personal charm and charisma, and is very off the cuff. You know, he doesn't have the depth of a Putin, or the strategic capabilities of a Putin. And so I thought that they both presented themselves in the way that would work for actually potentially making a deal. They could have a fight in the backseat of the car on the way to the meeting. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's off to a good start. So I'm encouraged by what I've seen so far.
Right. I think we're getting the latest, which is that both the leaders have moved towards the summit venue, which is the Arctic Warrior Event Center. And they would be first having a closed-door one-on-one meeting with just their translators.
I think so.
And then the 3-on-3.
There's a change to that. There wouldn't be any one-on-one meeting. It would be a 3-on-3. In fact, a confirmation has now come in from both sides, from the Kremlin as well as from the White House. As far as the White House is concerned, they have now indicated that Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well as Envoy Steve Witkoff would be part of the meeting. That's the first meeting. From the Russian side, it would be Sergei Lavrov and Yuri Ushakov who's going to be part of the first meeting. So it's no longer going to be a one-on-one. It's a 3-on-3 that's going to take place, and thereafter a bilateral lunch that is being planned out. It's an expanded lunch meeting that's taking place, and of course you have the entire cabinet.
Is Zelensky available on the lunch table?
It doesn't look like there's no.
Can we ask that question? Is Zelensky the side dish, or is he the main dish on the table?
You know what he has done in what we say in television language, that he has basically recorded his piece to camera. He's recorded his piece to camera and he has sent it across sent across the message that he's.
But whether that piece to camera would be used in the package is the question, Shawan.
No, I don't think so. That's happening anytime soon, because here in that piece to camera that has been done by Ukrainian president, he's essentially said that yes, this is the format of the meeting that should be, but I should also be part of that kind of a meeting. So here you have the Ukrainians extremely worried at this point in time, because they are unaware or perhaps unsure of the outcome of this meeting. And to be fair here, you are talking about a country which has already gone into a war right now. The future of another country is being discussed without the leader of that particular country. So here you have a situation where both of these world leaders could actually decide how it is going to really look like this morning, at least here in India. What is it going to look like tomorrow when we wake up? What is it going to look like? Will the war end? Will there be a ceasefire? Or will Trump actually walk out in the next 2 minutes?
I'm sure, Peter, what are the chances, that with so much invested in the optics by both the sides, there would be under pressure and compulsion to back it up with some substance. And it might come to just that. Trump might say, okay, fine, with all this that has been done, let me have my Nobel Peace Prize.
But it's very important that they bring Zelensky into this quickly. You know, Ukraine not only has to be involved in these discussions, but Ukraine has to be able to walk away with something also. Ukraine can sabotage this in many ways. We know that there are people who want this summit today to fail. You've got in Europe the coalition of the willing, which means that they're willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. You've got Zelensky and a lot of people in Ukraine who don't want this to succeed. You've got some people in the U.S. Congress, in the House and the Senate, many people who don't want this to succeed. We've got most of the editors of America's newspapers who don't want this to succeed. So there's a lot that they're up against, and they've got some very difficult issues to wrestle with. This will not in any case be an easy negotiation, but at least if they have a framework. But what I started to say about the importance of including Zelensky is that Ukraine has got to buy into this also. They're not going to like it, but they have to accept it in a way that they're not going to continue sustained guerrilla operations and attacks and planning to fight to get their territory back. I think there are three fundamental lies that have been sold. Number one, if you look at the U.S. media, every time it talks about the invasion of Ukraine, it says the unprovoked invasion. Well, I can tell you one thing, this was a highly provoked invasion. I don't support it. I don't think that it should have happened, but it was highly provoked and almost predictable. Number two, the idea that Ukraine...
Peter, sorry to be interjecting. We're getting these pictures of Putin and Trump, I believe, with a press pool and giving their opening statements at the summit venue before they go in for the talks. So if we can cut to those pictures, of course, B-2 bombers flew over the two world leaders. I'm told these are the same B-2 bombers, Shawan, which flew over Fordo and blew up the Iranian nuclear facility underground.
The underlying, meaning of the B-2 bombers that have been flown by United States of America while you have the Russian president on American soil. I don't know what messaging does the Americans really want to send across, but all the trappings of a proper welcome has been rolled out for President Putin. A confirmation now, the military fly over.
Okay, pictures from inside, Shawan. Pictures from inside, the opening comments perhaps. Let's cut to that.
Come on, guys.
Why did President Trump trust your word now?
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you.
All right, so that was ambience of journalists scrambling for a sliver of response from the two leaders. And I believe there would still be an opening comment because this cannot be just that for all.
I think that he says something.
Yeah, I think Putin did say something, yeah.
It's quite unusual. You've had President Putin there, holding
very expressive Putin, generally he's not.
Extreme. Now just can you imagine two very significant points here. You've had both the leaders walking together, then going inside the same car, where, adversaries coming together in the same limousine, the beast, and then you do not have interpreters. The mystery of whether President Putin speaks in English or not, it goes back to the time of...
I think it does.
He does very much, but there is always a mystery behind it. Now that becomes
like
very
he would
clear.
prefer Russian, but he can hold a conversation in English.
He certainly can. And there has been a private visit too in the past, back in 2017. Now the fact of the matter is this, there you have President Putin shouting out. We don't know whether has the audio been caught. That will be quite interesting to see what President Putin had to tell the media. Is this the first time that he's also addressing any questions from the foreign media? Or has he done that in the past?
He does that quite often, Shawan. In fact, at many of those events in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and wherever they hold those summits, he engages with media a lot. And in fact, there is one day in a year where he would take questions from 200 journalists, and the press conference typically goes for sometimes 24 hours for overnight and whatnot. So he does engage, not of course like Trump, where if he sees a mic somewhere, he would chase the mic and go there and give a soundbite. Maybe not that much, but yes, he addresses media very frequently.
I'm very curious to know what exactly did President Putin really shout out right now to that pool of press members who were present there. Quite unusual few minutes right now, and especially the very fact that you have both the leaders coming together, getting inside the same very car, and you have President Putin thereafter waving to the media, was present there. It turns out that in the car, no interpreters were there. You've had both the leaders having a good conversation taking place. All of this at a time when United States of America has gone through, there you have the B-2. We'll try and see if we can just quickly get that military flyover. Those images have just come in. We'll try and see if we can get the B-2 bombers, one more angle picture that has just come out of. We'll try and put that out also. The B-2 bombers that have been used, the same B-2 bombers that have been used to take off some of the nuclear facilities in Iran by the Americans. The same B-2 bombers have now been part of the military flyover that's taking place. The meeting has already begun, is what we are being told, Abhishek. Bilateral meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, along with both the leaders from the Russian side. You have Yuri Ushakov and Sergei Lavrov, part of the meeting. As far as from the US side is concerned, it's Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff. Any sense, perhaps we can see if we can get some audio on this line right now, just to get you a sense of what's really happening. Dramatic moments, if I may say so, of both the leaders coming together. The isolation of President Putin comes to an end now, with him landing on American soil.
Come on, guys. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Mr. President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? We've got to go. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Mr. President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? We've got to go. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Mr. President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
We'd also be joined by our guests who are joining us on this broadcast. We would be having it a short while from now. A Lithuanian politician, he's also the member of the European Parliament, who's going to join us on this broadcast. Olena Trigub, who's she's the Ukrainian Strategic Affairs and Governance expert, joining us from Poland. Peter Kuznick is there with us. He's the Director of Nuclear Studies at American University. And in a short while from now, Vibhuta Jha is also going to join us. Olena, if I can take this question to you with regards to both the leaders now coming together. United States of America has gone a step further, especially with all the trappings of a proper welcome being given to President Putin. It seems the isolation is completely over. But for the Ukrainian president, these images are going to really worry him?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these images, meeting discussing Ukraine without Ukraine being present, of course, it creates anxiety among Ukrainian people, not just Ukrainian president. However, at the same time, Ukrainian people understand that some things about Ukraine in reality cannot be decided by Trump and Putin, and Trump himself said that that this is a preliminary meeting and so on. But what Ukrainians are unhappy about is that there is a risk that Putin will use this meeting to legitimize himself and to also ask to delay sanctions or lift some sanctions in exchange for pretty much nothing or some temporary ceasefire, which would be very temporary. So here everybody is anxious to see whether Trump will let himself be manipulated or not. So this is a test for Trump, first and foremost.
Yeah, and we have Vibhuti Jha also joining us from the United States. Vibhuti, you know, we are not in the best of times when it comes to the India-United States relationship. You think that since President Trump has sort of suggested over the last couple of days that the India tariffs were essentially aimed at making Putin come to the negotiation table. Now that those talks are happening, and if the deal materializes, you think this can sort of ease the situation between India and the United States? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Jha?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for having me, and along with other guests. Look, India-US relationship was always prospering in the last few years between Trump and Modi's friendship and the economic and political needs of both the countries. But of late, because of the Ukraine war, in which India had no role to play, India did not cause the Ukraine tragedy or Russia-Ukraine war. So it's very important for Europeans to figure out why in heavens did this war ever start. If you do not address the why of it, all your solutions will be fake. You are looking at right now, when you saw the pompous play here, you are seeing the master spy and the great hustler in the battlefield together. Or it is a prize fight between the two, the wrestler and the shooter, as I might call it. So here is the issue here. Trump is right. Needlessly, people have died in this war. And there has to be an accountability. Who in heavens did it? Why this war ever started? You have to punish those people as well, and accountability has to be created. The Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainian deaths, the Russian soldiers' deaths, properties damaged. But what is important here is to understand that Europe always has had a fetish for war. And I hate to say this, but that's true. European imperialism and colonialism is responsible for all the flashpoints in the world today. India, China, India, Pakistan, the Middle East crisis, you name it. It has a handiwork of the European imperial and colonialism attempt to dominate, control, and manage the global resources. That's the battlefield. You are going to see here now that enough number of people have died, enough people, there is general sickness around the world about this particular tragedy. Now people are talking about, okay, now let's go and make some money. So you are going to see Ukraine become an example of economic reconstruction, which it deserves for after all the destruction. But you also have to remember, Ukraine also was branded. I do not know, I have never dealt personally in Ukraine, but it's also known as tragically as the most corrupt nation in the world. So you have lots of things playing out here. Trump has gone there only to set the agenda. That it is his own word. He has gone there to set the agenda, possibility of a next meeting. He has also said that if this doesn't happen, I'm going to walk away. So he's definitely driving the position from a strength. American military might, and American military show and the economic power that they have. That's why they can tariff anybody as they want. So you are looking at here in a very interesting situation. Ceasefire, for any peace settlement to happen, there has to be a ceasefire. You have to cease hostilities and stop killing people. That is a must. But will Russia accept it? Russia says no to that. No to that decision. Will there be guarantees from Europe, NATO, and United States that Ukraine will not become part of NATO? So it's a very ticklish issue, but a very important one, because all said and done, you are talking about two nuclear superpowers in the world. As I recall, Mr. Stephen Cohen, who was a Russia expert in the United States, who consulted with every president almost, he said in a meeting, and I was there, that United States and Russia will have to be friends and will have to be talking with each other. Otherwise, both have the ability to destroy the world in the name of killing each other. That's what is important. That's why it is significant. Two most nuclear-powered countries, the heads of those two countries are meeting today for peace in Ukraine. The war started by somebody, whoever was responsible. Thank you.
Yeah, and Peter, do you agree with what Vibhuti is suggesting, which is that the war itch is essentially a European phenomenon? And if you look at it, from Clinton to Bush, from Bush to Obama, from Obama to Trump, and then Trump to Biden, and from Biden to Trump now, every American president has met Putin. The problem is essentially with the European leaders. They have ego issues. They have a visceral hate for Putin, and they just can't get along and have a dialogue with him.
Everything else that he said, I thought that was brilliant the way he posed it in terms of the history of European colonialism and imperialism, and in terms of the stakes here, which I tried to lay out in the beginning, of dealing with the nuclear threat that threatens the planet right now, and that we can step back from that. But I put blame also on the United States. And when I look, for example, when it looked like the Istanbul Accords were going to work in March of 2022, right after this war started, who blew them up? It wasn't the Ukrainians originally. It was Boris Johnson who went in there first, and then the Americans who doubled down on it. It's the United States under Biden who really was fueling this even more than the Europeans. The relation between Europe and Russia was very important. When we assume it was the United States who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, we've seen the effects of this on the European economies. They're all suffering. Everybody expected that the Russian economy was going to collapse from the sanctions. The Russian economy has been doing much better than most of the European economies. So the Europeans have an incentive, but I agree that they are an obstacle. They do not want to see this summit meeting succeed. They would rather see more war. They're willing to finance it. I don't know if they're willing to give security guarantees without the United States, their big brother, backing them up. And we know that before they were not willing to, and NATO wasn't willing to without U.S. support. So, and Trump has made it clear so far that no NATO and no involvement of the U.S. militarily. Now the United States is not even providing the arms that we were providing. Now it's the Europeans who have to buy it from the United States, and then give it to Ukraine. So, but for the overall thrust of what was being said, I think is right on the mark.
Yeah, and what do you make of no comments made by the two leaders both during the photo op and when the two sides were sitting together? They clearly, kept their counsel and did not speak. Very uncharacteristic of Trump to be not speaking when accosted with questions.
I thought that Putin was enjoying it. I thought Putin was relaxed. He was smiling. He was bantering. Putin is not afraid of taking questions. He can answer all these things. Trump was sitting there kind of stiff. I don't think Trump was enjoying this. But the other thing, we saw their advisors.
Well, why do you
around
say
them.
that, Peter? You think something is weighing on the mind of Trump?
Well, it's hard to say what goes on in the mind of Trump. I wouldn't, offer a guess at what goes on inside Trump's mind. I've never been able to follow it. But he's observing this situation, and his body language to me was much more uncomfortable than was Putin's body language.
I believe we have Olena continuing with us, right? Can I take this question? Okay, we have Rasa Juknevishin. Sorry if I did not get the name right. Is that you, Miss Rasa?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can we get the Lithuanian perspective from the Baltics? How you see this development happening with the peace talks and the kind of bonhomie that we saw, we are seeing now between President Trump and President Putin, the kind of reception he has got with that B-2 bomber fly past and a ride in the beast of American president. You think some breakthrough is likely?
First of all, thank you for invitation to speak in front of your huge audience. I don't know if I was very correct to hear everything what was already said, but I want to say some words what I heard. Really, sometimes I will be very blunt and open because the time is such. I am horrified at how Russian lies affect even the most intelligent people. European Union, Europe is not anymore colonial. Russia is the only colonial imperialistic power left globally. They are occupying everything around. They are killing their own people. I mean, Kremlin regime. It's dictatorship. We see this dictatorship as Hitler and Stalin together. It's Putin. And Russia is really big threat. It's like a cancer in European and Asian continent. And today it reminds me, of course, everybody, every normal people want peace, Ukrainians mostly, but Putin not. Putin started this war. Putin started to kill people. And he is threatening us as well. You introduce me as from the Baltic states. I know what does it mean, Soviet Union. And I know what's happening in occupied territories of Ukraine today. How many people are killed, imprisoned. It's a lot of stories. Please tell your people the stories about, for example, young journalist Victoria Roshina. Her body was back in pieces. It's a terrible regime. We have to defeat it, first of all. And I don't see this now, today, on American side, unfortunately. And it reminds me history, 1938, when some politicians at that time, like Chamberlain from Great Britain, was back saying that he agreed on peace with Hitler. What happened in 1 year? Huge World War II started. And that was after this deal in Munich. So we feel the same today. The deal with evil, deal with war criminal, will come with huge war later, because Putin will not stop. For him, it will be not enough just few regions. He will reshape himself and he will attack again and again. This is what Putin is about. So I have to say this in a very open manner, to think for those, to help people to think that this is not about regional conflict, what's going on in Ukraine. Putin's demands and Putin wants to defeat Europe, European nations, European countries.
But Rasa,
and
I understand your perspective, given the fact that this is about the Russian invasion. But the reality is also this: the map is not going to change. Russia is going to be Ukraine's neighbor. That's a reality that one will have to deal with. How do you really take this forward? Because with the weakened position that Europe has actually taken, many would say that you have actually egged on Ukraine to continue with this fight. And the reality is also this, that somewhere down the line, the hardened position that the Europeans had actually taken has only led to a situation where the Ukrainians are fighting it on behalf of the Europeans.
So what are the alternatives? To give up and to let this imperial colonial power to swallow one country by one? Next will be we. We will be the next. I was Minister of Defense, 2008, 2012. And I know that Putin was preparing attack against Baltic states then, few years before Crimea was annexed. Ukraine helped us and saved us from this attack. And we were debating this in Pentagon as well. What can happen? So today, he will not stop. He will not be stopped. And if Europe will not help Ukraine to resist...
In that case, can I ask you, what is the alternative? We do know that this is the reality. But the question is, can the world really afford to be in a global conflict of this nature? And what perhaps should be on the negotiating table right now in order to bring an end to the war?
Yes, and I am also for end of the war, for peace, but for just peace, for long-lasting peace, not just for peace for 1 year. Not just this. And about the future of Russia, yes, you're right. Russia will be our neighbor. And I believe, you will be surprised, but I believe that Russians can live in a normal statehood, not necessarily always in dictatorship. But if Putin will not be stopped and defeated, we will always have this dangerous, aggressive dictatorship next to us, as we had 100 years before. So this is, I believe, that Russia can be different. We need different Russia. It's our European interest to have non-aggressive Russia, but not with Putin, not with a regime like Putin. Why Chinese people in Taiwan or in China, Chinese people in Taiwan can live in democracy? The same Chinese people. I believe that Russians can live in normal statehood, but we have to help them. We have to help to defeat Putin today, Ukrainians, and we could do this. We are far stronger than Russia is. Russian economy is weak. Yes, they have nuclear. That is their power. But no one president of the United States, everybody were too weak to say that we are not afraid of that. And Putin is blackmailing all the time. So I think weakness of the West, when Ukraine and Georgia were not invited for NATO 2008, was vital, huge mistake. And Putin was informed, or got message that those gray zones he is able to attack. Gray zones left in European continent is the reason why Putin attacked them, because he is opportunistic. So I don't agree with those who say that NATO is something which can provoke Russia. No, vice versa. Gray zones left without security, they provoked Putin, and he did what he did. So I am disappointed what happened in last months in the United States. I still hope that maybe America will keep going strong. Everybody hope for a strong position of America. I still have this hope that history will not be repeated as it happened tragically in 1938. But up to now, unfortunately, I see that Putin is winning this, as was mentioned in your program, that he is not anymore in isolation, that he is leader equal to Trump. And this all Russian propaganda today, I was listening in Russian, they all the time are saying the same. For Putin is like a breakthrough. And unfortunately, American president did that. We are far stronger to defeat this evil. Now we are talking about leader. He's not leader, he's more criminal.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
If everything remains same, but Ukraine agrees not to join NATO, is that reasonable price to pay for a lasting ceasefire on the ground in Ukraine, in Europe?
No one in Ukraine can say this. It is written in their constitution, by the way. They have to change constitution to refuse to join NATO. And they have to have a majority in the parliament to say this.
But what's wrong? If it brings peace, if it can stop the killings, why not? I mean, what difference does it make if there are security guarantees given to Ukraine, except for short of joining NATO, security guarantees are there, then why not just accept it?
Look, if it will be guarantees equal to NATO in some time period of time, I think it's possible to negotiate, to talk about this. So because we now in European Union, Ukraine is candidate country, and we in European Union, we have started to build our own defense union. We understand that a lot has to be done by us, ourselves, European Union countries. And Ukraine now is part of our defense union since the very beginning. Be it when we talk about defense military industries, Ukraine is more and more included. And of course, this is the beginning. We are not yet ready for that, because NATO, with the American guarantees since the very beginning, were guarantees for European Union security. But now, situation is changing. And look, about NATO. Look, if we would not be members of NATO, 3 Baltic countries, what would happen with us? We would be immediately occupied by Putin. Without that, yes, if it will be countries of willing, like Britain, France, Germany, other countries, after the ceasefire, if they will be able to deploy their troops to have agreements with Ukraine, it's also possible. But not to leave territories for this war criminal to take, and many other issues. Of course, I think that Trump wants peace, but I am not sure if he is very well, how to say, his knowledge in history and about everything what Putin is asking and looking for.
I think Trump is not a man, Ms. Rasa, who lives in history or who draws much from history. He's very clear. He has gone to the meeting almost in agreement with many of the Russian conditions. He has already been speaking about land swap as one of the icebreakers, one of the deal makers, and he has openly said that Zelensky has to do something on this. He has to somehow get his people to accept some kind of exchange of territory. He's saying both the sides. He's not saying agree 100% with the Russians that give Donetsk and the Luhansk and the republics and the area of Kherson and Zaporizhia. But he's saying some give and take has to happen. So which means, so far as Trump is concerned, he is already bit on the other side. I mean, in which case, what are the options available really for Zelensky and the Ukrainians if the Americans really read the provide a fait accompli.
So imagine situation if China is coming and asking pieces of India.
Sorry?
What would be your response?
Sorry, I missed that.
It has pretext. It's a huge pretext, very dangerous one. Because Putin will grab and grab and grab in future. It will be a pretext for others to do the same, to take Taiwan, to attack something in some other countries, in other regions. It would be a huge mistake.
Okay.
And by the way, Zelensky did a lot.
Okay.
Did a lot in speaking, in communicating with President Trump and America. Everybody understand that the United States is a huge country, important one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really liking this engaging conversation that we are having. Stay with us, because what you are saying, Ms. Rasa, is absolutely in counter juxtaposition of what Vibhuti was saying, for example. Vibhuti, do you have some response to the couple of points that she's making? She's a former defense minister of Lithuania. She's saying that what is happening now almost amounts to appeasing Putin, and it's a throwback to 1938 when Chamberlain sort of appeased, not sort of, actually appeased Hitler, and that it did not in any way satiate Hitler's, Hitler's want for a war, and that it would not change Putin's war impulse. And that's the fear that they're on the ground in Lithuania, in Ukraine, and many other countries in Europe. Vibhuti.
I mean, the honorable defense minister of whatever country you are, I didn't get it.
Lithuania.
But let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, very simple. Hitler also was from Germany and was Europe. Let's not make it Asia. And Europeans have a very smart, way of injecting their problem on the rest of the world. Look at the facile manner in which the honorable defense minister brought in China and India conflict in that part of the conversation. The issue is Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine and NATO, Ukraine and America, and that is the issue. Let's talk about that. Let's not bring in China, India, and Taiwan. It's none of Europe's business. Let me put it this way. It's none of Europe's business. The second part is also very important here, is the fact NATO is the only war club. Members only, white countries only, members only. Only Turkey is the one which is part of the member. Why? Because you perceive Russia as an enemy. That's okay. You can perceive Russia as an enemy. But why have a war club? Can't you fight your own battles? And America is part of the thing because of the Second World War remnants and everything else. If there was a China and India were to make a treaty for Pacific Treaty, how would Europe react? That's the problem. Europeans are very smart about institutionalizing their problem as the global problem. Now, for saying putting pressure on this peace negotiation that is happening, that Putin has already won and Trump is giving concession. That itself is absolutely ridiculous. When people are meeting to talk and resolve an issue which was not started by Russia, not started by India, and to punish India for Russian oil purchase, which Biden came and asked Modi to buy to stabilize oil prices, you can see the double play, the duplicitous nature of Europe. And that's where the problem lies.
Vibhuti.
All world's problems are European created. And I'm totally unabashed about saying that.
I would want an answer from Rasa to that, but and I want Peter also back in the conversation, but just a bit, I have to take a dip on the ground I have to go to Anchorage, where our reporter Nick is joining us live once again, and just let's take an update of how things are going there. Nick, did you get a hotel room first, and then please tell us what's the latest in terms of the talks? They have begun already?
Yes, President Trump and President Putin shook hands, and they went together to the limousine, and they are started their meeting. This meeting is a historical meeting, and probably that is the hope of many people. They will reach an agreement. And you can see here behind me, many Americans came here to support Trump, to support peace, to support this meeting, and they are hoping that peace will be achieved, because there are a lot of opportunities to both countries, and if they will cooperate, it will be much better for both of the countries. And today, historic meeting can be the shift, because Trump saying it is Biden's war, it's not Trump's war, and Trump wants to end it because too many people are dying and there's no reason for so many people to die. And instead of that, there are a lot of opportunities for both countries. They can invest in many different areas and they can promote their economies. And the history of the relationship of both countries is coming back to the beginning of the 19th century. And as you can see here, many Americans are supporting their President Trump, and the meetings with Putin, you can see that there is the flags of their state. And it's not like it was yesterday when the protest here at the same place was of pro-Ukrainians. And what is really amazing, if you can see, when I got here yesterday and they are reported about the pro-Ukrainian protest, you had here more international media than people that were protesting. But here today, when you have the same protest, but for Trump, pro-Trump, and for this meeting and for peace, you almost don't see here any media at all. No journalists, nobody reporting about that, because they want to promote just one agenda of Ukraine, but they don't care about peace. And when I yesterday asked people, what is your solution? Their solution was to continue the war. So people who are supporting Ukraine want the people to continue to die in this endless war. But here people want peace. They want this war to stop because they understand that this war is a nonsense. It is ridiculous. Too many people are dying for no reason. Thank you.
Okay, Nick, thank you so much. I hope you got a hotel room, because Anchorage is short of those rooms, because it's a peak tourist season, and this was short notice in which Trump announced this summit. We'll keep coming back to you. Those were pictures of protests happening, all sorts of protests. It's a vibrant democracy, the United States, like us in India. Coming back to the conversation we were having, I'll go to Peter first and then go back to Ms. Rasa for an encore. Peter, just a while back, there has been a post from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. It's a bipartisan group, and it says that tariffing India won't stop Putin. If Trump really wanted to address Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, maybe punish Putin and give Ukraine military aid it needs. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Do you get a sense that this meeting that's taking place in Anchorage, at the joint base in Anchorage, is just smoke and mirrors, with Putin leading Trump up the garden path and not substantive costs being inflicted on Russia for its war in Ukraine?
No, that's not the way I look at it. I look at it as having some real potential. I don't see it the way the former defense minister sees the situation. In fact, what she was saying scares the crap out of me, pardon my French. This kind of view, this kind of hatred, this kind of demonization of Russia and Putin especially is not going to get us anywhere except into World War III. To think that Putin, who can't even defeat Ukraine after 3.5 years, is going to want to take on NATO, that if he prevails in Ukraine, he's going to gobble up one piece of Europe after another. To me, this is madness. But it's an example to me of false historical analogies. Some years ago, I had Robert McNamara come into my class to talk to my students about Vietnam. And McNamara was considered the brains of the U.S. strategy in Vietnam. And he attributed a lot of the failure of U.S. policy to just this kind of false historical reasoning. And he just like the former defense minister said, he pinpointed the Munich analogy. We hear this Munich analogy as a scare tactic. Not that she doesn't believe it, I'm sure she does, but this is the shoddiest kind of historical reasoning. So if they appease Hitler at Munich, then we can't do something that looks like it might appease Putin today. Putin is not Hitler. I don't like a lot of things that Putin does, but he is not Hitler. And people I know who've spent a lot of time with him actually see him very differently than others of us who don't know him personally do. Back in 2008, as she said, when she said they should have, at that point, endorsed, or instead of just fast-tracking Ukraine and Georgia, they should have admitted them to NATO. The U.S. ambassador at the time, who was recently our CIA director, William Burns, wrote back a memo to the White House after George Bush called for fast-tracking NATO and Ukraine and Georgia. He wrote back a memo saying, "Niet means niet. Don't cross Russia's red lines." Putin made it very clear. Putin had been very friendly to the United States initially when he took office and after 9/11. But Putin was very adamant about the expansion of NATO. And he made very clear in his speeches from that point on that he could not trust the United States since it was pushing for NATO expansion up to Russia's doorstep. Why did NATO need to do that? It didn't need to do that, and it was very, very provoked. This war could have and should have been avoided. The Minsk II agreement was on the table. It would have kept the Donbass and these other regions back inside of Ukraine. But they sabotaged it. As the Germans and the French admitted afterwards, they deliberately slow-walked it just to be able to prepare for the military confrontation that they saw coming. And that we could have, if diplomacy has become a dirty word, and I think in her vocabulary it's still a dirty word, we need to negotiate. Can I guarantee that Putin would never attack another country? No. Can she guarantee that he will? No. Absolutely not. But the Europeans keep on saying this, that if Putin gets a toehold, if he gets a victory in Ukraine, he's going to gobble up one piece of Europe after another. To me, that is totally irrational, illogical, and to try to sabotage a potential peace agreement over a false historical analogy, to me, makes no sense at all. We don't know for sure what's going to come out of this, but at least we have the chance of peace. And what she's proposing, I think, is World War III.
Ms. Rasa, now do you really, I just want to add to what Peter and Vibhuti have said, and then you get to answer. We can also play the pictures of released by the White House of the place where these talks are happening. The backdrop says pursuing peace, so that bit of clarity there at what both sides are looking at. It's just that the modalities and the details, as they say, the devil is always in the detail, and that's going to come out on the other side of the talks. But Ms. Rasa, the premise on which the Cold War ended, or the Soviet Union in fact ended, was that NATO will not NATO would not expand. That was an understanding that was given to Gorbachev and Yeltsin both, that NATO would not expand eastwards. Maybe it would be disbanded. But what we have seen subsequently over the last 3 decades is that NATO has more than doubled its number of members and continues to grow, and they want Ukraine also to become part of the military bloc. So Russia there has a valid point that it's an understanding of which the Western bloc and Europe is in breach.
Look, I am in politics since 1990, when I voted for Lithuanian independence in first free elected parliament. And I know everything about our membership in NATO. It was not NATO expansion. It's wrong wording. And Gorbachev and others, there are no evidences about any promises. And NATO countries, some NATO countries, were not happy to invite us. We wanted, nations, we wanted to join NATO. We, Polish, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, we wanted to join NATO. It was a long way I was working on our NATO membership since the very beginning as member of parliament. And I know that it was a lot of resistance in many NATO countries. And we had to fight heavily to achieve this. And the same with Ukrainians today. Luckily, we were lucky to join NATO before Putin became so brutal and changed Russia from Yeltsin to Russia, what is we have now. Look to Finland and Sweden. Immediately people changed their mind. Immediately when this attack happened. It was not like in Washington, D.C. and Berlin someone, or in Brussels, in headquarters of NATO, took decision to expand NATO. No, because Swedish and Finnish people made this decision themselves. Because NATO is not aggressive alliance. It was a lie when some of you said that NATO is alliance for war. No. This alliance was created for peace after the World War II, together with the European Union. And about saying about colonialism and other issues, yes, if Russia would be able to change itself as Germany changed after Hitler in few decades with denazification, Russia needs this process now. Because desovietization, the atrocities of Soviet regime, like 1/3 of my population was killed, sent to Siberia, was terrible what happened when Russians came here, as they are doing the same now in Ukraine. So those atrocities never ever were legally condemned, like Nuremberg process happened with Hitler. So I can agree that Putin is not Hitler, but he is Stalin for sure. And Stalin is not better than Hitler. Stalin did millions of people killed, millions Russians killed. So Putin is, of course, now glorification of Stalin, of everything, those lies about Nazis in Ukraine, everything. What is about? It's like Hitler, Goebbels propaganda is too soft to say. So it's let's woke up. Let's woke up and see. It's not about the World War III. Putin is pushing us to World War III. And if we will not defeat this evil, that will happen. Some terrible can happen.
Vibhuti, if I can just bring you in right now, just, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, and particularly I'm going to once again go through some of the imagery of this diplomacy that's actually taking place. For President Putin, he would be extremely elated because given the fact that this is exactly the setting that he would have expected, you have the President of United States of America, leader of NATO actually, welcoming him, and the kind of reception that he actually received after the much of isolation that he had witnessed over the last few years. A military flyover, a red carpet, and then you have that entire meeting that actually took place in the Beast, and you have both the adversaries coming together, sitting in the same car without any sort of interpreter, then actually going in for this one meeting that's actually taking place. Now, this is perhaps the best setting that President Putin could have actually imagined.
You are absolutely right. And I totally agree with you that the two most powerful nuclear countries in the world, the leaders got together to actually talk about peace. What truly transpires, we do not know. But one thing I just wanted to correct the Honorable Defense Minister. I didn't say that NATO was a war-mongering club. I said NATO is the only club, members-only club, which has become a war club, like the Three Musketeers, one for all for one. That's what I'm driving at. It's a totally unnecessary organization. And if you want to really have peace, Russia had applied for NATO membership, why was it rejected? The whole problem would have been over. Then the NATO doesn't exist. That's the European play, and I give credit to Europeans. They are way too smart to internationalize their entire problems. Just like World War I and World War II, they were European battlefields, but the colonial armies of India and other countries died there for their fetish. This is something that Europe must recognize. Now, thankfully to the technology, we need not wait for a pigeon to come convey the news. News travels faster than the speed of lightning, and we don't need to rely upon traditional news media for our news gathering. Insofar as Trump and Putin is concerned, they ought to have met. I totally subscribe to the departed soul Stephen Cohen, who had said that Russia and America need to talk, must talk, but he also had said in the forum where I was there that the extreme liberals do not want Putin to succeed and be friends with America. And they put everything. Otherwise, think about it. Hillary Clinton talked about Russian reset. Remember that? What happened out of that? Nothing. Then there was Russian collusion. What was it? Now we know after 5 years or 6 years, that was all humbug. This is the tragedy of democracy that we are seeing, where you accuse somebody, shoot and scoot, you tell a lie, and then it will be found true or false 6 years later. But my concern is very simple. Do you want peace? That's the issue. The Europeans have to decide if that's the issue. Today, every single Indian and every single Chinese is angry because Russia is being made. And Russia is the play in which Europeans have fought the war, and they are responsible for their own little war. And why must China and India pay for that? Why must China and India pay for that? Isn't it market philosophy to buy wherever the goods are cheaper available to you? Why not? You created those conditions. Why blame me? Mr. Jha, and that's the issue that the West will have to answer. America will have to answer. At some point in time. Here. I'm told, just one second. I'm told that the reason why US gave China a 90-day break, because ostensibly they realize the potential threat that if China just makes an announcement that we will suspend all exports of goods and services to United States for 90 days, US economy will collapse. Think about it from that perspective. Mr. Jha, so there is a bigger Mr. Jha,
I'm sorry to interrupt you because I just want to just quickly go back to that image of President Putin and President Trump sitting in the beast. You have the Russian news agencies now confirming that, in fact, the Urus limousine that is being used by President Putin was already placed at the tarmac. In fact, it was planned that he would have taken the Urus to actually go to the venue, the very place where the meeting would have taken place, but a departure from the tradition. It turns out that both the leaders then decided to hop onto the same car, which happens to be that of the President of the United States of America, the Beast. So it's a clear departure from traditions. So right from the word go, the moment President Trump landed and thereafter President Putin landed, both the leaders, it seems it has been choreographed to a greater extent, that it's going to be a little change from what we have essentially seen. Both the leaders' adversaries at one level decided to perhaps leave all the traditions and go a different way. Peter Kuznick, is it then a message that is coming across that both the leaders intend to come up with some sort of a solid solution, hoping that in the next few hours, around 5:30 India time, there is a possibility that some breakthrough could actually take place? If at all, if both the leaders are making these changes, leaving behind traditions and deciding to, get on to something that the two nations would come up with something absolutely afresh. And can we also have the pictures of both the leaders entering the same car?
I'm hopeful that they will. I think there's a reasonable chance. They're not going to solve anything today, but they're going to hopefully create the basis for a follow-up meeting. That's going to include Zelensky. When I hear Elena speak, I understand why they don't want to include the Europeans, because the Europeans, some of them are so hostile not only to Putin, but to the idea that peace is preferable to continued fighting, that I can understand why they would be considered to be a negative disruption. But I think that Trump and Putin can come up with the framework to continue the talks that will have to include Zelensky. He will have to buy into this. And as soon as I said before, as soon as I heard Trump's words about Lukashenko, I'm not sure if Elena heard that yet today, but his praise of Lukashenko, of all people, and talking about how highly respected he is globally, made me think that something is going on. Because I know that when he had the Wednesday phone conversation that Merz organized with some of the Europeans and Zelensky, he seemed to be agreeing with them. And now he seems to be taking a very, very different tack. So I hope they give us a chance. I hope those who don't want to see this succeed are not successful in sabotaging it. Because, you know, as I stressed before, if this continues, then 6 months from now, a year from now, Russia's going to have more of Ukrainian land. There will be tens or hundreds of thousands more dead and injured on both sides. Ukraine's going to be in a weaker position, and eventually this is going to end in negotiations. The Ukrainian morale is terrible. Ukrainian is underarmed, undermanned. Are the Lithuanians going to go there to do the fighting? I don't think so. Certainly the Americans aren't. And so we're only looking at a worse situation from the standpoint of Ukraine and Europe if we postpone this. So that's why I'm hoping for a positive outcome of this. Not because I like the invasion, I don't. Not because I think Putin is a great man, I don't. There are a lot of things he's doing that I find deeply, deeply troubling, but he's not Hitler. And to think that he's Stalin, I mean, that's really bonkers to me also. But not that I think that he's repressive and he's dictatorial in some ways, but we have to understand him, not demonize him, and realize that if we work together, we put these economic agreements into place, as well as peace agreements, that maybe we can have a different future, a more peaceful future.
Well, in fact, Sergei Lavrov has also responded to a media question, and this is what he said, that he expected the US would lift some sanctions on Russia after the meeting between Putin and Trump. And as we are also putting out another big breaking news coming in, a lot of symbolism that we are really witnessing right now of both the leaders coming together. In fact, a confirmation coming in from Russian news agencies that President Putin's Urus limousine was already parked at the tarmac. He was scheduled to sit in that limousine and head straight to the venue of the meeting. A departure from the tradition. It turns out that both the leaders, after having that small tete-a-tete conversation that took place immediately thereafter, as you see on your screens right now, that's the beast of the United States, so the President of the United States of America. And both the leaders thereafter sat in the same car, that too without any interpreter, and left for the venue. So clearly there is a lot of symbolism that's actually we are witnessing right now. Vibhuti Jha, Mr. Jha, I believe in a situation like this, you ought to read into every image that comes in, because right from the body language of both the leaders to the fact that there is a departure from the usual traditions, especially when world leaders come together for a bilateral meeting, the circumstances are very different. You have a military flyover taking place. You have the famous pull-in of President Trump. So all attempts are essentially being made by President Trump right now to woo President Putin, and hoping that there would be some sort of a deal coming in. In fact, while you respond, I'm going to also just put out the other breaking news coming in. The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, has just responded to a media question. And important to point out here, they are hoping that there's going to be some sort of a relaxation as far as the sanctions are concerned.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very important. Now, you use the word sanction. That is critical to American foreign policy. That has what has upset a whole lot of people around the world. Dollar has been the reserve currency of the world. When you, for political reasons, you begin to sanction and seize assets of countries and people, boats and whatever else, it creates an uncertainty in the minds of investors or people who park money in dollars. I'm now safer, despite my exchange currency loss, to put my money in Mongolian currency or Australian currency or a Korean currency, because I'm guaranteed my assets will not be seized. That's what Trump realizes as a businessman. He is an unusual president. He's not a politician president. And if you try to understand Donald Trump, regardless of what he is as a person and what he does, remember, he's a builder-developer. He prides in saying about Trump towers and Trump golf courses and all that. He's not a president who likes to have a war in various places. He didn't like the fact that US was footing the burden of NATO expenses the way US was doing. And in his very first term, he made Europeans contribute to the GDP size 1 or 2%, whatever it was. This time out, he asked them for 5% and he got it. So he definitely understands, and he has great respect for Putin for the exact same reason that Stephen Cohen had said, that both countries can destroy each other and the world. And Trump doesn't want that. So he has an understanding, a real political understanding of where Putin comes and why he wouldn't want a US-Russia relationship to go down the tube. The other element is also very important. USSR was broken up and resulted in many countries created. Ukraine was one of them. Putin has not forgotten that. No country likes to be wiped off. And USSR was wiped off. Only Russia remains. So he knows that NATO's only goal is to eliminate Russia from the face of the earth, weaken them to such an extent to submission. And that every country resists and must resist. Why not? So this is the issue on which the Europeans will have to take the burden, that you cannot always be indulging in war, supplying bullets and bandages both at the same time. It's a time for a real world where people have begun to see what happens and who causes the wars. And, talking about Europe's love for democracy and imposing democracy in other places, the American history and European history has been that they are more successful they are more keen to do business with dictators. How do you explain Europe's and American fantasy with Pakistan?
Mr. Jha, very interesting developments. I'm sure I just want to add to some of the developments taking place. I want to share this with you. In fact, I also have Ajay Jain and Dr. Joseph Chalil joining us. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us as we discuss this historic moment where both the leaders are finally meeting. I'm given to understand that a Russian foreign minister, in a response to a question that was asked to him, whether at all they're expecting the United States of America to lift off the sanctions, and I'm quoting the Russian foreign minister, he says that they will definitely lift them off. Someone, that's for sure. Now, it's very clear that there are certain tangibles that have already been discussed. So we are hoping that around 5:30 this morning, India time, when both the leaders are addressing, there is a very, very high possibility now, Mr. Jain, if you're hearing me, that there is a high possibility that some of the sanctions that were imposed by the United States of America, that will be lifted off. If that happens, it's a big win for President Putin. It's already a diplomatic win for him, the very fact that he is on American soil right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that will be a big win for President Putin. And President Trump is under the pressure that he won this campaign or this election on one of the promise that he will end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. And to boost his image in the domestic, it's important for him trying to bring an end to this war, which is, Putin agreeing to his terms is highly unlikely. But at the same time, if U.S. goes easy on some sanctions, then not only it will be good for Russia, but it also good for India as well, so that the issue around India buying 40% of the U.S. Russia's oil will also ease, and so that's a good development. And now how far the Ukraine war is going to end, there's so many complicated factors around that, around the land deal and the swap of the land between the two countries, as well as the sanctions, and as the previous speaker was saying, taking out NATO influence in the region. I'm of the opinion that U.S. at some point of the time instigated Ukraine that will get you the membership in NATO, and you go and fight with Russia, and the whole NATO is behind you. And that prompted, Ukraine to take a bigger role and continue this fight. And now they're not giving them membership of NATO, and Ukraine is completely involved in this fight. And U.S. is sending out millions of dollars in the last administration and this administration, which is U.S. taxpayers' money. And the U.S. taxpayers, they don't want to spend their money on this war continuously. So Trump understands that, and is using all kind of his tactics, whether it's tariffs and all those things, and using this whole thing. Geopolitics challenges are geopolitics scenarios are changing all over the world right now, and especially U.S. had a stronger relationship with India to counterbalance China in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, after this sanction, they have given 90 days more extra to China, even though China is one of the biggest oil buyer from Russia, because China has a leverage on U.S. for the rare earth elements, and because of that, U.S. is going easy. So U.S. is not trying to directly develop a relationship with China. In that case, India's need for U.S. become lesser, and also U.S. is saying that they found a huge deposit of rare earth element in Balochistan in Pakistan, and that's one of the reasons. Beside the family business of Trump, they are causing with Pakistan and sidelining India. So U.S.-Russia summit, which is happening right now, and the success of it will, help ease some of the tariffs and stuff on India, but we'll have to see how it develops out.
Dr. Joseph Jalil, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Historic moment, undoubtedly, but, whether are we going to look at some sort of a tangible deliverables from this particular three-on-off meeting that's actually taking place, 3-on-3 meeting that's taking place right now as we speak. Are you expecting that in the next few hours, when both the leaders really come in, is it going to be a win for the world, or is it only going to be a win for Russia?
I hope it's a win for the world, because any war, and this long war for 3 years, thousands of people have been killed, more on Ukraine side but also on Russia's side, and any effort to bring peace in the region is a win for the world. So I'm hoping, and using that example, they can carry it on forward to Gaza as well. So this will be a win for the war, and hopefully that will also bring the world trade into a little bit more balance. Right now, U.S. is, I would quote, as an economic terrorism, where they are pressurizing its NATO partners as well as India and other countries on the tariff. So with this outcome, positive outcome of this meeting, we should see a win for world.
Dr. Joseph Jalil, actually, I wanted to take that question with you, but Mr. Jain, you've pitched in. Thank you very much. But Dr. Joseph,
sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's completely fine. It's all bringing in all the perspective that we need right now. I'm going to just quickly recap of all that we know, because some of our viewers, especially the Indian diaspora who are tuning in right now, just a quick recap of all that we are picking up. In fact, Republic TV happens to be one of the only South Asian networks to be live from Alaska. Our reporter on the ground, Nick, who has been sending us multiple reports, getting us a sense of what's really happening. In fact, as the meeting takes place, there are certain demonstrations that are taking place. They may be handful in nature, but that's also another reality of what's really happening on the ground, given the fact that the Ukrainian president hasn't really found space on the negotiating table. In fact, he has recorded a message where he says that such a format of meeting is necessary, but that also should include Ukraine. So will there be a trilateral meeting thereafter is something that one will have to wait and watch, particularly around this morning when both the leaders are expected to be addressing the media. That's extremely important. Dr. Joseph Chalil, can there be any positive outcome of this meeting? There is a lot of pessimism amongst the European leaders because they believe that President Trump may be manipulated by a fine master like President Putin. After all, he's a former KGB, and the fact that he has seen multiple American presidents, he always has the edge right now in this particular meeting. And perhaps that explains why from a one-on-one meeting, it has been converted to a three-on-three meeting.
Again, this is hopefully a great day for the world, hopefully for world peace. President Putin was given a very royal welcome in Alaska. His plane was accompanied by multiple U.S. Fighter jets, including a B-2 bomber. He landed, and President Trump was waiting in his airplane for almost half an hour, to welcome him on the tarmac. And they drove together, came to this. I would say the people who were taken for a ride are the European leaders, because remember what happened after this Russia-Ukraine deal, or lack thereof, in the past few months. European NATO allies increased their defense contribution to 5%. This was beyond even what President Trump was looking for. They were currently at maybe 1% or 1.5%. Getting them to a 2% challenge was even a struggle. Getting them to agree to 5%, and even now, whatever US is sending to Ukraine is purchased by NATO using this money and then reimbursed to the US. The President was telling that, we got, several $1 million worth of check from NATO recently, and there are several billion checks are expected soon. So I think this lack of ceasefire spooked European leaders into paying more. I think as far as President Trump is concerned, I believe his mission accomplished. He won already when the NATO increased the defense spending. And I'm very optimistic that there will be, because of the seriousness President Putin took into this meeting, he didn't come alone. He came in with over 200 business leaders on multiple planes. So this is not a 2-hour meeting when President Trump said, within 2 minutes, I'll find out. And if it's not productive, I'll walk out. And it's been hours and they're still in the meeting. So I am very hopeful that there will be some sort of either a follow-up meeting or a plan for ceasefire announced. I'm very optimistic that there could be that sanctions against countries doing business with Russia could be not taken away, at least be paused, and they could be and they could freeze the line of control as opposed to land swaps, which could come later. So in this case, I would say President Trump and his plan have succeeded or will succeed. And I think Russia, as the largest country in the world, a most powerful country in the world, Ukraine is just a distraction. There is a lot more they have to discuss, from nuclear disarmament to the rare earths, which are vast available in Russia, also the Arctic. So there's a lot more success and a lot more business deals for them, America and Russia, to be done, as opposed to just a distraction of Ukraine. I'm hoping there will be a peace and there will be a ceasefire, and there will freeze the line of actual control, which is currently as it is right now. And I am confident, and I'm also optimistic that the NATO entrance of Ukraine is not going to happen. And that was a promise made by Biden, and that was his mistake. And President Trump is always complaining that it was Biden's war because he could have stopped it from happening. Now we are in the war. America will hopefully get involved, and there could be a friendship between U.S. and the location is very, very significant. Being in Alaska, a former Russian territory, which was sold to take care of Crimea, several decades ago. Now both leaders meeting there, and he was seen as an equal. President Putin wasn't seen as if somebody less than America. He was seen as if he was still the USSR president. He was respected and not insulted. And I'm hoping this is going to come to a very good conclusion. And indirectly, it'll be a good news for India as well, as we have the tariff on us.
Well, in fact, Dr. Joseph Chalil, probably the Ukrainians would be extremely happy if at all what you're saying can be achieved, that is a ceasefire. But Mr. Jain, can that be a possibility? Because if you really look at the agenda that is now being set, it seems for the Russians right now, the focus is more on convincing President Trump that he needs to lift off the sanctions. So there could be some sort of a quid pro quo here, and that may not essentially mean that it would benefit the Ukrainians.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the White House described this summit as a listening session, as a focus on dialogue rather than immediate breakthrough. So White House was cautious in describing this. And to me, it most likely situation looks like there would be no ceasefire, but commitment to further talks. And that further talks could include Zelensky as a partner in the follow-up meeting. But there could be outcome which would be a positive outcome where the leaders would agree on certain things, which could be symbolic gestures such as commitment to prisoner exchanges, humanitarian steps, protecting civilian infrastructure, or loosely worded framework or a potential ceasefire. But such outcome, definitely would allow both leaders to claim diplomatic progress without addressing core issues like territorial control, which is one of the territorial control, as well as no backing from NATO or support to Ukraine. Those are some of the big demands from Russia, and of course, lifting of the sanctions. So definitely it creates, this summit is basically sidelining the whole NATO, as previous speaker was saying, and reinforcing Putin's narrative of direct US-Russia negotiation over Ukraine's fate. And that's how already showing that Putin is having an advantage over this summit and leading to the way he wants the outcome to come. But Putin definitely wants an end to Russia's diplomatic isolation and economic isolation. So bringing 200 business leaders into this conference is signaling that there's an desired outcome he wants for lifting of some of the economic sanction and opening up trade with European and US countries. And we have to see how much Trump is willing to leverage, because one of the most important things Trump wants at this point of time, other than peace or negotiation, is a Nobel Peace Prize. And and how far he can go to this extent to get this deal sealed so that he has a strong case for Nobel Peace Prize, we'll have to see the outcome.
Well, it's whether at all it's for the Nobel Peace Prize or not. In fact, you've had Hillary Clinton saying that if at all there is a ceasefire, then she herself is going to propose the name of President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. That aside, important to highlight here are the following. You have a lot of symbolism immediately after both the leaders actually landed. I'm just going to quickly try and recap this for you. We're going to go through all the set of images that we have. And I'm going to try and describe for all our viewers who are tuning in right now why this is extremely significant. It could be a turning point, a game changer at this stage. Perhaps a few would be aggrieved with these images that you see right now, with President Trump patting on the back of President Putin, the pull-in that we saw immediately after both the leaders met, clapping of President Trump the moment he saw President Putin, and then walking towards the pool of reporters and the smile that President Putin had on his face. In fact, some questions that were basically asked about how long will he continue killing civilians, to which he just simply smirked and almost pretended that he couldn't hear that question. And thereafter came that big sort of messaging that has been done by both the leaders. It turns out that despite President Putin's limousine standing on the tarmac, President Putin and President Trump both chose to drive off from the airport to the venue in the same vehicle, which happens to be the Beast, the vehicle of the President of the United States of America, that too without any interpreters. Again, another messaging that has been done by both the leaders. And thereafter, the photo opportunity that you see, and the backdrop is quite telling. The backdrop which reads "Pursuing Peace." Now, pursuing peace in the absence of the third party, the aggrieved party here, that's the Ukrainians. Whether it's at all this is going to be a lasting pact, that is not really known at this point in time, but it is certainly a beginning. A beginning because since 2022, when the invasion began, Russian president did not leave his country. This is for the first time that he has left the Russian soil and is directly landed on American soil. The same very place for the last few years that the Russians have been fighting. In fact, it was because of the former United States of America president, that is President Biden, that you've essentially seen the sanctions that have been imposed in consultation with the European Union. But all of that seems to have now been forgotten. It seems that President Trump believes that engaging President Putin would essentially result in some sort of perhaps a solution to the current problem that the world faces at this stage. Let me once again go back to Dr. Joseph, who's joining us on this broadcast. Dr. Joseph, if I may ask you, from the time the Soviet Union actually collapsed, coming together of the American president and the Russian president seems to be quite unusual.
That's correct. Even the impression given while the presidents were on way to Alaska was that the 101 will not happen. It's going to be a 3-on-3 meeting. But if we look at our screens right now, the 101 already happened. The presidents walked together 101 with no interpreters. They sat together in the limousine. In fact, what symbolism is that President Trump usually, or any president for that matter, sits on the passenger side of the Beast in the backside. He gave his seat to President, to the Russian president and came in. So again, this is all symbolism where he's given more respect. And I'm hoping and this is going to be interesting to see what happens to the Russian assets frozen overseas. It's again, we hear about the $300 billion which are frozen in multiple banks in Europe, but we don't hear much about the Russian businessmen's assets frozen in the US and in multiple other countries or abroad. So it could be in multiple billions or in trillions over. So unfreezing those, lifting some sanctions, getting Russia as a trading partner, having a deal on rare earths, because America, when they put sanctions on China recently, the US stock market tanked. And when the sanctions were high, China actually stopped shipping rare earth magnets to America, and our factories were shutting down because our EV batteries or EV motors were made exclusively using Chinese-made rare earth magnets. So that's the reason why India got stuck with the symbolic punishment tariff, because we were not playing ball with America. We were not punishing America, but we were playing along while China was aggressive enough. So I think President Trump's and US's and for the world, the better option would be to get rid of the Chinese monopoly on rare earths, whether that making a deal with Russia or cutting deal with anybody else would be best for the world, so that no single country controls all the wealth of this world, which will be good for the peace. Even American missiles uses sometimes Chinese fuel for usage. So we need to, and they've been talking about even today when before he left to Alaska, was that the APIs, even though the pharmaceutical products come from India, majority of them are generic drugs, their APIs come from China. So America wants to wean ourselves off China and hopefully the world off China, and this could benefit potentially India.
Mr. Jain, if I can also bring you in, I'm told that Mr. Arnab Bhaskar is also joining us from Mumbai. Mr. Bhaskar, that's an early morning for you. Mr. Jain, before I come to you, I just want to take one quick question with Mr. Arnab Bhaskar. Mr. Bhaskar, the meeting that's actually taking place in Alaska would have widespread ramification. In fact, ripple effects would be felt everywhere, including India, because the kind of threats that have been issued by President Trump ahead of this particular meeting targeting India. But India has perhaps fought this off the very fact that you've had the Prime Minister making it very clear that our interests lies with our farmers, our interest lies with our nation. As far as oil is concerned, there is no change despite the negativity that has been spread by the Trump administration, particularly with regards to buying oil. I want to ask you, as an Indian geopolitical expert, how do you really look into this meeting between President Putin and President Trump, and vis-a-vis the role that we have essentially played?
Oh, well, my understanding of the situation is that America is not even prepared with an agenda of what it hopes to achieve in this meeting. The background of the meeting was simply this: Trump, in his typical way, he shoots off his announcements without even planning for what should follow next. He announced an extra tariff for those who were importing oil from Russia and imposed an additional 25% to India, what was called the third-party tariffs. India quietly said, no, we will continue purchasing from Russia. Trump did not know what to do next. And so immediately he thought of having a meeting with Putin, rang up Putin and said, can we meet in Alaska? It was just something off the cuff, announced. Trump immediately contacted all his, his associate countries, China, India, Brazil, and told them, look, we're going to have a meeting. What is it that we should talk about? Got his agenda ready. Putin plans his moves very carefully. And now they've gone. After that, Trump had contacted all the EU members and Zelensky, and they said no swap deal as Trump had announced. So the swap is off the table. If swap is off the table, what are the things that he wants? He wants a treaty. Russia has made it clear there'll be no treaty at all. So Russia has made its preconditions very clear, and Russia does not budge and change its mind from now to next to next. So it's a meeting which everyone is perplexed about. What is going to happen? Trump wants a ceasefire. The EU has told him not to discuss swaps, not to discuss territory, and he's agreed. So Trump has hemmed himself in. Putin is ready. Putin wants to show that he's always ready for discussion. And Trump now does not know what he's going to achieve. That is my reading of the situation.
Mr. Jain, you've heard what our fellow panelist had to just point out with regards to, the attempt that President Trump essentially made, and which some in Washington are now calling it perhaps one of the worst foreign policy decision that has been taken by President Trump, trying to tinker with what has been a long-lasting relationship. Do you believe that it is going to, tomorrow, what we are going to witness after the press conference, what we are going to witness is going to have a ripple effect across the globe? And as far as India is concerned, do you believe that there could be a silver lining here for us? Mr. Jain, am I audible?
This is for me.
Mr. Jain, am I audible? Mr. Jain, we seem to be having some.
I cannot hear you.
Mr. Jain, the question that I was asking you is that 5:30 India time, when we see both the leaders address the media, whatever they say would certainly have some sort of a ripple effect across the globe. But putting the focus on India and the lens that everyone would have would be on India at this point in time, given the fact that some have argued that one of the worst policy decisions that have been taken by President Trump is vis-a-vis India. Do you believe that things could actually change?
This is one of the worst policy decisions Trump has taken. Trump was voted into power, and one of his biggest reasons for his win was a shift of almost 25 to 30% Indian Americans voting from 2020 voters who 80% of Indian Americans voted for Biden to 57% of Indian Americans voting for Kamala, and shifting a huge shift towards Trump was that Trump will be better for US-India relationship and Trump will be countering Pakistan. And he has failed on all of this. And Indian American voters are very upset, very angry with him right now. So, but before I come to that, what happens tomorrow morning, we have to see that Russia's recent advances in Donbass, particularly in Donetsk, puts Putin in a belief that time is on his side. And this reduces his incentives to make concessions. And he may see the summit as a chance to delay while consolidating territorial gains, and he might be, moving towards a future talk and while making little concession. While for US, the US-China tensions with Trump's broader foreign policy and as previous speaker said, impact on US domestic supply chain as well as domestic EV market puts US in an area where Trump might offer economic incentives to Russia for some sanctions reliefs, etc., so that it could pivot alignment with Russia against China and shifting the global alliances in a way that Ukraine focus goes in the background, and that would benefit US. So the outcome of this definitely, impacts, but having US-India relationship based on the outcome of this conference will be a very big mistake for US in going forward. When President Obama visited India during the Republic Day celebration few years back, he led the foundation for $500 billion trade between the two countries. The cooperation has started, the Quad was formed to counterbalance China, and whole cooperation was started. Even under Biden administration, the administration acknowledged that India needed to buy oil from Russia. They had, they were not happy. I had spoken to the Assistant Secretary Donald Lu at that point in time, helped him explain why India needed to buy oil and why India needed to depend on Russian arms when US was not ready to supply the arms India needed. And now while they're offering, there's a change in the market and needs. So based on all that, the Biden administration continued a strong relationship with India, and sudden shift also points that and sudden shift with India and aligning with Pakistan shows two specific reasons for aligning with Pakistan. One is the family business of Trump is making a lot of money through crypto and back deals and whatever they're doing. And the other thing is that they're claiming they found rare earth elements in Balochistan, which is of billions of dollars or maybe trillions of dollars. That's what media claims. And that if they have found the rare earth element, that is good for US companies and less dependency on China, which is right now controlling 84% of the rare earth element market. So with that, now US is this new administration seeing what has India to offer to US in terms of, and what India has to offer to its advantage. India had to offer a counterbalance to China, and but if they're shifting their policy towards China, then that advantage of India is gone. So with this realignment, I think the Indian administration has also to think how can they basically build the new partnership with US in terms of trade and in terms of defense and move forward with this.
Mr. Bhaskar, with regards to whether at all there can be any sort of a solution or not, because that remains a key focus. The message that was made by the Russian foreign minister just before the meet actually began was this. He was very clear, distinct in his response when he said that they are extremely hopeful. In fact, he says that he's sure that the Americans will lift off the sanctions. At no point in time have you really heard the Russians really talking about any sort of a ceasefire. The Americans might say it because right now they have to take they have to do some sort of a posturing. But the reality is this: it seems for the Russians, it is more about the business. It's not about the war. It's not about any sort of ceasefire.
You're right. Russia has always stated that for us it's existential. The fact that in 2014, actually 2008, when William Burns sent a cable to America, a very highly classified cable, which was leaked by WikiLeaks, and you can find that on Google, just type what "niet" means "niet," and you'll find the cable there. It's an 8-page document warning America not to send NATO eastwards. Otherwise, there will be a war. This was in 2008. America ignored it. Russia made its stance clear even then. So when America says it was an unprovoked war in 2022, America was lying. The document by William Burns, who was then the ambassador from the US to the USS to Russia, today he's the director of the CIA. That 8-page document is quite succinct. Point one. Russia said, we do not want Ukraine militarized. And one of the deals for giving Ukraine its independence from the erstwhile USSR was that it would not have nuclear weapons, which Ukraine complied with. And two, it would not get into any hostile relationship. Ukraine broke that contract. 2022, just before the war began, Russia and Ukraine had a meeting and each page was initialed. And then Boris Johnson went and tore up the document and told Zelensky, don't have a pact with Russia. We will protect you. And Russia said, okay, fine. You want a war, you want a fight, we'll have a fight. And today, Russia is supreme on the battlefield. This matter will be decided on the battlefield because there will be no ceasefire. Russia does not want to give Ukraine the chance to rearm itself, reposition itself, and then create more trouble. So, ceasefire is out. Territory swaps, EU and Ukraine have said it's out unless we are there. So what is Trump going to discuss? Already the 8th August deadline for oil imports from Russia for India, that deadline has passed and Trump does not want to impose it right now. So Trump has hemmed himself in. Now he said, just before yesterday he said, no, I want to hear him out and he will hear me out. Top leaders don't meet just to hear each other out. You could pick up a phone to talk about. You normally prepare an agenda. You mention talking points. You mention what are the stances, what has been resolved, and then only try to attack the areas that could not be resolved by the associates who have had several meetings before that. Here, this is impromptu. There's a meeting. There's no agenda. There's nothing. We don't know what will happen. Now, Trump has to save face. So what he is going to do, I do not know. Putin is quiet. You do what you want. We are not having any ceasefire. We are not ceding territory. We are not going to give up territory. And we want Ukraine demilitarized completely and no NATO there. Putin's agenda is very clear. Thanks.
Dr. Joseph, if that's the case, as what Mr. Bhaskar was pointing out, that Putin is very clear. He's not here to have any sort of a ceasefire, which means that at the back of his mind, he's very clear that one Russia, the dream that he has had, the reason why this war actually began in the first place, all of that doesn't really change. What he has been concerned about is perhaps that this he sees as the perfect opportunity to lift off the sanctions, resume the business ties, enable Russia to continue with both their dreams and seeing some sort of an economic prosperity, and also being able to tell the domestic audience that, look here, I have been able to fight this out. Dr. Joseph, that question was for you.
Yeah, again, I disagree that the agenda was not set properly. Again, I think the White House succeeded in playing down the expectation. Everything was meticulously planned. You can see where the planes are parked. You can see where the photo ops are done. You can see the bomber flights flying over when the two leaders stood on the podium, the exact minute. These things were choreographed to the point. And the 3x3 and the pressers, I believe, are already written and agreed upon by two parties. So the good news is that the meetings are pre-planned. They let the world know expectations are so low. It is a listening exercise. It is not a listening exercise. They have agreed upon, in at least in broader terms, what need to be done. And I am almost certain that the outcome is already predetermined of what's going to happen. For Russia, it's an existential threat to have a nuclear or a NATO member Ukraine, which anybody, I don't know if anyone with common sense, we don't agree. Cuba having Russian missiles right next to US, then why should Russia have US nuclear missiles in Ukraine? So having a NATO membership was the red line for Ukraine, and Trump has made it very clear that Ukraine will never be a member of NATO. But Ukraine being a member of European Union, I don't think even President Putin cares. So they could be a member of European Union. I think that could be a compromise. I am more optimistic that the joint press conference has not been canceled yet, that I am very confident that we will see more good news than bad news. Again, it may not happen a ceasefire today, announced starting tomorrow, but we'll have a framework of a ceasefire going forward. Even the India worry, I know the tariff is imposed on India, was starting August 7th. But again, this is for shipments which were on a ship started after that date. So by the time those ships come to US, it'll be 2 months. So the nobody has been paying that tariff until maybe October. So in the meantime, in the next 20 days, you will see a huge announcement by Apple for iPhone 17, which majority of them will be made in India. So I think the collaboration between India and USA, that train has already sailed. That ship has sailed. You cannot stop it. So the collaboration between the two countries, no matter what tariff comes in, especially with the two major items we trade with each other, pharmaceuticals and electronics, there is no tariff. There is zero tariff on those things. Only tariff are affected by maybe some of the seafood exports or textiles, which could be further negotiated. I am very confident that ability of people like Sergei Lavrov. These are smart people. They're friends with Indian ambassadors. They're friends. They've been there, done that for decades. Putin's been in this game for at least 25 years. So American presidents are there for 4 years. Russians are there for decades. So I think we have to play the game. Ultimately, the real enemy, the real boogeyman is China. I hope both countries realize that and the world realizes it. And the stronger we can. I think India might also be a reason why this meeting happened so soon, because I think the announcement by, or the movement by Prime Minister Modi in meetings with Chinese visit or maybe a planned visit of Xi Jinping to India, and potentially a Putin visit to India and Prime Minister Modi going to China, might have fast tracked, because one thing which scares America more is that the troika, the tri-party India, China, Russia alliance. That is the worst nightmare what America can hope for. So maybe that spooked and pushed this meeting to take place sooner than later. But I think it's going to be win-win for all of us involved, except the Chinese.
In fact, gentlemen, in a short while from now, we're going to get the first update coming in from Alaska, from Anchorage, where Republic reporter Nick, who has been closely tracking all the developments on the ground. In fact, there are some reports that my colleague has sent from Anchorage. The other side of it, as far as reports of multiple demonstrations actually taking place outside the venue, particularly those who have been in favor of the Ukrainians. A Ukrainian flag, a hand-woven flag, has now been put in one park, where we are given to understand the residents of Alaska wanted to essentially send across the message that they stand with Ukraine. Now, that's also another aspect that we are witnessing right now. Whether at all that it would have any sort of a bearing or not, that's quite clear from both the leaders who have a set agenda at this point in time. As we speak, it turns out that it's almost over an hour. If you simply go by the indication that was given by President Trump, that if it lasts for a few hours, that means the talks are going on well. That's the indication that he had given. In fact, he had said that if it does not work out, there would be serious consequences. Even he had threatened for a walkout.
Going well the moment. Those past 120 seconds, like 2 minutes, Trump said, if they're not happening, I'm walking off in 2 minutes.
I think so. I think so. We could afford to, indulge in a bit of a banter here right now. Abhishek, what do you really think that both the leaders would be speaking?
I believe, has the luncheon started yet? Can we check with Nick?
If Nick is going to join us in the next couple of seconds.
Okay, so if the luncheon is still not started, maybe they're just discussing. I'm told that President Putin has in fact traveled with a huge business delegation also. Yeah. So both the sides have come prepared.
It's very clear because Lavrov has just spoken. I don't know, Abhishek, when you were away. In fact, that was the big breaking news coming in. The statement that he made was amply clear. It seems that there is nothing, so much. It's all a sham right now if we talk about the ceasefire here, because it seems Lavrov, when asked about whether at all they expect the sanctions to be lifted off, this is what he said, and I'm quoting. He says, they will definitely lift them off.
I tell you, when I got this inkling, and I can get the experts here on this, we can get the experts here on this. Shaman, I got the inkling that maybe the deal is happening when Donald Trump said something after not Donald Trump, actually, Emmanuel Macron of France. He, after a phone call with Trump, a video call that Trump had with all the European leaders, Emmanuel Macron said that Trump is saying that you can give your individual security guarantees to Ukraine, but NATO is not allowed to give guarantees, which means effectively, as part of the deal, Trump is going to get away with the fact that Ukraine cannot now become a member of NATO. If the Europeans want to support Ukraine and guarantee Ukraine's security, they can do it in the individual capacity. The United States is out of it. Which means obviously then NATO security guarantees, and hence NATO membership is not available to Ukraine. That's a good takeaway for Putin to go back and say, okay, fine, for 30 days I'm giving a ceasefire. Joseph, you think it's possible?
That is what President Trump wanted. I don't think he liked the idea that Ukraine should be a member of NATO. That was the red line. Having a NATO, missile base or missile defense systems in Ukraine would be an existential threat to Russia, and President Trump understands that. I think they speak more often than we discuss publicly, and I believe, as I said, this meeting was choreographed meticulously, to a point that it was an accident. Maybe, as I said, it could have been pushed earlier because of the Indian involvement a little bit in bringing China and Russia together with India. But this is the only play President Trump has, to make a win. Whether the ceasefire announced today or not, a framework for ceasefire could be expected, in my opinion. That could also mean a freezing of additional sanctions on, Russian purchases and other things. So, and as you know, there are billions of Russian assets frozen all over the world. Maybe Russia could let go some part of it for reconstruction. So that's a bigger pie coming in. And how can we use either the Ukrainian rare earth or Russian rare earth in collaboration with the businesses in Russia and America to bring technology to the world? Because 20 years ago, when this was big deal, nobody actually thought rare earth could be that rare. We just realized it once China took control over 85% of it, bit too late, when they are now threatening to withhold shipments of the purified rare earth magnets to the rest of the world, including India. So I hope our leaders will smell coffee and wake up and understand the real boogeyman, real enemy, and get our act together and bring peace to the world.
But I don't believe, Mr. Bhaskar, given the responses from the President of the United States of America vis-a-vis China, it doesn't look like the real bogeyman happens to be China, because clearly it seems that that's the holy cow here.
I didn't get the question.
Mr. Bhaskar, you heard what Dr. Joseph Chalil had to say. The real bogeyman here happens to be China. And we need to identify that. I have my doubts here, given the fact that the President of the United States of America chose to impose additional tariffs on India with regards to procuring Russian oil, but no tariff really on China. So there is something that is brewing. But clearly it seems that the President of the United States of America does not want to really touch China.
You're right. America wanted to touch China till China banned rare earths, and China banned everything else with the USA. It told its home computer manufacturers not to use anything with US chips. When China decides, it moves very quickly and very decisively. So Trump asked for a 90-day, interim period where they would continue discussing. Remember, China imports oil not only from Russia, but also Iran. And nothing will happen to China. If Trump believes that he can separate Russia from China, that's a dream. Both have said very clearly that they are very close to each other. They've signed pacts, they'll work together. So let's see what happens. I mean, the meeting's interesting. One more interesting development, which we didn't talk about, is that last week, Trump said that we will not supply arms to Ukraine, but Europe can. So USA will send the arms to Europe, which will pay for it, and then Europe can go ahead and supply them to Ukraine. Now, the second problem is that the inventory of arms with the US also is very limited. They've exhausted too much in Yemen and on Israel, and as a result, the stockpile of arms and missiles with America is very limited. So how far will that also go? Nobody knows.
But my question is, if the deal happens, and we have been now actually looking at the possibility of a trade deal happening almost as a byproduct of a ceasefire, and the possibility of sanctions being removed from Russia, what are the spin-offs India should be looking at is the question that we should be asking now, if that be the case.
Well, the spin-offs for India would be that there'd be more peace, there'd be less tension between America and Russia, so it can continue getting its oil. So the spin-off for India, whichever way you look at it, is beneficial. The Prime Minister's visit to Tianjin is beneficial.
Yeah.
So India's in a very sweet spot. No matter whatever happens, it has positioned itself as a friend on both, as a friend for both parties. for all the three parties.
Okay, and Mr. Jain, how do you look at Hillary Clinton's statement or a statement attributed to her that if Trump can manage a ceasefire, she would actually herself recommend a Nobel Peace Prize for him?
I mean, this is one of the, as I was saying earlier, this is one of the Trump's dream that he gets a Nobel Peace Prize, and that's what he's trying to highlight, that he brokered peace deals between many countries, including India and Pakistan, which India refuses to accept it, and rightfully. And so having this deal, which is highly unlikely to happen, at least in this summit, I think Hillary Clinton definitely had made jokingly a claim that if that happens today, she will recommend Trump. I mean, if it happens, it will benefit the world, it will benefit many countries, and it will create an energy balance, it will create a trade balance, and it will create a lot of balance in the world. So that is definitely a positive outcome which the world wants. But the likelihood of happening this is very low. I mean, as previous speakers were saying, there could be a framework which could be established today in the meeting, saying there will be further talks. Russia is definitely in a stronger position right now because it's controlling some of the territory. Ukraine is having less weapons right now, and Ukraine's army is weakened. So, Ukraine is left out of this summit. So Russia, I mean, they have brought together their foreign minister, of course, Sergei Lavrov, defense minister, their finance minister, Anton, and also Kirill Dmitriev, who is the head of Russia's direct investment fund. So Dmitriev's presence on Putin's this envoy highlights and signals a focus on economic cooperation, potentially involving Arctic resources like rare earth elements, which US definitely needs to counterbalance China and China's supply. And that's what US might be willing to negotiate if they get a good deal on the rare earth metals and could lift off sanctions. And if that happens, that will be a good win for India as well as good outcome of this summit. I mean, and the Ukraine-Russia war discussion could continue.
Well, in fact, there are certain responses now coming in from the Kremlin with regards to the welcome that was received by President Putin. In fact, to a question that was asked to the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson with regards to whether at all they believe that the Europeans are going to respond in a positive manner, the response that has come in from the Kremlin is that they believe it's unlikely that there would be any positive response really coming in from the Europeans. The Russians, Abhishek here, they really do not care as to whether at all the Europeans are on board or not, whether at all this is going to have any sort of impact.
Systems of defense about the international ballistic missiles, because this race of armament is not good for both countries and they need to regulate it, so they will have this balance of powers between the two countries in order not to invest too much in the weapons. So there are a lot of issues that now Trump and Putin discussing. It's not just Ukraine. The focus of the media is on Ukraine, but actually in the room, there are a lot more issues that are interested, that Russia is interested in. Back to you.
Well, Nick, before I let you go, just a quick question that I wanted to ask you is with regards to the scheduled meeting that is going to take place after the 3-on-3, which means there is an expanded business meeting that's going to take place. So would that mean that there is a change with regards to the press conference that was scheduled here at India time was about 5:30? Is there a change in that?
We still don't know because things might change last minute. We remember the meeting with Zelensky that in the last minute they canceled the press conference. So the same here. Until it is not happening, it is not happening. So we need to wait and see if actually it will happen just before the two presidents will leave. And hopefully many Americans and the people of Alaska are hoping that a good agreement will come out of this meeting. And we can see by the body language of both leaders and by the
warm welcome of Trump with the red carpet and Trump coming to the plane to welcome Putin and also inviting him inside of the limousine, and they are driving without translator because Putin knows English and also German, by the way, from his past KGB career. And that's why it shows us both leaders are confident in each other. They have a relationship going back for many years, and they continue to speak during the presidency of Putin when Trump was not the president in the last years during the Biden presidency. Still, both leaders spoke all the time, and they have a lot of ties, and they really sympathize each other. And I think it is a big thing in those international meetings and international agreements, the human factor and the relationship. We can see that Trump has a lack of relationship with Zelensky, and it affects also the deeds of Trump towards Ukraine, because it is many times become really personal. And we see that there is a lot of affection between Trump and Putin, and this can help both nations to join forces and to thrive together. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, so there has been an attempt, in this ongoing summit, Nick, and we'd like to play those sequences out on a couple of occasions. First, when he's on the tarmac, he walks down with Trump, and they pose for the cameras, and there is the press standing a few meters away. They try to corner Donald Trump and Putin mostly by asking questions about Ukraine. Putin obviously can hear them, but he makes faces and gestures to the media to completely ignore the American media there. And there's a second time when they both sit down, and there is a moment with the press when they get to meet the press for roughly a minute. And once again there, the media tries to pin Putin down with questions, and there is this moment where he makes faces at them. I think that video is playing there on the screen. So you can play that. And then he says something. He just puts his hand together, and he almost to mock the Western media that he says something. That part is not on camera, but I think that's telling, because on a couple of occasions, they tried to pin him down, completely failed. And see the response coming in from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has said on especially the Western media meltdown, she says you can call it obsession, bordering on complete madness, saying for 3 years they talked about Russia's isolation, and today they saw the red carpet being rolled out to welcome the Russian president in America. Now, I don't know whether there's an audio sequence on that. If we have the audio sequence, we can play that entire sequence, first at the tarmac, second when they meet the press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, press. Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, press. Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, press. Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? 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 President Putin, will you stop
Well, Nick, the moment that will be recorded now is the time that President Putin landed and the question that was asked to him, and he conveniently actually, moved away from it. And perhaps the outcome of this meeting, many are already, hedging on the fact that this is all going to be about sanctions and not ceasefire.
I think that Putin said before that the Western media is an empire of lies, and that's why he despises those media. He understands that they just trying to defame Russia, and that's why he's not taking seriously their questions. And if there will be an interview with Putin one-on-one, maybe he will be happy to explain exactly his world view of the war and of the world. He did it with Tucker Carlson once, and I think he will do it again. And in Russia, he sometimes have those kind of press conferences, and during those press conferences, the journalists are asking questions for hours, and he's answering even to international media to the questions. So I don't think he has a problem to answer to the questions, but sometimes it is in a very provocative manner, and that's why he's not answering. And you can see the same attitude of Donald Trump to the media. Both of them thinking that the news are fake in many places, and that they are just trying to undermine them, the leaders. And this is the reality, that you have this struggle of power between those leaders and the media, and each of them have different interests. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Nick, for getting us the latest. We'll continue with our coverage as Nick gets us the live reports. It's almost 2 hours now, Niranjan and Abhishek, that the meeting is underway. And as we were discussing a short while back, if the meeting actually goes beyond 2 minutes, then there could be something, an outcome by the end of it.
There's 100% outcome, Shravan, make no mistake.
Well,
there's going to be 100% an outcome.
So we're going to have a newsy Saturday.
Trump has not walked off.
He's not walked it off. Everything seems to be absolutely choreographed. From the moment that President Trump came out of Air Force One to the time that the clap, and then you have both the leaders walking on the red carpet. Interestingly,
you were asking me earlier on a lighter note as to what they could be talking. I believe Trump would have said, either you let me get my Nobel Peace Prize, or I'm going to arrest you now.
with someone who already has an arrest warrant, by the way. This is a perfect picture.
United States is not a signatory to the ICC, the International Criminal Court, so it's fine.
Okay, there's a live shot. There is a live shot in what appears to be the stage for them to do a joint conference, if at all. Because
there we have that.
There's a live shot. There's a live shot.
That's the setting coming in from the very venue where we're given to understand the press conference is going to take place. In fact, a short while back, there were preparations that were already going on. In fact, this is where both the leaders are expected to address the media. This would be around 5:30 this morning. And as Abhishek has been pointing out already, that in all likelihood, there would be an outcome. But the outcome, would it be in favor of Russia or not? Because it seems that the foreign minister of Russia has clearly indicated that they're absolutely sure that United States of America will lift off the sanction. Perhaps that's the big headline really emerging at this point in time as we continue with our coverage from Alaska.
देशवासियों और मेरे खास करके नौजवानों और विश्व भर में भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत को समझने वाले लोगों को भी कहना चाहूंगा, इसी वर्ष के अंत तक मेड इन इंडिया भारत की बनी हुई, भारत में बनी हुई, भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी हुई मेड इन इंडिया चिप्स बाजार में आ जाएगी। हमारे देश में 50-60 साल पहले सेमीकंडक्टर को लेकर के
Trump is coming out now. Okay, Katrina, I'm just coming back to you. Hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming back to you because we're getting these live pictures of President Trump coming out of Air Force One. I think it's been choreographed to the last minute. President Trump coming out. He will wait at the tarmac. And the Air Force One of Russia has already arrived. By that time, President Putin would be ready to come out. And then they would come and meet. And the welcome would happen there. Eagle has landed. Eagle landed a long time back, wheels down, but it's now that President Trump has come out. And President Putin comes out together. So it's choreographed to the minute, Shawan. And on the tarmac, the two leaders are going to meet. President Trump, which means waited for about half an hour inside the aircraft just so that he could receive President Putin at the tarmac, and that seems to be happening now.
Well, in fact, that very moment absolutely choreographed where you would have President Trump as well as President Putin on that red carpet right now where both the leaders come together. What really happens in the next few hours is going to really decide the impact that it's going to have across the globe. So two world leaders coming together and the impact that is felt in every part of the globe right now. Especially given the fact that some unanswered
Look at
questions.
these pictures, Shawan. You know, both the leaders walking towards each other from their respective aircrafts, the parking, the slotting, the timing, everything. I think they're just walking towards each other. Is that right if I'm reading? Because they're on the same red carpet, I believe, because this can't be different timing. Yes, it seems.
They make the turn right now. They make the turn right now.
Yes, they are
it
looking
means,
at each other. Putin is looking down, Trump is looking up.
It seems to be a sort of a rectangular carpet shape that has been put up right now. So you have both the aircrafts that have been lined up. In fact, the area that you would actually get both of the leaders coming together.
Okay, Trump welcoming there with a clap. Trump welcoming Putin with a clap. Has Putin made an eye contact? We can't see the entire picture. What is that? Is he welcoming Putin or what is he doing?
It's quite indicative of the fact that you would have President Trump.
Yes, the handshake. That's the moment. That's the moment. He was welcoming Putin with the claps and Putin walking towards him and that handshake. Look at this. And the pull-in. Look at the pull-in. That famous Trump pull-in. He pulls the hands towards himself when he shakes the hand. And Putin obliging, Putin not minding it because of the kind of red carpet welcome he's getting, because the kind of, the end of isolation. And I think Ursula von der Leyen and Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron and what would be happening there, they would be watching it with so much trepidation. Look at the salute there of Trump to his own guard. And President Putin walking along. They're having a conversation. Would they be having a conversation in Yankee English? What would they be talking about, Shawan?
I'm quite interested because, whether it all, the meeting that they are...
All right, that's up. Okay. That's a welcome given through their,
at least
for their fighter aircraft.
Twice I've already seen President Trump cozying up a little bit.
And are they going to have their national anthems played? Seems like that.
Looks like. You would have the F-22 on both the sides right now that have been lined up.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate
So this is
it's a photo op. Yes, it's a photo op. The questions are being asked. Let's can we up the sound, please? Up the audio, please. All right, but just a photo op. There were some questions.
So
Putin said, I can't hear it. And he's being given a demo of F-35s or what?
This is the F-22.
This is the F-22
stealth fighters. At least 4 of them are lined up as part of the photo ops. Now you have
and they're driving together. They're driving together. It's not that they are going to be in different cars. So President Putin gets to sit in the beast along with President Trump. Is that right? Right? They're sitting together? Yes, seems like they're sitting together.
It's quite a departure from
protocol.
Generally seen. You wouldn't have had the president of another country being part of the beast. Now that's quite a departure from the US traditions.
We have had earlier pictures of Prime Minister Modi being taken in the beast by President Obama when Prime Minister Modi was in the United States for the first time.
Circumstances.
Obviously, these are different circumstances.
These are different circumstances, keeping in mind that someone who was almost seen as a pariah all this while now gets a direct entry to the beast. Next would be the White House, perhaps, but we don't know what's going to really transpire. But it seems that all efforts have essentially been made to have the icebreaker right now. Both the leaders coming together. President Trump sees this as a great opportunity for him, for himself being projected as a world leader who's brokering peace. And that's exactly why, at least two counts that I could see, Abhishek, that you have that famous pull-in, as you pointed out, and also putting his hands around President Putin, giving that warmth in the relationship suddenly.
It's both with Trump. It's warmth, Shravan, and it's domination. So Trump tries to sort of dominate with this kind of body language where he's being both friendly and then controlling at the same time.
And as far as President Putin is concerned, I don't know whether I'm correct or not in this, Abhishek, but he certainly came across as a man who's extremely relaxed right now. He, at least from the body language, the typical President Putin gait, which was, there you have both the leaders smiling here. President Putin, I haven't seen President Putin smiling so much, Abhishek, at least. All this while all that we saw was inside Kremlin, the only images that came in of President Putin. But this,
all the graces, smiles and claps and hugs and
look at the way he's actually walking on that red carpet. He knows that the agenda that he has on his mind has been achieved to a greater extent. The very fact that today he has landed on American soil, he's been welcomed by an American president. He's answered to the critics sitting out of Europe who thought that they would have been able to pursue the American agenda for a very long time. But it seems things are rapidly changing. Now, whether at all both the leaders will be able to continue with the camaraderie that we are essentially witnessing right now is something that one is going to wait and watch, because what happens inside the room right now, there is a change. What was earlier decided to be a one-on-one meeting, it seems for a certain reason, it's now been expanded to a 3-on-3 meeting. And then, of course, there is an expanded bilateral meeting that's going to take place with host of delegations, host of other leaders joining in. In fact, there is also a confirmation, Abhishek, coming in as to who exactly would be there from the Russian delegation. As we had predicted, it's the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and Yuri Yushakov, who's also the policy advisor of President Putin, who's going to be part of the 3-on-3 meeting.
I'm curious, Shravan. I'm still thinking of this moment, the presence of mind of Trump of saluting the guard, and the exact spot where Trump walks in and waits, the other side from where Putin walks in, and the friendly banter they have, sort of, breaking the ice, very comfortable, at ease, you rightly notice, and they meet as people who are familiar with each other. They meet as friends. They look at the aircraft which has given them sort of a sortie salute. And then the photo op. The shake hand, the pull-in. Look at the pull-in. Look at the pull-in. That's like, okay, fine, mate. Tapping. Good to see you. And let's have a nice conversation. Let's have some takeaways. What do you think they would have spoken about?
I think so. It's clear that President Trump is the first indication that he's made is of the deal itself, because here you have a business tycoon also. Let's not forget, it's a typical way of what you would have had President Trump essentially trying to woo the others, and the client here is none other than President Putin here. And look at just a moment later, when it seems like President Trump actually says something and President Putin couldn't perhaps really, that's the bow that he bowing down the left-hand side and trying to hear what exactly President Trump has to say. And then, of course, there is a host of questions essentially that are being asked to both the leaders. It seems at that point in time, President Putin indicated to President Trump that he's unable to hear the questions, and that's when both the leaders actually departed. Interestingly, both the leaders left in the same car. So is that also another moment when both the leaders will get a chance?
I mean, that seemed like impromptu, because President Putin has flown his own Urus limousine, and we saw the pictures of that car earlier.
Do you think, in a case of at least for the Russians, they would be agreeable to this sort of an impromptu, let me take you in my car kind of a situation?
Already happened. So it's already happened, and they have traveled together out of the Tarmac. And I believe they're heading straight for the summit venue. They're not waiting. They're not, going to the hotel and then going to the summit venue. I believe the delegations are already in place.
Let's get to brass tacks.
Let's get to brass tacks. And I think the handshake that happened, Shravan, it was clear indication. Let's get some views also. Open up the floor and get Ekaterina now back in the conversation. Ekaterina, you are looking at the pictures, I'm sure. What's your takeaway from the handshake that took place between the two leaders?
Yes, of course, truly historical pictures, what we are watching right now. And I can only imagine from Moscow how tense the atmosphere there on Alaska, because, we see that both leaders are smiling. Trump is showing that he is controlling everything. He put Putin into his car, and actually they both looked very happy. But we must remember that this summit was organized in a very short period of time. It's not usual. And as far as I know, it was very hard to organize everything from the point of security, from the Russian point of security. And we also remember that Putin is under all kinds of sanctions, and the International Criminal Court is wanting for him. So I don't think that they really happy and everything okay. Looks like it's kind of a tense atmosphere there. But of course, it's historical pictures. And as for Moscow, where I'm based right now, I think almost everybody is watching this summit, and actually a lot of people are following this event because it's truly historic. And I also want to remind that Putin is the first Russian leader in the history of modern Russia stepping on Alaska soil. He's the first one to visit the state.
Right, and Peter, how you look at these pictures? The optics. Did the two leaders got the chemistry right? The manner in which they shook hands, they met. Trump clapped the walk of Putin from the aircraft to him at the red carpet. Everything seems like choreographed so well that maybe the mood is set, the momentum is going for some breakthrough in the talks.
What I found to be even more significant was that on the plane, Trump called Lukashenko. And he praised Lukashenko, and he talked about how highly respected he is. In the United States, Lukashenko in the media is always considered to be a Putin puppy, really. That Putin runs Lukashenko. When they started the invasion in February of 2022, it was with the support of Belarus. And the fact that Trump would call him and then say all these positive things about him, to me, was almost bizarre, because I think the U.S. has no relationship with Lukashenko except to treat him as a dictator and a thug. So that was an indication to me that something positive might come out of this. The meeting there, when Putin and Trump met, I thought it was very positive, very friendly, very chummy. And we know that Putin is calculating. Putin is smart. Putin is strategic. Trump, on the other hand, depends on his own personal charm and charisma, and is very off the cuff. He doesn't have the depth of a Putin, or the strategic capabilities of a Putin. And so I thought that they both presented themselves in the way that would work for actually potentially making a deal. They could have a fight in the backseat of the car on the way to the meeting. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's off to a good start. So I'm encouraged by what I've seen so far.
Right. I think we're getting the latest, which is that both the leaders have moved towards the summit venue, which is the Arctic Warrior Event Center. And they would be first having a closed-door one-on-one meeting with just their translators.
I think so.
And then the three-on-three.
There's a change to that. There wouldn't be any one-on-one meeting. It would be a three-on-three. In fact, a confirmation has now come in from both sides, from the Kremlin as well as from the White House. As far as the White House is concerned, they have now indicated that Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well as Envoy Steve Witkoff would be part of the meeting. That's the first meeting. From the Russian side, it would be Sergei Lavrov and Yuri Ushakov who's going to be part of the first meeting. So it's no longer going to be a one-on-one. It's a three-on-three that's going to take place, and thereafter a bilateral lunch that is being planned out. It's an expanded lunch meeting that's taking place, and of course, you have the entire cabinet.
Is Zelensky available on the lunch table?
It doesn't look like there's no.
Can we ask that question? Is Zelensky the side dish, or is he the main dish on the table?
You know what he has done in what we say in television language, that he has basically recorded his piece to camera. He's recorded his piece to camera and he has sent it across sent across the message that he's.
But whether that piece to camera would be used in the package is the question, Shawan.
No, I don't think so. That's happening anytime soon, because here in that piece to camera that has been done by Ukrainian president, he's essentially said that yes, this is the format of the meeting that should be, but I should also be part of that kind of a meeting. So here you have the Ukrainians extremely worried at this point in time, because they are unaware or perhaps unsure of the outcome of this meeting. And to be fair here, you are talking about a country which has already gone into a war right now. The future of another country is being discussed without the leader of that particular country. So here you have a situation where both of these world leaders could actually decide how it is going to really look like this morning, at least here in India. What is it going to look like tomorrow when we wake up? What is it going to look like? Will the war end? Will there be a ceasefire? Or will Trump actually walk out in the next 2 minutes?
I'm sure, Peter, what are the chances, that with so much invested in the optics by both the sides, there would be under pressure and compulsion to back it up with some substance. And it might come to just that. Trump might say, okay, fine, with all this that has been done, let me have my Nobel Peace Prize.
But it's very important that they bring Zelensky into this quickly. Ukraine not only has to be involved in these discussions, but Ukraine has to be able to walk away with something also. Ukraine can sabotage this in many ways. We know that there are people who want this summit today to fail. You've got in Europe the coalition of the willing, which means that they're willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. You've got Zelensky and a lot of people in Ukraine who don't want this to succeed. You've got some people in the U.S. Congress, in the House and the Senate, many people who don't want this to succeed. We've got most of the editors of America's newspapers who don't want this to succeed. So there's a lot that they're up against, and they've got some very difficult issues to wrestle with. This will not in any case be an easy negotiation, but at least if they have a framework. But what I started to say about the importance of including Zelensky is that Ukraine has got to buy into this also. They're not going to like it, but they have to accept it in a way that they're not going to continue sustained guerrilla operations and attacks and planning to fight to get their territory back. I think there are three fundamental lies that have been sold. Number one, if you look at the U.S. media, every time it talks about the invasion of Ukraine, it says the unprovoked invasion. Well, I can tell you one thing, this was a highly provoked invasion. I don't support it. I don't think that it should have happened, but it was highly provoked and almost predictable. Number two, the idea that Ukraine...
Peter, sorry to be interjecting. We're getting these pictures of Putin and Trump, I believe, with a press pool and giving their opening statements at the summit venue before they go in for the talks. So if you can cut to those pictures, of course, B-2 bombers flew over the two world leaders. I'm told these are the same B-2 bombers, Shawan, which flew over Fordo and blew up the Iranian nuclear facility underground.
The underlying, meaning of the B-2 bombers that have been flown by United States of America while you have the Russian president on American soil. I don't know what messaging does the Americans really want to send across, but all the trappings of a proper welcome has been rolled out for President Putin. A confirmation now, the military fly over.
Okay, pictures from inside, Shawan. Pictures from inside, the opening comments perhaps. Let's cut to that.
Come on, guys.
Why did President Trump trust your word now?
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you,
All right, so that was ambience of journalists scrambling for a sliver of response from the two leaders. And I believe there would still be an opening comment because this cannot be just that
I think that he says something.
Yeah, I think Putin did say something, yeah.
It's quite unusual. You've had President Putin there, holding
very
up.
Expressive Putin, generally he's not.
Extreme. Now just, can you imagine two very significant points here? You've had both the leaders walking together, then going inside the same car, where, adversaries coming together in the same limousine, the beast, and then you do not have interpreters. The mystery of whether President Putin speaks in English or not, it goes back to the time of...
I think it does.
He does very much, but there is always a mystery behind it. Now that becomes
he would prefer Russian, but he can hold a conversation in English.
He certainly can. And there has been a private visit too in the past, back in 2017. Now the fact of the matter is this, there you have President Putin shouting out. We don't know whether, has the audio been caught? That will be quite interesting to see what President Putin had to tell the media. Is this the first time that he's also addressing any questions from the foreign media? Or has he done that in the past?
He does that quite often, Shawan. In fact, at many of those events in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and wherever they hold those summits. He engages with media a lot. And in fact, there is one day in a year where he would take questions from 200 journalists, and the press conference typically goes for sometimes 24 hours for overnight and whatnot. So he does engage, not of course like Trump, where if he sees a mic somewhere, he would chase the mic and go there and give a soundbite. Maybe not that much, but yes, he addresses media very frequently.
I'm very curious to know what exactly did President Putin really shout out right now to that pool of press members who were present there. Quite unusual few minutes right now, and especially the very fact that you have both the leaders coming together, getting inside the same very car, and you have President Putin thereafter waving to the media, was present there. It turns out that in the car, no interpreters were there. You've had both the leaders having a good conversation taking place. All of this at a time when United States of America has gone through, there you have the B-2. We'll try and see if we can just quickly get that military fly over. Those images have just come in. We'll try and see if we can get the B-2 bombers one more angle picture that has just come out of, we'll try and put that out also, the B-2 bombers that have been used, the same B-2 bombers that have been used to take off some of the nuclear facilities in Iran by the Americans. The same B-2 bombers have now been part of the military flyover that's taking place. The meeting has already begun, is what we are being told, Abhishek. Bilateral meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, along with both the leaders from the Russian side. You have Yuri Ushakov and Sergei Lavrov, part of the meeting. As far as from the US side is concerned, it's Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff. Any sense, perhaps we can see if we can get some audio on this line right now, just to get you a sense of what's really happening. Dramatic moments, if I may say so, of both the leaders coming together. The isolation of President Putin comes to an end now, with him landing on American soil.
Come on, guys. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After all, we've got to go. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After all, we've got to go. Ceasefire. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After all, we've got to go.
We'd also be joined by our guests who are joining us on this broadcast. We would be having it a short while from now. A Lithuanian politician, he's also the member of the European Parliament, who's going to join us on this broadcast. Olena Trigub, who's she's the Ukrainian strategic affairs and governance expert, joining us from Poland. Peter Kuznick is there with us. He's the director of nuclear studies at American University. And in a short while from now, Vibhuta Jha is also going to join us. Olena, if I can take this question to you with regards to both the leaders now coming together. United States of America has gone a step further, especially with all the trappings of a proper welcome being given to President Putin. It seems the isolation is completely over. But for the Ukrainian president, these images are going to really worry him.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these images, meeting discussing Ukraine without Ukraine being present, of course, it creates anxiety among Ukrainian people, not just Ukrainian president. However, at the same time, Ukrainian people understand that some things about Ukraine in reality cannot be decided by Trump and Putin, and Trump himself said that that this is a preliminary meeting and so on. But what Ukrainians are unhappy about is that there is a risk that Putin will use this meeting to legitimize himself and to also ask to delay sanctions or lift some sanctions in exchange for pretty much nothing, or some temporary ceasefire, which would be very temporary. So here everybody is anxious to see whether Trump will let himself be manipulated or not. So this is a test for Trump, first and foremost.
We have Vibhuti Jha also joining us from the United States. Vibhuti, we are not in the best of times when it comes to the India-United States relationship. You think that since President Trump has sort of suggested over the last couple of days that the India tariffs were essentially aimed at making Putin come to the negotiation table, now that those talks are happening, and if the deal materializes, You think this can sort of ease the situation between India and the United States? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Jha?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for having me, and along with other guests. Look, India-US relationship was always prospering in the last few years between Trump and Modi's friendship and the economic and political needs of both the countries. But of late, because of the Ukraine war, in which India had no role to play, India did not cause the Ukraine tragedy or Russia-Ukraine war. So it's very important for Europeans to figure out why in heavens did this war ever start. If you do not address the why of it, all your solutions will be fake. You are looking at right now, when you saw the pompous play here, you are seeing the master spy and the great hustler in the battlefield together. Or it is a prize fight between the two, the wrestler and the shooter, as I might call it. So here is the issue here. Trump is right. Needlessly, people have died in this war. And there has to be an accountability. Who in heavens did it? Why this war ever started? You have to punish those people as well, and accountability has to be created. The Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainian deaths, the Russian soldiers' deaths, property is damaged. But what is important here is to understand that Europe always has had a fetish for war. And I hate to say this, but that's true. European imperialism and colonialism is responsible for all the flashpoints in the world today. India, China, India, Pakistan, the Middle East crisis, you name it. It has a handiwork of the European imperial and colonialism attempt to dominate, control, and manage the global resources. That's the battlefield. You are going to see here now that enough number of people have died, enough people, there is general sickness around the world about this particular tragedy. Now people are talking about, okay, now let's go and make some money. So you are going to see Ukraine become an example of economic reconstruction, which it deserves for after all the destruction. But you also have to remember, Ukraine also was branded. I do not know, I have never dealt personally in Ukraine, but it's also known as tragically as the most corrupt nation in the world. So you have lots of things playing out here. Trump has gone there only to set the agenda. That it is his own word. He has gone there to set the agenda, possibility of a next meeting. He has also said that if this doesn't happen, I'm going to walk away. So he's definitely driving the position from a strength. American military might and American military show and the economic power that they have. That's why they can tariff anybody as they want. So you are looking at here in a very interesting situation. Ceasefire, for any peace settlement to happen, there has to be a ceasefire. You have to cease hostilities and stop killing people. That is a must. But will Russia accept it? Russia says no to that. No to that decision. Will there be guarantees from Europe, NATO, and United States that Ukraine will not become part of NATO? So it's a very ticklish issue, but a very important one, because all said and done, you are talking about two nuclear superpowers in the world. As I recall, Mr. Stephen Cohen, who was a Russia expert in the United States, who consulted with every president almost, he said in a meeting, and I was there, that United States and Russia will have to be friends and will have to be talking with each other. Otherwise, both have the ability to destroy the world in the name of killing each other. That's what is important. That's why it is significant. Two most nuclear-powered countries, the heads of those two countries are meeting today for peace in Ukraine. The war started by somebody, whoever was responsible. Thank you.
Yeah, and Peter, do you agree with what Vibhuti is suggesting, which is that the war itch is essentially a European phenomenon? And if you look at it, from Clinton to Bush, from Bush to Obama, from Obama to Trump, and then Trump to Biden, and from Biden to Trump now, every American president has met Putin. The problem is essentially with the European leaders. They have ego issues. They have a visceral hate for Putin, and they just can't get along and have a dialogue with him.
everything else that he said. I thought that was brilliant the way he posed it in terms of the history of European colonialism and imperialism, and in terms of the stakes here, which I tried to lay out in the beginning, of dealing with the nuclear threat that threatens the planet right now, and that we can step back from that. But I put blame also on the United States. And when I look, for example, when it looked like the Istanbul Accords were going to work in March of 2022, right after this war started, who blew them up? It wasn't the Ukrainians originally. It was Boris Johnson who went in there first, and then the Americans who doubled down on it. It's the United States under Biden who really was fueling this even more than the Europeans. The relation between Europe and Russia was very important. When we assume it was the United States who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, we've seen the effects of this on the European economies. They're all suffering. You know, everybody expected that the Russian economy was going to collapse from the sanctions. The Russian economy has been doing much better than most of the European economies. So the Europeans have an incentive, but I agree that they are an obstacle. They do not want to see this summit meeting succeed. They would rather see more war. They're willing to finance it. I don't know if they're willing to give security guarantees without the United States, their big brother, backing them up. And we know that before they were not willing to, and NATO wasn't willing to without U.S. support. So, and Trump has made it clear so far that no NATO and no involvement of the U.S. militarily. Now the United States is not even providing the arms that we were providing. Now it's the Europeans who have to buy it from the United States, and then give it to Ukraine. So, but for the overall thrust of what was being said, I think is right on the mark.
Yeah, and what do you make of no comments made by the two leaders both during the photo op and when the two sides were sitting together? They clearly, kept their counsel and did not speak. Very uncharacteristic of Trump to be not speaking when accosted with questions.
I thought that Putin was enjoying it. I thought Putin was relaxed. He was smiling. He was bantering. Putin is not afraid of taking questions. He can answer all these things. Trump was sitting there kind of stiff. I don't think Trump was enjoying this. But the other thing, we saw their advisors around.
Well, why do you say that, Peter? You think something is weighing on the mind of Trump?
Well, it's hard to say what goes on in the mind of Trump. I wouldn't, offer a guess as what goes on inside Trump's mind. I've never been able to follow it. But he's observing this situation, and his body language to me was much more uncomfortable than was Putin's body language.
I believe we have Olena continuing with us, right? Can I take this question? Okay, we have Rasa Juknevishin. Sorry if I did not get the name right. Is that you, Miss Rasa?
Yes.
Okay, can we get the Lithuanian perspective from the Baltics? How you see this development happening with the peace talks and the kind of bonhomie that we are seeing now between President Trump and President Putin, the kind of reception he has got with that B-2 bomber fly past and a ride in the beast of American president. You think some breakthrough is likely?
First of all, thank you for invitation to speak in front of your huge audience. I don't know if I was very correct to hear everything what was already said, but I want to say some words what I heard. Really, sometimes I will be very blunt and open because the time is such. I am horrified at how Russian lies affect even the most intelligent people. European Union, Europe is not anymore colonial. Russia is the only colonial imperialistic power left globally. They are occupying everything around. They are killing their own people. I mean, Kremlin regime. It's dictatorship. We see this dictatorship as Hitler and Stalin together. It's Putin. And Russia is really a big threat. It's like a cancer in European and Asian continent. And today it reminds me, of course, everybody, every normal people want peace, Ukrainians mostly, but Putin not. Putin started this war. Putin started to kill people. And he is threatening us as well. You introduce me as from the Baltic states. I know what does it mean, Soviet Union. And I know what's happening in occupied territories of Ukraine today. How many people are killed, imprisoned. It's a lot of stories. Please tell your people the stories about, for example, young journalist Victoria Roshina. Her body was back in pieces. It's a terrible regime. We have to defeat it, first of all. And I don't see this now, today, on American side, unfortunately. And it reminds me history, 1938, when some politicians at that time, like Chamberlain from Great Britain, was back saying that he agreed on peace with Hitler. What happened in 1 year? Huge World War II started. And that was after this deal in Munich. So we feel the same today. The deal with evil, deal with war criminal, will come with huge war later, because Putin will not stop. For him, it will be not enough just few regions. He will reshape himself and he will attack again and again. This is what Putin is about. So I have to say this in a very open manner, to think for those, to help people to think that this is not about regional conflict, what's going on in Ukraine. Putin's demands and Putin wants to defeat Europe, European nations, European countries.
But Rasa, I understand your perspective, given the fact that this is about the Russian invasion. But the reality is also this. The map is not going to change. Russia is going to be Ukraine's neighbor. That's a reality that one will have to deal with. How do you really take this forward? Because with the weakened position that Europe has actually taken, many would say that you have actually egged on Ukraine to continue with this fight. And the reality is also this, that somewhere down the line, the hardened position that the Europeans had actually taken has only led to a situation where the Ukrainians are fighting it on behalf of the Europeans.
So what are the alternatives? To give up and to let this imperial colonial power to swallow one country by one? Next will be we. We will be the next. I was Minister of Defense, 2008, 2012. And I know that Putin was preparing attack against Baltic states then, few years before Crimea was annexed. Ukraine helped us and saved us from this attack. And we were debating this in Pentagon as well. What can happen? So today, he will not stop. He will not be stopped. And if Europe will not help Ukraine to resist...
In that case, can I ask you, what is the alternative? We do know that this is the reality. But the question is, can the world really afford to be in a global conflict of this nature? And what perhaps should be on the negotiating table right now in order to bring an end to the war?
Yes, and I am also for end of the war, for peace, but for just peace, for long-lasting peace, not just for peace for 1 year. Not just this. And about the future of Russia, yes, you're right. Russia will be our neighbor. And I believe, you will be surprised, but I believe that Russians can live in a normal statehood, not necessarily always in dictatorship. But if Putin will not be stopped and defeated, we will always have this dangerous, aggressive dictatorship next to us, as we had 100 years before. So this is, I believe, that Russia can be different. We need different Russia. It's our European interest to have non-aggressive Russia, but not with Putin, not with a regime like Putin. Why Chinese people in Taiwan or in China, Chinese people in Taiwan can live in democracy? The same Chinese people. I believe that Russians can live in normal statehood, but we have to help them. We have to help to defeat Putin today, Ukrainians, and we could do this. We are far stronger than Russia is. Russian economy is weak. Yes, they have nuclear. That is their power. But no one president of the United States, everybody were too weak to say that we are not afraid of that. And Putin is blackmailing all the time. So I think weakness of the West, when Ukraine and Georgia were not invited for NATO 2008, was vital, huge mistake. And Putin was informed, or got message that those gray zones he is able to attack. Gray zones left in European continent is the reason why Putin attacked them, because he is opportunistic. So I don't agree with those who say that NATO is something which can provoke Russia. No, vice versa. Gray zones left without security, they provoked Putin, and he did what he did. So I am disappointed what happened in last months in the United States. I still hope that maybe America will keep going strong. Everybody hope for a strong position of America. I still have this hope that history will not be repeated as it happened tragically in 1938. But up to now, unfortunately, I see that Putin is winning this, as was mentioned in your program, that he is not anymore in isolation, that he is leader equal to Trump. And this all Russian propaganda today, I was listening in Russian, they all the time are saying the same. For Putin is like a breakthrough. And unfortunately, American president did that. We are far stronger to defeat this evil. Now we are talking about leader. He's not leader, he's more criminal.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
If everything remains same, but Ukraine agrees not to join NATO, is that reasonable price to pay for a lasting ceasefire on the ground in Ukraine, in Europe?
No one in Ukraine can say this. It is written in their constitution, by the way. They have to change constitution to refuse to join NATO. And they have to have a majority in the parliament to say this.
But what's wrong? If it brings peace, if it can stop the killings, why not? I mean, what difference does it make if there are security guarantees given to Ukraine, except for short of joining NATO, security guarantees are there, then why not just accept it?
Look, if it will be guarantees equal to NATO in some time period of time, I think it's possible to negotiate, to talk with us. So because we now in European Union, Ukraine is candidate country, and we in European Union, we have started to build our own defense union. We understand that a lot has to be done by us, ourselves, European Union countries. And Ukraine now is part of our defense union since the very beginning. Be it when we talk about defense military industries, Ukraine is more and more included. And of course, this is the beginning. We are not yet ready for that because NATO, with the American guarantees since the very beginning, were guarantees for European Union security. But now, situation is changing. And look, about NATO. Look, if we would not be members of NATO, 3 Baltic countries, what would happen with us? We would be immediately occupied by Putin. Without that, yes, if it will be a country.
Okay, getting the first details of the talks that have now ended. The 3-on-3 talks between both Donald Trump, Putin, both sides have ended. We are standing by for the news conference. We have a live shot of the news conference in Alaska. Anytime, both leaders will be up on the podium. Both leaders spoke for nearly 3 hours. And Russia's Dmitriev, one of the advisors to Putin, has said that the talks between both Putin and Trump went remarkably well. Those are the words, that the talks went remarkably well and that they will be addressing the media very soon. Shravan.
Well, in fact, we have just been told, a reporter on the ground, Nick, has just sent us information that there is a bit of a change as far as who is going to address in the news conference, because remember, Niranjan, White House had earlier indicated that this is going to be a joint event with both the presidents being present there. President Trump and Putin would be speaking together. It is now turning out that there have been some changes that have been made as far as the format of the press conference. We're not very sure whether it's going to be together or there would be statements made separately. So it's something that we'll have to wait and watch. It's almost like been about 3 hours that President Putin and President Trump sat down after that photo op in which, remember, there have been questions that have essentially been asked about the assurances that have been made by President Putin and President Trump. So it seems that in a short while from now, a joint statement from United States of America and Russia is likely to come in. The only statement that has been made so far, where they have essentially said that it has been an excellent meeting. The live visuals that are coming in, I'm not too sure if we can just...
Those are the shots of, I think, Putin leaving that meeting. When that meeting ended, this is the first shot that came in. I believe there is also another live feed that's now coming in where reporters have assembled there. 2 lecterns have also been put out, so there is an indication that both the leaders would be present there. They would be making an appearance. Whether that's going to be together in tandem or it's going to be one by one, that clarity hasn't come in. So that's something that we are waiting for it. But it's a comment that has now come in from the Russian defense minister, who's made it very clear that the meeting went off absolutely fine. Before the meeting actually began, an indication actually came in from the Russian foreign minister as to what is on the agenda. It seems at the top of the agenda for the Russian side was largely the sanctions that have been imposed by the United States of America, and the discussion essentially would have hovered around that. As far as President Trump is concerned, the statements that he has made on board Air Force One was largely with regards to a ceasefire. He was hoping that there would be a ceasefire, so that's another. So 2 key points that one will have to look at right now from the joint statement is whether at all Russia has agreed to a ceasefire. Second, United States of America, have they agreed to lifting off some of the sanctions that were imposed on Russia? The third aspect is what perhaps would be
the way forward in terms of whether at all there are.
Okay, we have another statement now coming in, Shawan. One more statement now coming in that the Russian envoy who looks at economic affairs and a close aide of Vladimir Putin, Kirill Dmitriev, when asked about the talks, he says, "You will now hear everything. We will find out everything." Now, he was hoping, in fact, one of the first comments, even before the meeting began, he had said that they are only focusing on restoring US-Russia ties, and economic aspect was just one part of it. He said, "We will restore US-Russia ties," and we're getting in the first response. Okay, well, there are some videos also now being released by the Russian media that shows the defense minister, for example, in a great mood, and the finance minister of Russia, also seen in the video, post the talks near the stage. Anytime now, they will be up on stage saying, "We will know everything later." Defense minister, of course, has also said that it's been an excellent meeting so far. So we are standing by for the live shot of those who will be addressing. It is likely to be a Donald Trump and Putin joint presser. Shawan, I don't know what you're picking up, but large sections of the US and Russian media suggesting that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin themselves will be addressing the media any time now.
Well, in fact, assuming that both the leaders are going to address the media together, then perhaps this is the first time since 2018 that you have a Russian president and an American president coming together. Last that we have seen a similar sort of image back in 2018. Of course, one would have to weigh it out whether at all both the countries have been able to come to some sort of a conclusion with regards to what's the way forward. Does it mean that there would be an end to the war in Ukraine? Because as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, Niranjan, they were hoping that there would be an immediate ceasefire, but the nature of a ceasefire is not known. Secondly, for the other side, the aggrieved party here, they would be certainly hoping that there is some sort of a security guarantee, which seems quite unlikely at this point in time. From all the statements that have come in, and just to go through what the Russian media has also been reporting, Russian media largely reporting with regards to the statements that have been made by leaders, the defense minister, Andrei Belosov, who actually made a comment to the journalists after the meeting saying that the meeting went off absolutely fine, and some of the Russian media essentially quoting him to be in a great mood after Putin-Trump's closed-door meeting. Interestingly, the format of this first meeting that took place was changed last moment because it was widely publicized by the White House that it would be a one-on-one meeting, but last moment it was actually changed to a 3-on-3, which essentially would mean that President Trump was accompanied by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and from the Russian side, it's the policy advisor of President Putin, as well as the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who were present in that meeting. Following the press conference, there is also going to be a joint bilateral meeting. In fact, that's going to be an expanded bilateral meeting, which would mean that the full delegation coming in from the United States of America, which includes the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Commerce Secretary, and a few others who would be present in that expanded briefing or expanded meeting that's going to take place, and that would largely be with other concerns, particularly with regards to the renewed business ties between Russia and United States of America. One thing is absolutely clear, Niranjan, that this has been very well choreographed by both the countries. The images that came in earlier today of President Putin and President Trump on the tarmac, the body language of both the leaders clearly indicated that they meant business. They wanted an outcome for this meeting. So it turns out that they've departed from several tradition. For instance, going in the same car. Now, this visual that you see on your screen, that's the defense minister. I'm not too sure whether we can catch the audio of the defense minister. I believe that
both the
some journalists
defense and the
did
finance
actually
minister. Both the defense and the finance minister. I don't know. I think maybe in Russian you can play that.
Настроение всегда одинаково. Отлично.
Okay, there's also a live shot. While can we take windows because there's a live shot? There's an electric atmosphere. There are at least by the looks of it, at least 200 to 300 journalists there, not just from America or Russia, but around the world. Journalists who are just waiting. So we'll go to the live shot. Let's keep toggling between the shots, show multiple windows, because there is a live shot, it's a live situation, and we're the only channel live right now because others are in repeat mode overnight because they may have gone to sleep overnight. That's okay. But we are live and we'll keep changing the shots. On the right of your screen, that's the stage where Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin will be up on stage after the 2-hour and 45-minute meeting that is ended in Alaska a few minutes back. And on the left of your screen, that's the first shot after that meeting ended. That's after the 3-on-3 format. It was a 3-on-3 format which ended and Vladimir Putin, one of the first to leave. That's the shot of him being captured by the Russian media. And any time now, there's some movement on the right of your screen as all the reporters there, journalists who are gathered. Okay, maybe we can go full frame. There's some action there. Let's go full frame. Leaders perhaps are getting up on stage. Journalists waiting to get that first shot as both leave that back room and come onto the stage. Every moment since the planes even landed, from the moment they, before of course Putin took off from Russia and Donald Trump left from the St. Andrews base, every second of this summit has been captured, observed, analyzed very closely by not just the Russian or the American media, by media across the world. The handling of each of these leaders every moment, from the reception to the handshake to the walk to the way they've handled the press, has been looked at very, very closely. For some reason, the Western media doesn't seem to be very happy with what large sections, I wouldn't say all of them, but large sections of the Western media not really happy with the outcome of the summit so far. Most of them slamming Trump for that handshake with Vladimir Putin. Okay, members of the US delegation have also arrived at the press conference between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. We're expecting that to begin anytime now. So that's a live shot, and we are staying with these pictures. We should be able to get you the first pictures of both leaders arriving at that hall, pursuing peace in the background, and the stage set for both leaders. Of course, you'll see the mic which is elevated for Donald Trump by virtue of him being a little taller than Vladimir Putin. And the stage also is set for both of these leaders. They will now come up on stage and talk about what has happened. All the indications of the meeting having gone greatly, excellently so far.
Well, in fact, there is a bit of a caveat here. In fact, the Russian ambassador to the United States of America, Alexander Dachev, has said that it was generally positive, but he also makes a statement. He says no breakthrough yet on restoring the country's bilateral ties. Now, that's the latest coming in. We'll have to wait and watch what does that essentially mean, because it seems that most of the talks that have essentially taken place is to do with the business ties, the bilateral ties, but they're still maintaining that there've been no breakthrough yet, is what they are indicating. That's coming in from Alexander Dachev, Russia's ambassador to the United States of America. So, there is a bit of an ambiguity right now. In fact, he has said that there are other issues that are to be resolved. The special envoy has indicated that everything was great. Both the delegations, the Russian delegation as well as US delegation, have now entered this particular room that you see on your screens right now, where the briefing is actually going to take place. In all likelihood, you'll have both the leaders making this statement in a short while from now.
Okay, so there's another comment that's come in from the Russian ambassador to America, Alexander Dachev, saying that without the return of Russia's confiscated diplomatic property in the US, resolving other issues becomes difficult. So both sides, of course, playing hardball, talking about what they expect from each other. Moscow has prepared documents to restore direct air communication with the USA. They are being discussed, is what the Russian ambassador has also said. Appears to have been a part of an interview that may have been given before the meeting between both leaders. US President Special Envoy Stephen Witkoff came to the press conference of Putin and Trump after the talk, so he's also in the hall. So diplomats from America are in the hall waiting, seated for both leaders to arrive. Perhaps they will be coming in. Okay, Shavan sharing more details of Alexander Darchiev, the Russian ambassador, saying the atmosphere was generally positive, but no breakthrough. Now, any idea whether this was a comment that came in from Alaska? Is he in Alaska?
Yeah, he is. The Russian ambassador is also present there. But in what context has he said that? Because remember, all of this coming in bits and pieces right now. Because you have journalists who are outside the venue. They have been called inside, and in the process, you've had a few journalists asking a question, and some of the Russian members of the Russian delegation have answered, but these are monosyllabic answers that has been given. So one perhaps would not get the full picture as to what do they really mean by. Okay, there seems to be some reports now coming in, Niranjan, that Trump has also dialed
Zelensky,
President Zelensky, and that's the big news coming in. In fact, this was a promise that was made by the US President. In fact, he had said that following this meeting, he would basically push for a trilateral meeting to take place. The trilateral, which would essentially mean President Zelensky also on the negotiating table. However, it seemed the wheels are finally moving, because all this while you hadn't had an opportunity of having President Putin out of Russia and being on the negotiating table. So at least it's a beginning as far as this conflict is concerned. What would be the contours of it, one will have to certainly wait and watch. But it does appear, if you just go by the body language of the Russian delegation, they seem to be quite elated with the progress that they have made so far. And I believe they're quite steadfast on their demands that they have made. For them right now, the bigger concern are the business ties. In fact, we are being told that there's some movement coming in. Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy to the Middle East and advisor on Russia, he has just taken the seat on your screens.
The Russian, I think those are the Russian diplomats.
Just a short while back, you've had Steve Witkoff. Okay, so two more meetings. There are multiple calls that are being made right now. It seems that the other stakeholders are now being taken on board. So there you have Steve Witkoff also now inside the room. He has ignored the questions that have been asked to him about how the meeting went in. But interestingly, also there's another point that I would like to make, Niranjan. The photo op. The backdrop of the photo op was pursuing peace. So it's for President Trump right now, all of it basically moving towards one direction. He certainly wants to make the point that it is he, as an American president, was able to bring an end.
That's the front seat, Shawan. In the front seat, the delegation, which was part of the talks, the closed-door talks, the 3-on-3 format, the 4-on-4 format, whatever that was, the US and Russian delegations from both sides seated in the front row.
Important.
Lavrov in the front row there.
There's something that's certainly happening, because Steve Witkoff, who was inside the press conference room, has just left the room again. And so it's perhaps sort of indicative of last-minute changes or last-minute negotiations that could be on, because you have these calls that are now being made.
They're back inside. Rubio and Witkoff enter the press conference.
It remains to be seen whether at all these calls that the United States of America is making to the European stakeholders, whether at all this is in the presence of the Russians or this is separate. We'll have to wait and watch. But if it is happening in the presence of the Russians, that too, I would say it's a huge development, keeping in mind because it hasn't happened since the time the war began in the year 2022. Some more development taking place. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as Special Envoy Witkoff, has entered the press conference room. But I'm told that Nick is reporting, saying that there was a brief moment that Steve Witkoff entered and thereafter left the room. And now the cabinet officials are basically taking their seats. It does appear that anytime now, press conference, both the leaders would be coming.
Both leaders have entered. Okay, they're up on stage. They're up on stage. Go full. Can we put the audio up, please? Let's take the audio, boost up the audio from there.
Have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Down, please, sir, down. Down, please. Should we play the entire, press conference out? Let's play the whole thing out. Vladimir Putin followed by Donald Trump. Let's please play that out. Okay, some of the big takeaways. Donald Trump says there are big developments, big points that have been agreed upon. He said some have been left pending. He said some not so significant. He said many points have been agreed upon and some left pending. And he added a caveat that those pending will have to be dealt with when he makes those calls to Zelensky and European leaders. So looks like there have been many positive takeaways, because he also said in the course of this news conference that he looks forward to doing business with Russia. And that's a big one. Shawan.
Well, the brass tacks of it, I don't think so. There are specifics of what the agreement really looks like right now. Both the leaders haven't really spoken about the details of that very agreement. In fact, there is an indication from both sides. So on the ground, not really. I wouldn't say that, it seems a little bit elusive right now because there's no clarity on what they have achieved. In fact, just a quick recap of what we know from both the leaders addressing. Yes, as far as President Putin is concerned, he has largely weighed on the shared history between the United States of America and Russia, where he essentially began by described the very moment that he met President Trump after landing in Alaska, where he says where he addressed him as a neighbor. It's important to point out here two things, a significant departure from a lot of other things. First, you've had both the leaders.
Yeah.
In fact, we're going to just put that out. Just a quick point before I, play this out once again. Niranjan, you have a visiting foreign leader on American soil, and he was the one who addressed the media first, and then President Trump. Very unlike what happens usually. And of course, those very moments when he had landed. First, listen in to what both the leaders had to say.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here, because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of, more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the US for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, The situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
So that's the full press conference between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Some of the big headlines being that Putin says that there is a lot of ground that has been covered. He wants to turn the page, and he's told Trump, and he made a very significant comment that the Ukraine war wouldn't have started if Trump were the president, reiterating that he reached out to the Biden administration asking them not to escalate to a point where there would be no point of return. And some more headlines. Donald Trump, in fact, the big takeaway so far, Shravan and Abhishek in the studios as we continue non-stop live broadcast on the Alaska summit. There is no word on the ceasefire. There is no word on what happens next vis-a-vis the Ukraine war. On the Ukraine war, I think the specific comment that was made by Donald Trump, he said big gains have been made, but I will have to call European leaders, call NATO, because some issues are pending. Perhaps a hint of the sticking points on the gains that Russia has made in Ukraine. Abhishek, your takeaways so far?
Well, my biggest takeaway, Niranjan, and I'll stick my neck out and say this is the biggest takeaway so far as India is concerned, which is that Putin said bilateral trade between the United States and Russia is up 20%.
Yeah.
What's this tariff business about then? Is Donald Trump really bluffing his way through because he has cut a private corrupt deal with General Asim Munir? And that's why he's punishing India for very private family reasons. It's really unfortunate that he's wrecking India-United States relationship just because he has cut a very private personal corrupt deal with General Asim Munir. Because if the trade between United States and Russia in the same time is up 20%, then with what face is he saying that India cannot buy Russian oil? I think so far as India is concerned, since there is no ceasefire whatsoever, of course, a lot of talks and conversation and movement forward insofar as the Ukraine war is concerned. My important takeaway is that for some very unfair reason, Donald Trump has been sacrificing India-United States relationship, and the onus is on the American president now to explain.
Yeah, Shravan, most important, I think, statement, he started with that. He said there is no deal until there is a deal. So there is no deal so far.
There is no deal, absolutely.
There is no deal.
There is no deal. Of course, some movement forward, breaking of ice.
Yeah.
Some talks have happened. There would be a lot of to and fro. Zelensky has really set the tone already by saying that there is no question of whatsoever of any land swap. Yeah. And the Europeans would dig their heels, remember, because they are not on the table. They are feeling sidelined. They are feeling slighted. So obviously, they have no stakes in this. Trump has really, put himself in a situation where he might end up, for all practical purposes, giving Putin's talking points to the Europeans and then come back and say, okay, fine, I couldn't do beyond this. Because already, if you look at it, go back to those pictures, Niranjan. If you can play those pictures, not of the press conference, but when the initial photo op happened, you can see Trump is a little jittery. You can see that Trump is uncomfortable. You can see the confidence. You can contrast the confidence of Putin vis-a-vis Trump having some thoughts, something going on in his mind, very uncharacteristic of Trump. But then, I think he was perhaps thinking that these Europeans are not going to back my understanding with Putin. They are not going to sacrifice their own principles for my understanding that trade and business should be given precedence. And so I think that was getting reflected on his face. And perhaps it was going in the back of his mind. I would say if trade between the United States and Russia is actually up 20%, then the United States has no face and no business telling India from where we should be buying our oil. And with these kind of pictures where, the kind of chemistry and bro code that we have seen, Shravan, really between Putin and Trump, for him to be pontificating and for his administration to be calling us recalcitrant, I think it's absolutely duplicity and double standards, and I think we call for explanation there.
He said, I want Russian business. He said, there are a lot of Russian businessmen here, and they want to do business, and we look forward to doing business with them as well. So I don't understand. Shravan, some of your takeaways, if you can, take us quickly through all the updates that you've picked up on the way forward. I think a lot of people watching us right now, because we're the only channel live, ladies and gentlemen, Republic Media Network, India's #1 editorial team live. We've been live non-stop. Shravan, your takeaways from this press conference?
Well, I would say the biggest loser here is no other than President Trump. Because if you see, President Putin has been extremely strategic, if I may say so, in the way he has come across. One, the fact that he has drawn this entire historical ties with the United States of America. He has given a public relations gift to President Trump by simply saying that had you been the president in 2022, I wouldn't have attacked Ukraine. Secondly, President Putin never essentially wanted any sort of a discussion. Let's be very clear here that this was never about a ceasefire. This was only a hoax that was doing the rounds that there could be a ceasefire, and it's abundantly clear. Headline number one, that is, there is absolutely no deal. What's the way forward? He's kept them in the dark. What is it that Putin has got in return? The bilateral ties are up, which essentially means there are renewed business ties between Russia and United States of America. The third important point here is that if at all one has got torpedoed here by President Putin, it is the Europeans here, because you have a situation right now that there is no question of a land swap, there is no question of a deal, there is no question of being able to bring an end to the war, and President Trump can perhaps keep dreaming about the Nobel Peace Prize, because this is nowhere from finding any sort of a resolution. Importantly, President Trump, Niranjan, will have it very, very difficult, when it comes to perhaps convincing the NATO allies, number one. As far as Ukraine is concerned, they were expecting this, and that is exactly why they were constantly focusing on the fact that talk about the ceasefire, which is not a single word has been made about the ceasefire. Both the leaders said that they've reached an agreement, but the contours of the agreement is not known. They haven't specified at all. It was very cleverly put by President Putin, how he basically made it look like that he has a relation with President Trump. President Trump reciprocated by calling him Vladimir and not Putin. So all of it, if you see, would make it far more difficult for President Trump rather than President Putin, because President Putin, when he flies back to Moscow, he's the big winner here.
You are absolutely right, Shravan. So that's the bro code that I was talking about, and you caught it absolutely right there that, Putin switching into English for inviting Trump to Moscow.
Yeah.
And then Trump calling him Vladimir and effectively, giving away that they are on first name terms, whether Putin called him Donald, I don't know.
No.
And for Putin to be smartly slipping that Russia-United States trade is up 20%, I think was a message to the rest of the world, particularly to the Europeans, that while you are...
fuel to the fire, because if you see all this while, that has been the largest debate, the relation between President Putin and President Putin and President Trump. And today, they have cemented that it is to the benefit of President Putin and against President
So pending a ceasefire, Niranjan, pending a ceasefire, was it essentially a dialogue or a summit just between Vladimir and Donald?
Okay, so this
was
is...
it just a meeting between Vladimir and Donald?
No, I don't know.
Between President Putin and President Trump, because ceasefire has not happened.
Is this a spin? Is this a spin? I don't know whether this is a spin.
Now the only option left for Donald Trump is to get his Nobel Peace Prize, slap massive tariffs on Norway and make sure that they are 100, 200, 300%, and they keep rising till the time that the Nobel Committee gives the Peace Prize.
No one would be surprised here. But there's also another twist coming in. There are some reports suggesting that the joint Trump-Putin lunch has been cancelled. So there was a follow-up second meeting that was the expanded meeting that was supposed to take place. It turns out that has been cut. In fact, there are reports now coming in, Niranjan and Abhishek, that perhaps President Trump is going to do a sit-down interview with one of the networks in United States of America.
That can still happen on board Air Force.
He's done one with Fox.
He did one. Yeah, he did one with Fox.
It's going to be with Fox.
I don't know whether he'll give the first interview to CNN.
No, it's Fox. It's Fox. It's Fox. But there is already
so I think while coming, he gave it to Brit Baer, and while going back, he might give it to Hannity. We don't know.
It is with Hannity. It's with Hannity. But he realizes, if you see what he thought would have actually made him as the grandstanding leader here, brokering a deal and being able to bring the truce between both sides, that has fallen flat completely. And that is the reason why domestically also for President Trump, it's going to be extremely, extremely difficult to convince what's really happening on the ground. Something has really turned around right now.
Can I ask you a question, Abhishek? Because if there is, of course, if this is the takeaway, that there is no deal, and Trump has scrapped the joint lunch with Putin heading back to White House, which means there is no deal. From the India perspective, right, we were looking at this closely because of what Trump has done, slap tariffs on us vis-a-vis our trade with Russia. Now, that hypocrisy has fallen through in Alaska because Putin himself has admitted that the bilateral trade is up 20%. Now, if there is no deal, which Trump said, if there is no deal with Russia, he's going to slap more sanctions, perhaps more secondary tariffs. What happens now?
Well, you see, Trump has painted himself into a corner. The Europeans, they of course talked themselves out of the dialogue. But in the present circumstance, with Putin obviously succeeding in stalling any movement on ceasefire till his basic conditions are met. Now, Trump can, of course, get away by saying that these conditions have to be met by Ukraine. These conditions have to be met by the Europeans. And so perhaps he would have a dialogue. Ultimately, what we are seeing is that while there has been some movement, some breaking of ice, and the positive takeaway is that, and to the credit of Trump, let's not be blindsided by the fact that he has been very unfair and dishonest in his relationship with India. He has made some very genuine effort at breaking the deadlock insofar as the Ukraine war is concerned. And so obviously, you will have to give credit to Trump that he has created, by way of these optics from Anchorage, Alaska, momentum for taking some tough call on ending the Ukraine war. He has created a constituency and strengthened the constituency for ending of war in Ukraine and in Europe. And obviously people would get around it in some manner. Europe would consider the options that would have come out or would come out of this long 3-hour conversation that has taken place between the two sides. President Trump has said in that press conference that he would be talking now to the European leaders. Remember, even before coming, he had a video call in which he spoke to the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, the President of France, the leadership of NATO, jointly along with Zelensky. He now says that he will have a call with Zelensky, and then of course he will speak to the European leaders. So obviously a consultative process has kicks in now. But the fact of the matter is, and let's be fair, Niranjan, for all the effort that Donald Trump has made, even at the risk of painting himself into a corner, even risking, getting played by Putin, he has at least done this and opened a window. Now, it's for the Europeans, obviously, and Zelensky to not play recalcitrant. And it's not India which has been recalcitrant. It is Europe and Zelensky which have been recalcitrant vis-a-vis Donald Trump for them to take it forward. He could have pushed this far and no further, while the push and the shove and the dialogue would continue. The fact of the matter is that the most important takeout of that press conference was, or that entire exercise that has just ended, was that Putin has come out of a travel isolation that he was facing. He has made a statement, and in diplomacy optics count. He has made a statement by getting that fly past B-2 bomber fly past salute. He's made a statement by standing next to the American president and telling the world that while the Europeans are making a lot of fuss about it, the fact of the matter is that trade is up between United States and Russia. And so I think Putin has come out winner, and that's what we were discussing, Shravan, right? That even before the summit began, Putin had already won, and now, of course, he has cemented that victory in round one. Of course, there would be a couple of more rounds, and it turns out these are pictures from inside the backstage, so to say, where Trump and Putin are having a dialogue.
Okay, we'll have to go back. I think there's some. Okay, these are pictures. Maybe of the planes, of a shot of the runway. We had a shot of them being backstage. But essentially, he gets time to go ahead with those advancements. They've made rapid advancements in the last 1 week, isn't it, Shravan? In Ukraine, rapid advancements. He gets time to perhaps consolidate on those advancements made. Instead of getting hit by sanctions, further sanctions, which was a likelihood, it appears instead what he has ended up doing is get business interest from America. And he got the stage to actually say what the entire world has been debating. Even American data shows that trade with Russia is up, especially on elements of uranium, palladium, etc., rare earth minerals. That trade is up almost 20 to 23%, which is what was reported in the last few weeks. And Putin just confirmed that. He showed them the mirror on stage. Shravan.
Well, in fact, for President Putin, who has acknowledged the fact that the relationship between both the countries had sunk to a new low after the Cold War. And this, for him, it's a big win because he's been able to renew it. The immediate impact of it is that the business ties would essentially mean that there is more deals that they could sign together. The fact that this would allow Russia to expand its business, would it allow them to also have more trade, which is evident from the numbers itself. For the Ukrainians, it's going to be extremely tough because what I am essentially witnessing right now from the Ukrainian side is this, that they believe that it's going to be an unabated war right now. For President Putin, he has essentially got emboldened at this point in time. So there is no way that President Putin is going to take a step back.
I think the Americans are already having a meltdown, and they believe that Putin has taken everything. Trump has given away everything. Trump has, proved this to be a disaster for the United States. He has given a victory on platter. Putin did nothing to deserve this. I mean, these are the kind of comments I'm getting to here. And Joseph Chalil joins us. Joseph, your view? You would have been watching the American media closely. What's your sense of the press conference that took place and the takeaways from the summit, Alaska summit?
Of course, they were all surprised that there was no questions taken. But from the mentions, there is an agreement. They didn't. I know there are 12 calls between Steve Witkoff and his counterpart yesterday to arrange the logistics of this meeting, even as of yesterday. And today they are hoping that, I know President Putin mentioned regarding an agreement reaching between U.S. I don't think they were ready to announce it publicly without getting a buy-in from Europeans and especially from Ukraine. So that could have been if they announce some let's say freezing of the current line of control and the ceasefire, and if the Ukraine didn't agree to it, the Trump would have looked bad in front of the world. So maybe they decided not to announce it publicly until they have a buy-in from Europeans. I strongly believe there is discussions and there is agreement between the two countries because they didn't waste their time talking about nothing for 3 hours. So it might be, and President Trump mentioned he's going to call NATO. So that shows that maybe President Putin wants an assurance that NATO will not move to include or security assurances
Joseph,
by NATO to Ukraine.
When President Trump says that we made some great progress today and we had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to, what is he indicating to if there is no deal? I mean, in the Trump world, one would believe that either there is a deal or there is no deal. What's progress if there is no deal?
I believe Trump is being cautious after pre-announcing, let's say, the Pakistan-India ceasefire. Maybe he put his foot in his mouth. Today, he's been extra cautious that he is not doing the same mistake again, that he's going to announce it once the deal is solidified. I would assume there are follow-up calls. He mentioned that he's going to be calling NATO. He's calling Zelensky and the European leaders right now after this press announcement. So that means there is something to be discussed with the Europeans. There is something to be agreed upon because I am assuming that President Putin wants some sort of a security assurance for Russia from NATO that they will not move forward, and maybe that could be the hindering block that he wants to get this on record before announcing something. So I'm cautiously optimistic. They wouldn't have wasted 3 hours of the time, and plus they haven't left the city yet, so they are all staying back. So that means there is still that business extended meeting going on.
I don't think they're all staying back because we just got a report, Joseph, that he's heading back to the White House. There is no lunch that was planned earlier. But look at the messaging, and Shawan and Abhishek are right because there are a large section of Americans, and you may be an exception, a large section of Americans are feeling that this is humiliating for your NATO, for Ukraine, for Zelensky, and for the war. Nick is live with us. Nick is live with us from Alaska. Let's get in a word from him. Nick, I'm just reading some of the responses that are coming in. Most experts in America seeing this as, the level of comfort between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. I mean, several handshakes. And you see the visual of what happened back in the back end, before the backstage, before they came up on stage. They shared a laugh, they had a joke. Look at the body language, and that's exactly what is not going down well now with NATO and Zelensky. Nick, what is the kind of response that you're getting there?
So it's too soon to know what will come next, but it looks like both the demands of Russia, of Putin, are a lot for Ukraine and for Europe to take, and Trump trying somehow to find the golden line between both those parties, and it is really difficult. But as Trump said, they made a lot of progress, and this meeting, just the meeting by itself, meaning that we are on the right direction. Nobody said that it will be easy, because after 3.5 years of this war that almost led to a world war, nuclear war, it is good that they are meeting, that they are now sitting together, shaking their hands, and you saw the body language, and that Trump invited Putin to his limousine. And this is a start. I believe that maybe something will come in the next meetings. I think that Trump actually will come soon to Moscow, to the next meeting in Russia with Putin. And in the end, eventually, it is all in the hands of Europe and Ukraine to agree to the deal that Trump and Putin will come together and will agree on, but they still need also Europe and Ukraine to be on the same side.
Okay. If I can ask you, Nick, for your takeaways, I mean, your takeaways on what happens from here on. What did you make of this summit? Your takeaways from this meeting and the road ahead in the Ukraine war specifically?
So the takeaway is that Putin actually wants to end the war as Trump. You saw that next to Putin was the sign that they are pursuing peace, and this is a peace talk, and this is already showing you his willingness and the willingness of Russia to end this war. But as Russia in the beginning said, they don't want to do a ceasefire and then to freeze this war for a while and to start it again over, and then to start it over and over again with the new weapons, with the new kind of strategies on the line between Russia and Ukraine. They want for one and for all to find a solution to this conflict, and it has a lot of roots going back in the history. And in order to find this solution, there is a lot of talk to do, because the position of Ukraine that Russia will withdraw from all the regions that it already possessing, it is not realistic, and Russia will not agree on that. And that's why a compromise should be found, something all of them should agree on. And I think that now Trump will do a talk with Ukraine, with Europe, to see how much they can concede, how much they can withdraw from their demands. Russia already, after 1 year of the war, I think more or less, I was in Moscow, it was, I think, September 2023, or more or less. And then it was a big celebration in Moscow. Many people come, hundreds of thousands of people, and they celebrated the annexation of 4 new regions to their country, the Kherson, the Zaporizhia, and also Lugansk and Donetsk. I don't see how Russia will concede, how they will withdraw back, because they said back then, we can't betray the people there, the locals that are actually willing not to be part of Ukraine anymore, because they are persecuted for them, for the reason that they are speaking Russian, for the reason that they have connection with Russia, for the reason that they are not supporting the coup that happened in Ukraine in 2014, and they don't want to go to this confrontation with Russia. So their own country bombarded them for 8 years, and after that, Russia came to help them. That's what they are telling. That's the story of Russia. This is their narrative. So according to this narrative, they are not giving up on the people. It's not about territory. It's about the people that they are protecting in their view from Ukraine. And that's why I think now Trump will try to facilitate with Ukrainians and with Europe this agreement that they will agree that those 4 regions will stay with Russia, because otherwise it will be endless war. And Russia said, we fought for 21 years with Sweden, and after that Sweden never became a great country. It was many decades ago. And the same here. Russia is a war machine. They just become stronger and stronger from wars. We saw what happened in the Second World War. In the beginning, they were losing, but after that, they won the war. And this is happening again. So I think in the end, there will be an agreement, and maybe it will be very soon.
Okay, Nick, my takeaway is, Shawan, and coming back to the studios, and Joseph continues to be with us. Nick, please stay with us, because we have to also get an update on why the lunch was... in fact, we can ask, Nick, we are getting these reports that the working lunch between the two sides, between President Trump and President Putin, has been cancelled, and that they are now flying out of Anchorage. Have they already started for the airport to the base and are in the process of flying out, or are they going to stay back for a while and then leave? What's the status like?
So actually, right now, they are supposed to take off soon. And this launch, I'm not sure what exactly is supposed to be and what is the reason, because there were a lot of speculations about what exactly will happen. Some of the speculation even said that maybe they will invite Zelensky to come here to Alaska and they will extend their trip. So I don't know what is true of all of that, but we can see from the fact that they did this mutual press conference that actually they came to some sort of agreement. And the lunch, I don't think it's something really important. It doesn't make sense for me, so that they will cancel the lunch, but not the press conference.
Yeah,
if it's the other way around, it makes more sense for me.
It could even be a plant.
Yeah, we don't know, actually. You are right. But, I'm just going through a Fox News broadcast clip, and the reporter of Fox News identified as Jackie Heinrich. She's actually saying the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well. And it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. That's a carcade now. That's a fast-moving carcade now. I can't see the beast is still.
So it's confirmed. Trump is heading back.
Yeah, Trump is heading back, and this time, I believe
Putin. The same vehicle,
right?
Are they in the same vehicle?
Most likely
Possibly.
not. This time,
possibly.
So that is also an indication.
Can't see. This is the beast.
It's quite interesting.
There you see. There you see. The American president would get down here. I think that the carcade has come. And are we looking at the beast? Yes, that's the beast.
No, that's the Russian.
That's the Russian plane.
That's the Russian side. Okay, that's the Oris limousine, specially flown in, Moscow registered Oris limousine, specially flown in for Putin. Now, I believe Putin is coming out.
Well, in fact, when President Putin landed, this limousine was already parked.
Yeah, it was not brought to the tarmac.
And wasn't used by the president. He chose to go along with President Trump.
Yeah.
So very, the way it has been designed, all of it, making it much more beneficial.
So Melania Trump then seeing off Vladimir Putin?
No, Melania is not there.
You sure?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Oh, that would have been a coup, Niranjan, had Melania come and be seeing
I'm not
Putin.
sure. Maybe I got it wrong, but we have to just check.
As far as the images.
What do you say, bye-bye? Only to the driver, not to Trump.
Well, in fact, it's a meeting that's that he has just had, and in this particular meeting that he's done since the time the so-called
I think there's something amiss. There's something amiss. I mean, I really want to discuss this. The body language of Trump was so un-Trump, so uncharacteristic of Trump. There was something weighing on his mind. He did not look like in control. I mean, he looked askance at the press. The kind of questions that were thrown at Putin. Putin was just taking it in his stride. And this is what Fox News reporter also noticed, observed, and is actually talking about. And was it then, and are we looking at the possibility that Trump goes back to Washington and then throws a tantrum and then says, okay, fine, I'm not happy with what happened, let's do something, let's slap tariffs? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is there something else that President Trump can do? If he has, he might take something out of his cupboard, I mean, I don't know. What's your sense, Niranjan?
You're the expert, Abhishek. You and Shravan. I mean, going by the pace at which they've left immediately after the press conference, I think between 10 to 15 minutes after the press conference, not wasting any time, just taking off from there. We heard of a few calls being made just before that press conference. Some calls were made to Zelensky and European leaders, perhaps to give them a briefing. Perhaps a detailed debriefing will be done by Donald Trump to take them into confidence starting now. We don't know. But going by what we know so far, there is no deal. And Putin is heading back. If Nick is with us, we can go back to Nick, because Nick also spoke of the possibility of some extension if all was well. Right, but Putin's got his way. I mean, the big headline that's coming in, we can go across to Nick, Shravan, get in a word from Nick, and then go across to Joseph as well, joining us in from Florida. Over to you, Shravan.
Well, Nick, just give us a sense of what was scheduled, what is not happening anymore, because as far as the White House schedule is concerned, it did certainly make a mention of the fact that there would be a second meeting, that would be both the delegations coming together, and it would have largely, focused around the business ties. But it appears right now from the reports that have come in, and of course with the president flying off right now, has the delegation meeting also been called off, or can that also happen in the absence of the president?
I think that they will speak and they will continue to discuss it. And not just here now in Alaska, but further after that as well. And Trump wants to do business with Russia as much as Russia wants to do business with United States. Both countries understand that they have a lot to win from this cooperation. And we also heard it from Trump himself that he said that many people want to do business with the United States, many countries, and also Russia, and he's willing to do business with Russia. He just wants to conclude the war before that in Ukraine, and then to start business, and Russia eager about it, and I think they are already making some plans, and some of the sanctions were lifted in order for this trip to succeed. I think that Trump is focused on the business side of this relationship, as well as Putin, and Ukraine is disturbance that they're trying in some way to finish it, to finish the war, the Biden war, as Trump saying, and it's much more complicated than Trump thought. And yet I think that they're on the right way, and economy, money talks, and they understand that the main thing is economy, and the United States understand that they need Russia on their side if they want to compete with China, because United States alone can't compete for long with China, China becoming too much strong. And if China will continue to cooperate with Russia as it happened after the start of the war with Ukraine, United States will have no other possibility to compete for a long run. That's why Russia is now the country that both China and the United States will try to lure to their side. And I think that historically, Russia always preferred the United States, and Russia already betrayed in the past China. China still remembers that, and probably it will happen again. I think that if Putin will need to choose, or Russia, they will choose definitely Trump, they will choose United States, and not Xi Jinping and China. And that's why I think this is the main issue for the United States, and Putin understands that.
Okay, so
Niranjan, I think we are seeing only Act 1 of the play. The Act 2 would play out once President Trump reaches Washington D.C. And for some strange reason, I was watching. He said, if this doesn't work out, I'll go back to the United States. For God's sake, he was in the United States. For some strange reason, it just
forgot that
does not register in his mind.
Yeah.
And he says, and I go back to the United States. So I think when he goes back to Washington, D.C., perhaps he will do a rethink and he will realize what has hit him, because it's not adding up, Joseph, right? 8 minutes of Putin's statement versus 3 minutes of Trump. And Trump saying there is no deal yet. And if there is no deal, there is no deal. End of the story. What's the Trump takeaway, so to say, out of this?
You see the American media, you will see most of the mainstream media are anti-Trump. Like you will see, if you listen to CNN, you will see.
No, I'm talking about Fox. Fox News is saying it was bad. It was bad. Fox News is saying it was bad.
Even Fox is not very pro-Trump nowadays. There are news
because people have seen through Trump
and things like that. But again, on Fox, right now it's 8 p.m. Eastern time here. At 9 p.m. in 1 hour, Trump is scheduled to go live on Fox News with Hannity. So I'm hoping that we will have this was pre-scheduled anyway, either from the Air Force One. So when he is scheduled to fly back as planned, so he was scheduled to go live on TV. So I'm pretty sure he will open his mind and say something about what the discussions have been, or hopefully he'll open up saying something. So I would say stay tuned for 1 more hour, before we know more about what's happening. I am confident that there have been some sort of an agreement, again, agreement in the sense framework of an agreement. And because President Putin said there are two things. One is that security guarantee for Russia. So this wasn't brought up before. So security guarantee for Russia might be why President Trump said, I need to get confirmation from NATO. Maybe he wants something, in some solid. So before they announce something. So I am cautiously optimistic that this would be some sort of a guarantee from NATO that they won't, take Ukraine as a member, and that might be what Russia wants in solid terms. And I am very hopeful that in 1 hour we will know more.
Okay, I think we also have Arnab Bhaskar. Mr. Bhaskar is joining us live from Mumbai. Let me go across to him. Mr. Bhaskar, your takeaways of the news points from Alaska. Do you think,
Well, as I mentioned earlier, this was a meeting with nowhere. I told you that America was not prepared for this meeting. It did not even have its agenda planned out. Every ground facility might have been choreographed, but the points that are normally discussed when two heads of state meet, there were not enough meetings between all the people who are responsible for policy making. Point one. Point two, Russia had made its short-term demands quite clear months ago, and its stand has not wavered. It was very clearly that Ukraine cannot be part of NATO, that it would have to be demilitarized, and that it would keep the territories that it had occupied. In a way, remember Putin had mentioned after the 1922 meeting, which Boris Johnson tore up, and he told Ukraine, every time we have a meeting and you walk away, remember you will become smaller and smaller. And Trump has lived up, and Putin has lived up to his words.
Just waiting to see if there's any comment at all from Europe. There's absolutely nothing. There's complete silence from NATO, complete silence from Ukraine. No comment. Have you been able to pick up something, Abhishek? Any comment at all following the press conference, following the summit from either NATO, countries or Zelensky, Ukraine?
Not yet. I think in the joint statement, Trump himself said that he's going to speak to NATO leaders and to Zelensky. Obviously, that call would happen if it has not already happened, and then we will hear what the statement is about, what they have been told. So nothing as yet, but I think as of now, going by American media reports, they are in a state of shock as to what have they got. I mean, was it Alaska or is it Alas or Atlas?
Alaska.
I fail to understand, and I'm really angry. I can tell you, Niranjan, by afternoon, the debate in India would be, what was this tariff business about? If trade between the United States and Russia is up 20%.
Yeah.
I think, was it Putin essentially from Alaska, right in front of Trump, playing out the druzhba dosti that exists between India and Russia, and really giving us, or handing it to us, and to the rest of the world, in fact, calling the bluff of this tariff business that Trump has been carrying out. I mean, a well-meaning guy, perhaps, because he really wants to end the war and get a Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe he can just slap 200% tariff on Norway and get the Nobel and be done with it.
Yeah, look at the kind of comments that are coming in, right?
You think, Mr. Bhaskar, that's the easy way out?
It's a brilliant suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, how do you see New Delhi responding to it? Especially given Putin himself said that bilateral trade with US is up 20%.
I'm sure it's a shot in the arm for our trade negotiators and the Modi government in general. But I think we have to see, because Trump being Trump, if he has been put in a corner by Putin, he would react in some way. You think, Joseph, that the interview with Hannity could be the earliest that you could see a Trump reaction on this? Or he would still hold his horses and see how it's panning out? Because he can still, put the onus entirely on the Europeans. It is your mess to handle. Please, this is what I could do and I have done.
I'm more cautious than what you are proposing, because if Trump were to be angry with Putin, if nothing was happened, it was completely disappointing, Trump would have canceled the press conference and would have walked out of the meeting and would have left, for knowing him very well. He wouldn't have stayed back. He wouldn't have he wanted Putin to speak. He was,
Yeah, but Joseph, why don't you... Okay, Joseph, let me do one thing. While you answer Abhishek's question, let me add this point, right? As an American, you're an Indian American sitting in Florida, right? And Donald Trump has slapped 50% tariff on India. Why? Because he feels India should not be doing business with Russia, buying Russian oil. Because he claimed that we were funding the war machine in Russia. Sadly, for hypocrite Trump, today, Vladimir Putin has showed him the mirror in front of the world, saying, you, sir, have increased your trade with Russia. Thank you very much. Our bilateral trade is up by 20%. And Trump, in return, says, Russia wants to do business with America, and we look forward to doing business with Russia. This is hypocrisy, sir. Joseph, answer that question.
Logically, it doesn't make sense. I was always thinking
what doesn't make sense?
Rattling. It is saber rattling. I don't think he has any intention of doing this. And this was, there was just buying time for 3 months. India was an easier scapegoat because if you try to beat China up, they would get angry and they would stop all export of,
You're confirming that Trump's a bully. It's okay. You can call him a bully.
No.
It's okay. He's your president. He's a bully.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and we are just, I think he has every intention to cancel these extra tariffs before the ships which left after August 8th or 7th left India port, so that nobody will be affected. It's just a talk. So the 25% which we have, that might be a different object to negotiate with, the base tariff, not the penalty tariff, because it's unfair that why are just India being singled out? Why not China? Why not other countries? So it doesn't make sense. So I am hoping that there will be some sort of an understanding will be made. I don't think it is fully baked yet. Give them maybe a few more days, and they come up with a way to to wiggle out of his tariff. I don't think he wants it. He wants a base tariff on every country, the 10%. Now, if India is given a 10 to 15%, we think it's a lottery. That's achievement of Trump. Before we would have fought if we had put in 10%. Right now, if our tariff got reduced from 50 to 25, India is happy. So maybe that's the way Trump is thinking. That now even UK is happy to pay 10% or 15%. So it seems like the entire world is paying, and Trump is being happy to pay off the loan. So unfortunately, we became a victim.
I don't know about that because, the entire world is laughing at you. I can tell you that much because right now I'm looking at some of the comments, from different journalists and different media houses saying Putin knows Trump isn't going to do anything. I'm reading out some of the comments for you. Another comment here saying just a continuation of Putin blackmailing Trump to buy time. What a farce this was from the outset. Putin will be laughing all the way to world domination. I mean, look at the kind of comments that are coming in, Mr. Bhaskar. This has turned out to be such bad optics for America. Okay, pictures of America. Okay, Mr. Bhaskar, before I come across to you, those are pictures of Donald Trump's plane Air Force One, I think, taking off. There's a live shot from APTN. Trump boarding Air Force One. Abhishek.
Right. So it's clear that the American president is on his way back to the United States from the United States, and he's. Let's look at the body language because if you look at it, when he received President Putin, he was good, and then something happened. Did it happen when the two were together in the Beast and Putin said something which really took the color off Trump's confidence?
He seemed completely okay even during the news conference.
He seemed okay, but the body language was sort of not very Trump. I mean, I thought the swagger was missing. Let's see how it pans out here. Can we see him?
They've carefully parked the cars in a way that you can't really get
covered
a clear
him.
shot.
Yeah, that's absolutely understandable. But he will still climb the stairs, and we will see when he says the bye.
Nick, are you there? Let's see if Nick is also live with us from Alaska.
He's getting down now. Trump is out of the Beast, and he should be now walking up the stairs. And then we'll see. I mean, I really need to read the body language because against 8 minutes of, he's going now. And the rest of the team, I believe, would be climbing after him.
Watch your step, Trump. He's watching his step.
Yeah, he is.
Not looking back.
He is, yeah.
No wave, no smile.
No, he will. Perhaps
Walking
he
up
will.
the stairs.
He will.
He will. He'll have to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. Seems okay. And that fist.
Nah, not very. A little stiff fist.
A little tired, perhaps.
Tired, stiff.
And it's understandable because, see, he's 79. And to travel 8 hours, then do 8 hours of summit, and then travel back 8 hours. So obviously, it takes a toll. And
he's looking tired, you're right.
He's looking tired, I think. He's tired. Okay. And maybe he did not have something big to announce, so he's little not
he didn't get a headline
excited. So maybe he's okay, but he's not angry, but he's not excited either.
Yeah. Mr. Bhaskar, you want to talk over these pictures? Didn't get what you wanted.
The pictures are interesting. I like the way Trump looks tired as he climbs up the steps. There's no spring in the steps. While Putin walks up as usual, I could not see any difference in the body language there. And I suppose both will go to their own places and then talk about what happened. Let's see. But the meeting was inconclusive as I had expected right in the beginning.
Yeah, completely inconclusive. All right, as we stay with these pictures, that's a live shot from, oh, wow. So Putin's plane also taking off around the same time, taxiing there, it's on the runway, getting ready for a takeoff. And Trump's Air Force One will now taxi onto the runway. So they're leaving just seconds apart. Right? But that imagery of F-35s there, Abhishek, and the B-2 bombers, B-2 bomber, it was one bomber that was accompanied by American jets. Also a message by Trump?
Yeah, but I think
imagery.
Putin played pretty cool about it. I mean, he looked at the B-2 bomber, and that was, of course, Trump making a statement. Remember, it's a military base. And I think Trump was all graces. He extended all courtesies to Putin and really played a good host. And from reception right down to taking him in his car and the pull-in and the shake hand and the punch. I think everything added up to being a good host. But obviously, if you look at the statements in retrospect, Niranjan, with Trump's apprehensions that maybe we will have a deal, maybe not. There would be consequences. We will slap more tariffs. We will see. I think I'm still seeing this as only Act 1 of the play. Act 2 is going to play out over the next couple of hours as Trump reaches back to DC.
Yeah. All right, looking at some more comments that are coming in. Joseph, for example, you see this comment of a White House senior correspondent who has spoken, on the sidelines of that summit. His name is Jacques Henrik, right? And he says the way it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well. And it seemed like Putin came in, steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say and got his photo next to the president, left, got all the headlines he wanted. I'll get in your word before we play out that entire news conference. I want to play out that entire news conference of about 10 to 15 minutes between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Joseph?
Again, what she said, Jackie Henrik said was what's correct. The mood of the reporters who were, I think they were all ambitious that they were expecting some announcement of a peace and they wanted to ask questions. And they were pretty rude to President Putin even beforehand, asking about, would you stop killing of innocents in Ukraine, and would you stop, all these other, anti-war activists, because many of the reporters are also anti-war activists over there. So maybe that's the reason why Russians didn't want to, get on live record answering questions, because once you start answering questions, they could, go violent. So maybe that's the reason why it was agreed upon that no questions will be answered. Initially, the discussion was that they will answer 4 questions, and it seems like that got cancelled. And and it seems like I saw the note President Putin was reading from. It seems like it is handwritten. So he had comments on it. It wasn't typed up and ready. So it seems like he wrote things, and he was talking about praising President Trump and blaming President Biden for the war. He's glad that President Trump is alive, talking to his assassination attempts and calling him a friend. So I think Putin got what he wanted. I think Trump was praised. Maybe he was a little bit disappointed and tired that he couldn't announce something big. But maybe it wasn't the time, because he wanted the commitment from the Ukrainians and especially Ukrainians and the Europeans, especially on security guarantees before making an announcement, because otherwise you would be even bigger fool tomorrow if he announced something and it falls bad on him. So I am still optimistic that something, they talked about agreement. They talked about, reaching agreements on nuclear and Arctic collaborations and rare earths. So this could be larger than Ukraine. But I'm hoping that Ukraine could get a ceasefire, or at least some sort of a framework of ceasefire soon.
Okay, let's see what happens, because NATO pressure will be on. I heard a comment just before. Okay, that's a live shot. It's a live shot. Okay, I read a comment, Abhishek, of someone from the British government saying that they're ready to put boots on the ground. This was after the UK.
That was their defense secretary, John Haley.
This was after the recent comment of Zelensky saying that there were fresh strikes in areas like Sumy, etc. I'd like to play out now the full news conference. In case you've missed it, ladies and gentlemen, the full news conference, we'll play that once again. What Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump said on stage immediately after the summit ended. It went on for about 2 hours, 45 minutes, and here's what both world leaders said on stage. Okay, but before we play that, these are pictures of Air Force One, Donald Trump's plane leaving Alaska. Vladimir Putin's flight has just taken off, and Trump taking off from Alaska after what many in the American media would say was almost a failed summit. Broke ice, great pictures for the world media, red carpet for Donald Trump, backstage jokes between both leaders, not the kind of imagery that NATO, Zelensky would have expected. So I'd like to see how they respond to it. So while we stay on these pictures, on the left side of the screen, we'll stay with the live shot. On the right side of the screen, we'll play out the comments of both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. So we'll just line that up and play those comments out, because the American media is not happy. They're fuming right now, saying that Putin has won in Alaska and he's gone back to Russia.
You think that the deep state, the American deep state, knew something, because otherwise Hillary would not have stuck her neck out and said that I would recommend Trump for Nobel if he gets a ceasefire. I mean, I think everyone knew that what's going to happen. I think Trump got played. Is the sense I'm getting, Niranjan. And as I said, my only takeaway would be whatever happens to Trump does not affect me. What affects me is his position on India and his tango with a Sim Munir, which is very immoral, which is unfair, which is dishonest, which is duplicitous. And after this, I think the Trump administration should have a relook in the light of the comment made by President Putin on increasing US-Russia trade, that why should India be singled out in the manner that Trump has?
Yeah. Okay, so should we play that out?
Let's play that out.
Let's play that out. The press conference between both leaders, both world leaders, immediately after the summit. Putin first, followed by Donald Trump.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here, because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the US for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, businesslike and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
Alaska is getting ready for the most important meeting that probably ever happened at this state. There is a lot of anticipation. Many media from around the world came here. It will happen
So suppose an invader in the past, in the fervor of his ideas, destroyed a temple, destroyed an idol. But the question is that you can destroy the idol, you can destroy the temple, but you cannot destroy the existence of the deity, and the generations and generations will continue and say that this is the spot on which Ram Lalla was Virajman and please restore us. And this Ram temple, this entire journey is a message to the entire world that through constitutional means, through legal means, we can achieve what a civilization deserves.
Co-powered by Gallant TMT Rebars and Cement, Nirman ka real hero. JK Tire, Desh ka tire.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning and thank you for joining us. We've been live through the night on the Alaska summit where Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have just met. We've had a news conference a little after 5 a.m. and we are going to get you all the headlines and the big takeaways of the Alaska summit. Here are the headlines this morning on Republic. Historic Putin and Trump meeting ends in Alaska. No conclusion or a deal or a breakthrough, but just breaking of ice in Alaska.
Our international context, for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the US. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page.
Putin tells Trump during the joint press conference to turn the page and start a new chapter between America and Russia.
Our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful.
Russian President Putin says talks with the United States President have been constructive in Alaska.
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Putin says he agrees with Donald Trump, the US president, that the war in Ukraine would not have happened if Trump were president.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work.
Putin highlights public enhancement of trade with America, says US-Russia bilateral trade is up almost 20%.
We had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do.
Trump says great progress made in Alaska in the meeting between him and Putin, but confirms there is no deal until he consults his allies in NATO and Zelensky.
We'll have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And
Donald Trump says U.S. looks forward to doing business with Russia, acknowledges Russian businessmen in Alaska.
I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with...
U.S. President says he will speak to NATO and European leaders after the Alaska meet to take them into confidence and give them a lowdown of what was discussed between him and Putin.
Speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening.
After talks remain inconclusive, Putin announces that the next meeting will be held in Moscow. He gives an invite to Donald Trump to come to Moscow next.
Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal.
There is a deal. Donald Trump, after nearly 3 hours of meeting, confirms that nothing concrete came out of the summit in Alaska. All eyes have been on the Alaska meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin as two leaders stepped into history. A closely watched closed-door meeting that lasted over 3 hours. And not a single word on ceasefire, and not a single mention of any deals that were inked. Here is what both leaders said during their joint address after the Alaska summit.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of, more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots And there are two flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the US for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some breaking news coming in. Donald Trump, when asked by the US media how the meeting between him and Vladimir Putin went, he says meeting with Putin was 10 out of 10. Talks inconclusive, but Trump saying the meeting is 10 on 10. And we also have a statement coming in from Russia in Moscow, where the Kremlin has said that the conversation between Putin and Trump allowed Russia to confidently continue together on the path of seeking settlement options. So saying indirectly that there is no settlement that has been reached yet, but likely that some sort of settlement will be reached soon. Let me go across to Anand Ahuja, joining us on the broadcast this morning. He's a Republican and also co-founder Indian Americans for Trump. Anand, there is nothing that's come out of it, no deal, but they claim big gains have been made. American media is upset, saying Putin has come out winning in this one.
Okay, first of all, American media will always be upset. Doesn't matter what Trump does. As I said so many times, it's a matter of perception. When you look at whether the cup is half full or it's half empty, that's a matter of perception. I personally believe that this was a good step. And as everybody said in the very beginning, Trump was to negotiate, but ultimately the approval of the whole agreement was to be done by European Union as well as by Zelensky. Without their presence, right now, forget about the Zelensky or European Union leaders sitting at the table. They were not even in the room. They were not even in the United States. So without their participation, I don't think that it was possible for anybody to do this kind of any agreement. So I don't understand why American media is upset and why people they are thinking that nothing has been achieved. So honestly speaking, I normally give this example. As an attorney, even if I make a deal with my adverse party, I cannot sign a deal unless my client approves that. So Trump is basically advocating the cause of a peace. Trump is not the client. The client is either Russia or client is Ukraine. And the more interested parties in this whole transaction are basically European countries. So Trump has made good efforts. And I strongly believe that when Trump says 10 out of 10, if you see the body language of both these leaders, if you see the way they have conducted the press conference, it reflects that both these leaders, they have a lot of respect and faith in each other. So I don't understand why this particular step, what they have taken today, cannot ultimately bring a positive results.
I'll tell you why. See, Anand Ahuja ji, and I'll, after this, I'll play out the reports that we have through Nick, our correspondent in Alaska, and we have some analysis that has also been done by some of our correspondents. But I'd like to tell you one thing. See, Mr. Ahuja, Donald Trump has just imposed 50% tariffs on India. Now, why did he do that? He said India is doing business with Russia, they're buying Russian oil, they're funding the war machinery, and that is why we are bad people, we need to be taught a lesson. 50% slapped on us. Now, see, the joke is on you, Mr. Ahuja. You're sitting in America, right? Donald Trump, in the presence of Russian businessmen in that meeting hall, said, I see a lot of Russian businessmen here, saying that Russian businessmen want to do a business with America. We're a very hot country, hot market right now. And he said, I'm looking forward to doing business. Shame on Donald Trump. Shame on America for the stand that they've taken on India. And shame on you also because Putin said in that press conference, by the way, I don't know whether you heard him, he said that bilateral trade between Russia and America has gone up 20%, right? So you guys, when I say you guys, I meant Donald Trump administration, going around the world slapping tariffs on countries while you increase your business with Russia. Now that is shameful, sir.
No, I agree, but you have to have the proper picture also.
What proper picture, sir?
When Putin is saying 20% trade has increased between United States and Russia, Putin has not said who is importing and who is exporting. So if Russia is importing United States items, And
No. I think, sir, you should. Sir, let me tell you one thing,
Secondly, you said 50% tariff. 50% tariff on India is 25%.
You may not be aware, sir. Let me tell you.
And additional 25% is only with respect to India's relationship with Russia. So please,
it didn't seem like it didn't.
Don't give misinformation.
No. 1 minute, sir. I think you're giving misinformation. You're giving misinformation because I will direct you
to your viewers.
I will direct you. I will direct you, Mr. Ahuja. Mr. Ahuja, I will direct you. Sir, I don't mean to argue with you early in the morning, but I will direct you to your website where you're sitting in your country, which is America. There is a website called USITC. I suggest you go to that website called USITC and check the options that lead you to the page that shows the statistics between trade between America and Russia. America has increased its trade by 23%, importing more rare earth minerals, uranium, palladium. So why don't you, sir, just do a little bit of homework before you question me? Because see, my job is to question you, because it's our job as journalists to call out the hypocrisy, tell people the truth. You see the handshake, you said you're funding the war machinery, you're doing business with Russia. Excuse me, sir, whether you're importing or exporting, business is still happening between Russia and America. So I don't think we should get caught in the semantics there. But the point is, he's calling it a 10-on-10 meeting, right? And he wants to do business with Russia. And he says there are going to be follow-up meetings. Now, in India, we are watching this closely because we wanted to understand what happens next. We are happy to know that you've come out in the open and admitted to saying that you will do business with Russia. I'd like to now also play out the reports. Okay, Mr. Ahuja, if you want to respond to that, I'll give you your full chance and then I'll play out the reports from Alaska coming in. Mr. Ahuja. Saurabh Shukla is also sending us a report. I'd like to play that out. Saurabh Shukla.
US President Donald Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, a lot was expected. But what really came out was the expression of an intent. Both came out after almost a 3-hour long meeting that was like a delegation level talk, so to say. There were 3 people from US side, 3 people from the Russian side, and they said that the progress has been made, but obviously they want to speak with the respective European interlocutors. That's what President Trump said. He's going to do that. Why was the summit important? The summit was very important because the war in Ukraine is leading to countless lives. And that's the reason why the initiative taken by President Donald Trump was praiseworthy. He took that initiative, wanted to make sure that there's an immediate ceasefire, which wasn't announced and which was unlike any of the Trump, media gaggle. I've covered several in the White House, outside as well. He usually likes to take questions. This time, Vladimir Putin spoke first. He spoke about Russian history, the connection with the US, and then passed it on to President Trump, who made remarks, and they did not take any questions. That's very, very unlike President Trump. He's one of the most transparent US president, if I have to dub it, because he has been taking, every time there's an opportunity, he takes questions from the media. In this case, he did not do it. So what really happened behind the scenes? Sources telling me that yes, there has been some progress in the sense that there is a formula of sorts which have been proposed about how to end this war. But certainly, Vladimir Putin is trying to dig his heels as well. He obviously has expressed some desire for a territory swap of the territory that Russia is holding. Almost 20% of Ukraine is in Russia's control, and that includes a lot of areas which are rich in critical minerals. Certainly, Vladimir Putin would like to make sure that he gets those. President Trump and his team now has an onerous task of selling it to European leaders and also to President Zelensky of Ukraine. Once he agrees, then only a final deal can be announced. That's the reason why, even ahead of the summit, President Trump had said that he'll be very happy with the ceasefire. So no ceasefire was announced. So certainly that has been kept by the Russian president as a bargaining chip. The second thing, there wasn't any mention about the sanction. What will happen now? President Trump had said that if these talks do not go well, certainly there can be more sanctions against Russia. And that will also mean that indirectly, because India has been buying Russian oil and it already has a total of 50% tariff imposed by the US, that includes some for buying Russian oil, that may continue for a while. So if you ask me, the format was very clear that they wanted to come up with some kind of a solution. But as was being said by the White House as well earlier, that this was more about a summit to get to know what was there in the mind of Vladimir Putin, also to essentially a summit to assess what was on his mind and what will it take to end the war. President Trump has been saying that he really wants to end this war to make sure that there's no more bloodshed. And certainly this has been the top of his mind. He obviously has been trying to engage with a lot of global leaders to bring about peace, has been able to do it in the case of many countries. But in this case, certainly it looks like it may be, I won't say a bit of a long haul, but certainly the peace may be a bit far away, because obviously the Russians realize that while they're losing a lot of their soldiers, but they want to dig their heels to extract the best bargain. President Trump himself, being a businessman, is an astute deal maker. He prefers, whenever he gets into any negotiation, to strike a deal, close the deal as soon as possible. On the contrary, Vladimir Putin is a former intelligence operative. He plays the long game. He wants to make sure that he does not agree to any terms immediately, and that was visible when they came out in that press conference. Also, Vladimir Putin also said the next time they should meet in Moscow. Clearly, he's trying to play a long game here, but I would say, on the whole, in a war like Russia and Ukraine, which has led to millions of people dying, even incremental progress is some progress. And hopefully we will see the end of this war, and hopefully that will happen soon.
Okay, we have another comment coming in from Putin's envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, saying it's important that President Trump noted the significant potential for cooperation in the economic sphere between Russia and the US, and that they will continue to build Russian-American relations which have significant potential. So that's a comment that's come in from Russia, seeing that Russian-American relations have great potential and that they will look forward to economic cooperation between both countries. The White House also putting out some more excerpts, in fact, of the speech, saying that Trump felt that they had made great progress in Alaska with the talks with Putin, saying it was extremely productive and that many points were agreed to. Let's now go across to the report that Nick, our correspondent in Alaska, sent us. We'd like to play out a little bit of that, and then we'll get you the other excerpts, the big takeaways from Alaska. Your takeaways on what happens from here on. What did you make of this summit? Your takeaways from this meeting and the road ahead in the Ukraine war specifically.
So the takeaway is that Putin actually wants to end the war as Trump. You saw that next to Putin was the sign that they are pursuing peace, and this is a peace talk, and this is already showing you his willingness and the willingness of Russia to end this war. But as Russia in the beginning said, they don't want to do a ceasefire and then to freeze this war for a while and to start it again over, and then to start it over and over again with the new weapons, with the new kind of strategies on the line between Russia and Ukraine. They want for one and for all to find a solution to this conflict, and it has a lot of roots going back in the history. And in order to find this solution, there is a lot of talk to do, because the position of Ukraine that Russia will withdraw from all the regions that it already possessing, it is not realistic, and Russia will not agree on that. And that's why a compromise should be found, something all of them should agree on. And I think that now Trump will do a talk with Ukraine, with Europe, to see how much they can concede, how much they can withdraw from their demands. Russia already, after 1 year of the war, I think more or less, I was in Moscow, it was, I think, September 2023, or more or less. And then it was a big celebration in Moscow. Many people come, hundreds of thousands of people, and they celebrated the annexation of 4 new regions to their country, the Kherson, the Zaporizhia, and also Lugansk and Donetsk. I don't see how Russia will concede, how they will withdraw back, because they said back then, we can't betray the people there, the locals that are actually willing not to be part of Ukraine anymore because they are persecuted for them, for the reason that they are speaking Russian, for the reason that they have connection with Russia, for the reason that they are not supporting the coup that happened in Ukraine in 2014, and they don't want to go to this confrontation with Russia. So their own country bombarded them for 8 years, and after that, Russia came to help them. That's what they are telling. That's the story of Russia. This is their narrative. So according to this narrative, they are not giving up on the people. It's not about territory. It's about the people that they are protecting in their view from Ukraine. And that's why I think now Trump will try to facilitate with Ukrainians and with Europe this agreement, that they will agree that those 4 regions will stay with Russia, because otherwise it will be endless war. And Russia said, we fought for 21 years with Sweden, and after that Sweden never became a great country. It was many decades ago. And the same here. Russia is a war machine. They just become stronger and stronger from wars. We saw what happened in the Second World War. In the beginning, they were losing, but after that, they won the war, and this is happening again. So I think in the end, there will be an agreement, and maybe it will be very soon.
Okay. So viewers, after US President Donald Trump and Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin held a very productive high-stakes summit in Alaska, now the White House has also issued a statement. The White House said, and I quote, "We made some great progress today. We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to." That is US President Donald Trump's statement. White House issuing a statement after that meeting between US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. This meeting coming in as the two world leaders sought to wait really to bring the Ukraine conflict to a close. And Donald Trump made it clear that there's no deal until there is a deal, but also issuing a statement, White House saying that we made some great progress today. We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to. So this was a meeting that the entire world was looking at, and the two leaders made some remarks after the meeting during their joint press conference, and these talks went on for 3 hours, and this was regarding the Ukraine war, and the two leaders indicating that they had a very, very productive meeting. However, no deal has been agreed to. So Donald Trump saying that we had an extremely productive meeting, many points were agreed to. There were just very few and that are left. We didn't get there, pointing to a deal, but we had a very good chance of getting there. So the White House statement coming in after the meeting between the two leaders. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and that is the President of the United States tweeting. He said that on his meeting with President Putin, he said, "We had a very good meeting today, but we'll see. You have to get a deal. We agreed on a lot of points. I want to see people stop dying in Ukraine. If we can end that war, that would be very good." So this is the President of the United States, POTUS. That is the statement that POTUS has sent, and that is that we had a very good meeting today, but we'll see. You have to get a deal. So the President of the United States, they're emphasizing that while the meeting was very productive, there is no deal until there is a deal. He said, "We had a very good meeting, but we'll see. You'll have to get a deal. We agreed on a lot of points. I want to see people stop dying in Ukraine, and if we can end that war, it would be very good." So viewers, history was rewritten in the far north today in a dramatic display of military might and diplomatic theatre. US President Donald Trump welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin to Anchorage, from a powerful handshake that captured the world's attention to a thunderous flyover by B-2 bombers and a dramatic F-22 Raptor display at the airbase. It was a show of strength like no other. Here is how it all unfolded. Take a look.
The world's glare was on Alaska. Two of the most powerful leaders on Earth, US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, in one frame. History was being made at Anchorage in Alaska. But it all started with the iconic walkdowns. Trump from Air Force One, and Putin from the flying Kremlin. And traditionally, it was Trump who had to welcome Putin, and this is how he played host. Flanked by F-22 Raptors at the Tarmac, Trump welcomed Putin with claps. And then came the historic handshake, one that the world was eagerly waiting for with bated breath. And Trump, being Trump, had a surprise flyby planned for his Russian counterpart. And guess what he used for it? The same bombers that allegedly wiped out Iran nuclear program, the one and only B-2 stealth bombers. Russian president didn't see this one coming. As he looked up to the skies, this is how the moment unfolded. And then came the casual exchange of pleasantries between Trump and Putin. Leading up to the beast, US presidents and the world's most safest limousine. Trump and Putin at the back seat of the armored vehicle headed to the Pursuing Peace Summit.
So viewers, all eyes were on the Alaska summit as the two world leaders stepped into history right on the tarmac in Anchorage. Well, Donald Trump and Putin, both all smiles, came face to face for the first time in a long while. A powerful posture was on display. Putin measured and calculated, Donald Trump radiating confidence. And this was more than just a handshake, it was a message. Take a look at this report.
Two leaders stepped into history on the tarmac in Alaska, their every movement under the microscope. President Trump descended from Air Force One with his trademark unhurried stride, a walk that conveyed ease and control in equal measure. And moments later, Vladimir Putin emerged from the flying Kremlin, his posture rigid, shoulders squared, and his measured pace projecting the discipline of a former KGB operative. As they approached each other, President Trump's body language radiated casual confidence, his steps loose but purposeful. Putin's walk was deliberate, calculated, designed to fill the space without rushing to meet his counterpart. On the red carpet, the president extended a warm welcome, moving into close proximity and placing a firm hand behind Putin's back. It was a gesture that blended hospitality with subtle dominance, positioning the president as the host firmly in charge. Putin responded with a contained smile and steady eye contact, maintaining his composure while matching the pace set by the US president. As they walked side by side, their strides aligned, the symmetry flanked by the imposing silhouettes of F-22 Raptors parked on either side. The air above roared as a B-2 bomber flew overhead, an unmistakable display of American military might timed to perfection. Putin glanced skyward, momentarily breaking his forward focus to take in the spectacle. At the Alaska meeting venue, Putin was all smiles, engaging in small exchanges with the president as cameras rolled. His expression softened, but his posture remained upright, a careful balance between warmth and guarded control. On the tarmac, his Auris limousine stood steady, its polished frame gleaming under the Alaskan sun. Yet, in a telling decision, he bypassed his own vehicle to join the president in the Beast, the American presidential limousine. It was a rare image, two leaders, shoulder to shoulder, sharing a stride and the optics of unity before the high-stakes meeting.
ये उनका जो था ना ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी, मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला, मेम साहब जस्ट लोग लूँ लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका। मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तो क्यों ऐसा बोलता है, बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Ceasefire! Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit?
Hi, good morning, viewers. Some voices don't just sing songs, they write the soundtrack of our lives. Now, one such voice belongs to the legend whose melodies have traveled across decades, also generations and genres. This time on Legends, we celebrate the timeless magic of Asha Bhosle, the voice that continues to inspire, enchant and unite music lovers around the world. Her journey is more than music, it is history, it is a heart and heritage in every note. Legends or Asha Bhosle, only on Republic Media Network. And as the entire nation celebrated 19th Independence Day yesterday, and Kerala's small village also celebrated the banyan tree's 79th birthday alongside Independence Day. And there was, this tree was planted on the same day that India got independence. Here's a report.
79 years ago, India gained independence on 15th of August 1947. On the very same day, at a place called Vadavanur's Vaidisala in Palakkad district of Kerala, an Ayurvedic doctor and Sanskrit scholar Vedakapat Nair planted a sapling of a banyan tree to commemorate the historic event. Since then, the tree has been well nurtured. The area has underwent several changes, but the banyan has stood the test of time. It has grown to its strength, standing tall, remembering the sacrifice of our nation's brave hearts during the independence struggle. This year, along with India's 79th year of independence, Vadavanur residents celebrated the historic tree's 79th birthday. The event in Vadavanur was led by an organization called the Vadavanur Arayal Samrakshana Samiti, and several dignitaries attended this event.
This week on Get Me Right, did we mark the end of American hegemony over the world as we have known it for a century? Did President Trump blink first in his trade war with China in extending the tariff waiver for another 90 days? Did the American president pass on the baton to Xi Jinping when he came under pressure from Beijing and allow NVIDIA AI chip sales to China? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?